Oh, yo. And I can hear the BG3 OST. Perfect. And I can turn my own mic up a little bit, probably. And I think we'll be good to go. What up, what up, what up? Let's see. Switch this back on to live chat. Yes, sir. All right. Got that pulled up, that pulled up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How's everyone's day going? How you doing? How you feeling? Let's see here. And I don't know who saw, but I started a thread because Apollo was not going to make one. Because I forgot that this is an extra stream, so I needed to make one myself. But I checked out last stream. Don't ask me about my day creep. Don't watch my face for 5 hours. All right, two can play at that game, Robin. All right, let's see here. Throw it into this chat as well. Look at that nice, sweet link. That link will take you to Bingo Baker, which is significantly better, at least on my end, than the other bingo site. And should allow for not only much easier like management of it, but just better shit in general. Okay. I'm eating a bit of dinner. Let's talk. You'd see they dropped the new C3 animated intro? No. You mean like Campaign 3? I don't touch it. Hands off. Because I don't know if I think everyone believes that I haven't watched it, but I don't even want to give the slightest degree or feeling of impropriety or doubt to whether or not I'm a first-time watcher. So I don't know anything about C3. It's also why I thought about watching it's not Candela. It's Candela Obscura? I think I got corrected that it's not Candela. But I haven't even watched anything on that, and at one point I was thinking about watching that campaign, but I was so paranoid. I was like, there's gonna be Critical Role references, and no, none of that. Oh, I was gonna recommend Bingo Baker. Hell yeah. Critter on Tumblr uses it for C3 bingos. Aha. Yes, last stream Hopey Dopey recommended it, and it was way better. It was way easier to actually create, and it is better to manage. There was like a small like one-time like lifetime purchase that was worth it for me, but because I'm gonna use this for other shit outside of this. but yeah, so I think it should be better, and it literally it allows me to just give you guys a link, and the link will automatically generate its own card, all that. So we don't have to mess with like that 30 link situation that we had before. Yeah, I didn't expect you to watch it yet for spoilers / you wouldn't appreciate it. True. Dude, I gotta build up to it. That's God, what would that probably be? Q3 2025? That's 2 years off. Admire your dedication to staying unspoiled. No, not for me. That's how I go about games. Honestly, I didn't used to have such commitment to it, and then I got No Man's Sky'd and Cyberpunked, where if I'd gone into either of those games with less expectations, I would have liked them both a lot, I think. Especially Cyberpunk. And I know that they fixed it a lot, but it was just like, I built up the expectations so much in my head by like watching all the trailers and everything that like I don't watch trailers anymore. I either go to movies or I buy video games based off of reviews, personal recommendations, or it like being by a director or as part of a franchise that I already like. So, like, I know that I'm going to buy Starfield at some point. I know absolutely nothing about it. I have not looked at any gameplay, any trailers, any footage, nothing. Because the more I build it up in here, the worse it'll be. Guaranteed. What up, John? Welcome, welcome. Various intros are a pretty impressive saga in their own right. It's worth waiting for. Fuck yeah. Dope. That's sick. I will also say, for the bingo cards, I added a few to them in some of the all categories, some for individual players. I had some easier ones. So, like, we had the Nat 1, Nat 2 back to back. I also just added 2 extra squares for Nat 20 and Nat 1. I added a how do you want to do it. I added insight check, combat. I actually think, because I searched Vox Machina on Bingo Baker, and so I think I found some of them from the C3 guy, and I tried not to look. But I found some other ones that were just more general. Sam, I used to watch movie trailers religiously, but then because I knew the shots and could tell which shots hadn't happened yet, so the movie watching experience was sort of ruined. Yeah. And I mean, I think that there's something to be said. I know that some franchises nowadays are editing their trailers to specifically hide certain things. But at this point, I feel like I generally know kind of the various franchises that I want. And I'm not a huge movie guy in the first place. So nowadays it's like, okay, a friend wants to watch it. If the friend wants to go and see it and like I trust their taste, then I'll just go into it blind. So I went into Elementals. I had no idea that Elementals was a fantasy racism children's movie. And then we got into it and I was like, "Oh, that's what this is about." I thought this was like an Avatar rip. And Paige was like, "No, it's Bo Burnham circles and squares." Anyways, so in regards to, first we'll do housekeeping. Housekeeping's really quick though. All you guys need to know: Sunday is the first storytelling Sunday. It'll be, I don't know exactly what time it'll be. Probably sometime in the afternoon my time, so like Central. Probably like 2 p.m. Central, I would guess. Is going to be Storytelling Sunday. It's probably going to be a shorter stream, more along the lines of like a lunch club, like 2-3 hours, maybe less, like 1 to 3. And we're going to do mostly how to make a map. So we're going to be going over my personal map-making notation, which was entirely come up with by me, totally original. And we will be going through 4 different maps in that notation and kind of talking through the notation, how I go about doing it. And one of them does so happen to be the Emberhold, which was the entire reason that I wanted to do this dedicated video in the first place, because I sort of showed you guys my notation on stream after, not the Emberhold, but after the War Camp Underdark area, and I had several people tell me that they were interested in the notation and thought that was cool. So yeah, I'm going to teach it to you guys. We're going to go through it all. It's going to be great. That's it for housekeeping. In terms of my takeaways, I realized that Orion is a problem player. He is. But also, we all have problem players. Inevitably. Like, there are always going to be people, friends, like friends that you want to continue playing with because of many reasons. Maybe they're great in other aspects. Maybe they, you have a lot of fun with them, but they're just not great players within the game. And it is somewhat your responsibility as other players and as DMs to rein in their problem player behavior. So this is not to absolve Orion in any way. There are behavioral things, like I'll come back to him tapping his head, and like the way in which he goes about conflict resolution is really terrible. And I fully hope and believe that whatever happens with this gave him some time to reflect as a person about how he handles conflict. Because I think it's also something that, like, he's not that far away. Like, I don't think he's, like, a shitty person, right? Like, he's not doing that much wrong, but the things that he is doing wrong really fucking derail it. And that is partially because Matt and the other players never really rein him in. Like, they do have partial responsibility here to mitigate some of this behavior. Now, some of it is unmitigatable, and they just need to talk about it off table. And I don't think we'll ever know truly how much they were talking about it. They might have given some interviews. But I think that I've talked a lot about, like, the flaws thing, and as uncomfortable as it sounds, I think that the players really need to push Tiberius's flaws more. And if Orion reacts poorly about it, they need to directly call him out. Now, this is easier said than done. It's much easier at an at-home table because there's not this awkward interaction with the audience watching you guys have this conversation. But if you have an Orion at your home table, you need to engage them on their flaws in character, and then if the player starts juicing up the bad vibes at the table and they start taking it as personal attacks, then you as a player have a certain responsibility to engage with them on that front as well. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Cool hand, Luke. All right. And so, yeah, like I said, it's not, I do not mean to absolve him in any way. But I don't think that the other players and the other Matt are doing enough to potentially have fixed the entire issue. I don't know. It's hard to say. And it might be that they are doing all they can in the background, and he's just getting on camera and totally disregarding everything that they talked about. That is super possible. But if we're just taking this as advice for our own tables, that's generally how I would go about it. Because there are going to be people that have those negative interactions that you still want to hang out with. Also, 22036E, I see all those check marks. We have not said it's canon, and we have not roles checked before Matt asks. No. Unless you're looking on, like, the Critical Role wiki. I will say that now. Don't pre-check, because I can see all your cards. And so I will absolutely know if there is something that you're pre-checking. Let's see. So I'm going to put that over there. Bing, bang, boom. And this is also filtered. No Scanlan, no Vex, no Percy, no Grog. So I did pre-filter this, so we're all good there. Okay, all right, 948039. I'm going to take a stab that's Robin. I think 948039 is Robin, but I'm not sure. Could be quite a few of you trying to fuck with me. Alrighty. So I'm going to generate my own card as well. This is your own unique bingo card. Delightful. And I'm going to close out of that. Put this over there, that over there. And I just realized I'm doing all of this off screen, so none of you can see it, but fuck you. Let's see. Who is Pawn and King wanting to edit my spreadsheet? Oh, it's Hans. Yeah. Oh! So I was going to talk about that. I have started the process of analysis on Will Wheaton's curse. However, I don't know enough to eloquently explain what's going on. My preliminary understanding is that his average is actually within, like, a very reasonable standard deviation, especially for the sample size set. But I don't want to make that sort of statement until I understand the numbers better. But preliminarily, the curse doesn't exist. we'll see. Let's see. I'm checking things from the first half of this episode. Oh no, Marina. No, these these are per stream, not per ep. That's why I added in some easier ones. Is because I know if we have a half ep, it might impact some things. And I know that I didn't tell any of you that until right now, so I'm sorry. Not your fault. But yeah, it'll be per stream, not per ep. Let's see. I think you should have access. Cool. All right. Take a quick bite of that. And then I need to actually scroll down to the episode. Trial of the take. How much of the episode's left? Half. Which I believe on... I'll pull up the timestamps, which is something I needed to do already. I believe the second half was a skosh longer than the first. Should have had all this pulled up already. Let's see. 21. Yeah, so the first half was 2 hours. Oh, the second half is an hour and 41 minutes. So, about 20 minutes shorter. I have access now. Thanks, Rebecca. Woo! So yeah, we timestamp after the break is 2:21. Ding, 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 dong. And if there is, if there's a situation, however unlikely, that we just blow through this second half somehow, we always have some Critical Role extras that we can add in, so we can go through the submissions for content, or not submissions, React suggestions, and we can watch some of the shorter stuff there. No worries about that. Generally, I don't, and maybe this is something that I should call out specifically. I generally never want to end a Critical Role night before like 10 p.m. my time, so it's always going to be like kind of a minimum of a 4.5 hour stream. After that, I become down to end it if it makes sense within like the rest of the schedule and how it looks like, how close we look like to ending. So, with that said, is there any way I can kind of like move it up? I don't think so. I wonder if I can zoom in even more. No. Whoa. I mean, that's kind of better. I might just cut off my cam a little bit. You guys don't need to see... you guys don't need to see more of my chest. Let's see. Yeah, that's all right. And then we can do the same thing with the chat window. Oh, actually, wait. We can't do the same thing with the chat window. 1 second. Ah! Oh, God. Okay. I'll work on fixing the chat window off screen. Has this ever happened that you end an episode-centric stream early and go on to watch extra stuff? So I wouldn't... What would happen? I would never end an episode early and then also watch extra stuff, because the only places that I really feel like I can end an actual episode is in the middle. And if we're in the middle before 10, I normally feel like we can finish it out. So I would just go on. But if we're in the middle after 10, I would probably just end it at the middle and end stream a little bit early. So I was more saying, if we finish this off, because this is the second half, I would watch a few extras. But yeah, it's definitely never happened. It's never happened before, because I've never had the problem of going too short, so far at least. Do you have the timestamps I posted when? Yes. Yep, I got them posted, or I got them pulled up, so we are all good on that. Yeah, and it might make a little... I might not be explaining it fully well. It might make a little bit more sense once it actually happens, or / if it actually happens. But generally, I want to finish out the episode where possible, and if it feels like I can't finish out the episode, I will end early. Or I'll end sometime between 10 and 12. So let's see. Okay, so we're going into that. You guys can mostly see my screen. And I am ready.
So he's the dum-dum now. So they're both
Alex
dum-dum.
is the dum-dum.
So sorry about that for the confusion. That's what's going on. You'll see me dance like a monkey tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I want to see that.
That's okay. Does it help?
Yeah, that's true. If I generally don't like to do multi kind of purpose streams. And I bet that the Discord has slightly picked up on that at least. So yes, that is very fair. I would ping the live stream notifications if I ever did that. That's a very good point.
Way to break the tension, so it worked out well. All right, so as the rest of you have found your way into this long, partially eroded hallway containing this thick, green, viscous liquid, you have pulled out the flying carpet.
Yes. We all fit on it, right?
Oh yeah, we can all get on this
Do
one.
you maybe
Yeah.
want to sparrow across, Keelan?
If someone could give me the flying.
Oh, we took a short rest. I could.
Then I get to come.
Then I get to come.
What's happening? We have flying carpets.
Get a flying carpet.
Go buy some of our amazing critters. I'm gonna go ahead and go with the crocheted one tonight.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
Crocheting is fantastic and a wonderful way to spend your time.
You guys have the
Dude, Will sounds so jealous. Will's like, oh my god. Which, to be fair, I would be too. I currently am. That was funny.
best fans.
You really do.
It's great, isn't it?
Ridiculous.
You guys are pretty great.
Oh, we all fit. Okay.
It is really interesting to me, and I don't know if it's a confluence of there wasn't a lot of I think we're all jealous, yeah. I think my theory onto why Critical Role fans are kind of built different, because I think they are. I don't know. I think maybe the only other fan base I know of that is this intense is maybe like Rooster Teeth, like Achievement Hunter, and or I can't even think of the other one that I was thinking of. I know Dream SMP. Those are the only two fan bases that I can think that go as hard with as much effort. But even the Dream ones, oftentimes you don't see this cool of shit because they skew younger. And I think that the Critical Role audience skews a bit older and has more disposable income to buy and make and purchase things. But my only theory is that at the time there wasn't any super big actual plays on the market. there wasn't something that people could sink their teeth into with just the sheer amount of content. This was 4 hours once a week. And such a sheer amount of really good content as well. That was constantly making new and interesting things. Because while I put out a lot of content, I'm not putting out as much uniquely I feel like this sounds like I'm throwing shade. I'm not as much uniquely brandable content, right? So the fans can be a bit buck wild sometimes. I don't disagree. Also, welcome this dude. I recognize you from the comments, but I think this is your first live, so welcome. But yeah, I think it's kind of a mix of that as well as D&D people being real crafty. Because a lot of the shit that they get was handmade by people, and it's the same sort of people that are painting minis, you know? They're out here painting minis, they're out here making terrain. I think the people with those skill sets are a lot of the people creating a lot of this stuff for the CR folks. The APs that existed pre-CR did not invite personal connection, aka parasocial behavior, in anywhere near the same way as CR, if I understand it. Yeah. It's interesting. I also wonder if there's a certain level of I think there's maybe an increased level there because all of these people, they're a very particular type of celebrity. Voice actors are really particular because you know them. They are a celebrity. They've done all of these things that are entrenched within other things that you really love. Like if you're a really huge comic person and Travis Willingham, Thor, rolls up, like that's really cool. That's like a dope celebrity. But you also don't know what they look like. So when you're actually looking at them, your brain understands them as more of a real person, I think, than maybe a traditional like Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise type. I don't know why I named the two Toms, but I think that there's maybe an aspect to that of like these are people that they are already aware of, familiar with, and really like, but also they feel more like real people because you've never seen their faces before. And they have like a sheer level of skill that just makes the content very engaging. I think there's a aspect of that of like the content's just fucking great. So that probably has an impact as well. I say this as someone who does not think parasocial is necessarily a dirty word. Oh, no, me neither. I think it's super common and is only an issue if it is an issue, stalking, etc. Yeah, I mean, I think parasociality is kind of unavoidable in both directions. I think I've seen a lot of content creators that I would say are parasocial with their fans, like are really, really like beholden and like care a lot about what their audience thinks to the detriment of a lot else. I've seen a lot of like Aiden Ross clips and like I show Speed clips that kind of say that to me of like they are willing to do literally whatever their audience tells them to do. And I think that there's an aspect of parasociality from their end. I don't think it's just from an audience perspective. Voice actors are very approachable. Yeah, I mean, they're approachable, but you also feel like you know them because you know the things they've been in, which kind of implies that you have the same interests, even if you don't. Some folks can get overattached sometimes, but it's not the majority. No. I think the Critical Role fan base is fucking massive, and the majority are just quiet enjoyers. And then even beyond the not quiet enjoyers, like the loud enjoyers, I think it's still a minority of those people that are problematic or shitty in any way. Similar thing with Dream. Like the Dream SMP is massive, and most people just sit back and enjoy it. And then there are a few people that cause trouble. To counter that, by C2, they sort of stopped talking directly to camera or Twitch chat, but I still got hooked watching just C2. Yeah, I mean, I still think that there's kind of an inherent approachability to them, but it probably did. I don't know if they were uncomfortable with the parasociality. I know that like talking, like even amongst live streamers, there are people that won't talk to their chat and are just kind of performing to the void because they don't want to engage in that parasociality. And I'm not like, I don't talk to chat because I want to like increase that or anything. It's just because like that's the thing I like about streaming is that interaction. But some people don't. Like Critical Role, they're not live streaming because they want to interact with chat. They just want it to be live, kind of like a live, like a studio audience sort of situation. I think that's much more what they're going for when they live stream it as opposed to pre-recording, is that live studio audience feel. They're not trying to directly engage with it, so minimizing that where possible, I think, at least helps minimize the negative parts. But in my case, I binged C2 during the pandemic when I didn't have a job. So, yeah, that Twitch, I mean, streaming in general blew up during the pandemic. A lot of channels blew up. TikTok blew up. I mean, I really think that the pandemic affected... I mean, it affected society in ways we're still figuring out and we'll probably never figure out. But I think it's, yeah. I'm trying to think of what did I binge during the pandemic. I put a lot of hours into Civ 6. I don't know if that counts. Did you send them personal letters, crafted items, and hang on to their every social media utterance, though, John? Yeah. Yeah. The pandemic situation was a factor for me as well. It seems like CR and APs in general got a huge boost from that. Some disappointment about how hard it is to succeed with new APs since then is due to that. I mean, I think that APs are essentially podcasts. And I think that I think there's like a podcast bubble, and it's slowly it's not going to burst. Like, it's not going to be like violent. It might if Spotify but like cancels a lot of their contracts, which there's been some lingerings about. But I think that podcasts are really in a big bubble. You even saw who was it? What was his name? He's like a comedian dude, Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn and like a bunch of other podcasts got screwed over by this podcast network and lost, I don't want to say billions, but at least high millions of dollars. Because there's just not enough audience for podcasts and APs by extension. I think you really have to bring something new. You have to innovate in the space a little bit, at least. I think that we've talked about the difference between Dimension 20 and Critical Role. I think that D20 took a very similar concept to Critical Role and said, hey, what if instead of getting voice actors to play D&D, we got comedians to play D&D? Like, everyone on Dimension 20 is either a writer or a performer, normally both, for College Humor, a successful YouTube comedy channel. So I think that there's a level of raised production value from both the comedic aspects and sometimes the dramatic aspects because of all of their writing expertise, as well as their performance expertise. Like, all of these people are already acting in all of these videos. And so then you take that into the pre-recorded, kind of filter of Dimension 20, where they can, kind of more tightly edit it, more tightly control the arc and the plot and the narrative. And I think that was kind of D20's innovation in the space. And I think you have to have nowadays some sort of innovation. Like, I would even like bring it back to like the Dream SMP of like Minecraft Let's Plays used to just be, let's raw upload 6 hours of content. Then they, kind of dug down a little bit into, okay, let's have like these small creator servers where, it's a little bit more crafted, it's a little bit higher quality, the videos are edited. And then Minecraft, like the next like big thing was the Dream SMP with having, dozens upon hundreds of creators creating different interacting storylines. And if you're in those next two things, like if you're in the era where like Captain Sparkles and like, I don't remember the other Minecraft creators. That was the only one I ever watched. But if you're in that era where they're creating this like highly produced, like very nicely edited content, and you try to do the 6 hour raw upload, you're gonna get fucked. Like you're just gonna fail. So I think that's kind of where we're in with actual plays, is like Critical Role and Dimension 20 have kind of squeezed out the current amount of innovation. Like, you can't really get much better, and they're putting out so much content that like, why would you need to watch other things? At least other things that are actually actual plays, as opposed to like podcasts, or as opposed to analysis stuff like me. Like, I'm adding like a different lens to it, so it's kind of different content altogether. So I think we need like that next step. Like, what is beyond the post-produced content for actual plays? Because I legitimately do not think that there will be another mega successful actual play, like on the level of Critical Role or Dimension 20. I don't think there will be another successful one unless with like a standard party of 4. Yeah, I mean, you can feel free to disagree, but I don't think that it is possible to create an actual play now that is 4 people talking into mics in front of a camera, whether it's live, pre-recorded, who they are, what they are. I don't think it matters. Unless it's under a Critical Role or a Dimension 20 brand already. That is my theory. I think there needs to be like a next level of innovation, and I am not the one to do it. That is not my realm, not my cart, not my horse. Love this episode. You'll have a ton to talk about. Oh fuck yeah! All right, let's do it then. Let's get into it. I've given my content ramblings. All right.
We're good.
Wow. Oh, we all fit on it. Oh, look at that.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Onward.
Okay.
Onward.
Yeah.
Lift down the hallway.
else
on the
needs
front
to
cart.
be free?
Staring at the slime on the ground.
The air itself, like I said, it hurts and you have to kind of like continuously rub your eyes and keep them kind of shut.
Can I kind of
there's
make like a nice little wind zephyr to kind of give us a little airflow?
Okay. As you move partway through this section, everyone make a perception check.
Oh, natural 20.
Nice. It's cool. Not bad. It's not bad.
19.
Who's helming the magic cover, by the way?
Looks like Cash is.
Who's what? Who's what? I'm helming the damn magic carpet, of course.
All right. So helming magic
I
cover.
rolled a 6 plus a 12, total 12.
Okay. And you roll a total of what?
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
26.
So pulling forward, you, as you come around through the sections of the wall that are collapsed in rubble, you notice that there are some sigils like in the wall, like 2 foot high, kind of carved stone sigils about 5 feet ahead of you guys.
Dude, I need to put a sigils on here. Fuck. We have maw. I don't have sigils.
There's one on each side.
Are they
I'm adding it to the list.
It is not infernal. They are arcane in nature, though. Make an arcana check.
Cool. Sometimes I really hate this old world shit.
Can I do a religion check on it?
You can, yes.
I mean, I got 10 inside. 15.
Okay. There doesn't pretty much religious connotation to the symbols, but it looks they're old and looks like they're placed there for a specific reason. As much as you can get from
Am I
it.
making any traps or anything in the ceilings or the walls?
You can make a perception check. I mean,
26.
Terry's kind of points it out to the rest of you guys, and you can see it.
But nothing in addition to that.
No, not especially for you. Your experience doesn't fall too much in the
Try
realm
to
of
do
the
like a
arcane.
history check, or
You can try.
why not?
How about handle animals, man?
Try every skill. Just go through the whole list.
12.
Yeah, there's nothing really.
Oh, also, I wanted to, oh shit, the BG3 OST isn't muted. Oh, wait, how do you want to do this was already on the list? I added that one, but we already had, how do you want to do this? Oh, shit. Okay. John, congratulations. You get a free one. They count for both. Don't say that you have 2 spaces. Yeah. No, yeah. I will just say you get 2 spaces. Congratulations. Anyone who has both of those gets 2 of them. Like whenever it happens, mark both. That was a me ad. I thought I looked through, but I didn't. Okay, cool. Also, I wanted to sort of address, normally I read out almost every chat message, even if it's like pretty like banal or like nothing, like not much, like it's not like asking a question or making like a direct comment. It's just like Hans's sigils exclamation point. Like, you know, I don't need to read that out, but I normally do. And I realized that I think that is one of the things that I could do to actively cut down on the runtime a little bit. But I didn't want you guys to like think I'm ignoring you, essentially, because I know I've set a precedent of like reading out every single comment. So from now on, things like love this episode, the AKL John conversation, Siggles lol Siggles, it's very cute. Like, I won't probably read out those things unless I have something particular to say about it, just to try and keep the foot on the gas. That doesn't mean I don't like it. I want you guys to express yourselves however you want in chat. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I will just start being a little bit more filtered with which ones I read out. Like that one from John. I see it, I acknowledge it, but I'm not going to read it out. Or I might just not start reading them out loud. I got in the habit of reading them out loud when I didn't have chat on screen because I wanted the VOD to be able to know what was happening. So I might just start even directly responding to people without actually reading the comment. All just in terms of, I was thinking about ways I could speed things up without hopefully taking away anything. But like all of this should hopefully still keep the core alive.
Historic about this, other than the fact that you're in the historic Amaranthine Oubliette prison here.
Anyone make an Arcana check?
Yeah.
And we didn't find anything out? No. This is something that my stone cutting skills would be relevant to?
It's not structural. And looking at it, it looks like these were added to it once it was built. Although it is a storage room, so it's strange that these would be placed in the center of the room.
Would I make an insight check, perhaps? No, that doesn't apply.
No, the insight's more for individuals and motives.
Also, oh my god, immediately and I had a big conversation last part one, about how I think that Will Wheaton is a very good. Like, I think that probably on the back end, Will Wheaton and Orion might even have, like, very similar tendencies and motivations. But just in terms of, like, the communication, the way that Will is handling this stuff, of, like, it's something that simple, of, like...
We didn't find anything out?
The historic Amaranthine Oubliette prison here.
Anyone make an Arcana check?
Let me just rewind this.
Yeah.
And we didn't find anything out? This is something that my stone...
It's like a very strict, like, is this something that my stone cutting skills would be applicable to? Like, asking Matt, that is just asking Matt to, like, clarify the world. And then...
Looks like these were added...
Insight check, perhaps?
Would I make an insight check? That is him trying to, and I mean, I'm being a little generous, but I don't think it's too generous to Will. Of like, to me, I read that as him like trying to understand Matt's DMing, trying to understand this brand new game that he's learning. And that's a great way to go about it with your DM of, oh, like, would I make this sort of insight check for this sort of thing? Maybe you could read this negatively as he's like directly asking Matt to make a check, but even if that is the case, even if I interpret it that negatively, if that is his goal, I think he's still going about it in a much better way, in a much nicer way than some of the alternatives. Does that count? I'm going to say it does. I didn't specify who said insight check or that it's an insight check being performed. I'll say that counts for insight check.
No, that really doesn't apply.
No, the insight's more for individuals and motives.
All of our wisdom saving throws. Continue.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be over this acid anymore.
Okay. So you push forward.
That's what my friend thought.
Right. You push forward. You get.
I can imagine, John, that is probably part of it. Like I have a lot of natural tendencies as a player that are quasi problem player tendencies. Like clear, I was a forever DM, and now I stream, and like I want to be a content creator full time. You can imagine that I may have a bit of spotlight hog within me, but I do think that my years of experience DMing before I ever played did really temper my more negative player traits. I do think that is definitely a factor here. Because every time I would feel myself spotlight hogging, I would remember what it was like as a DM trying to take the spotlight away from a spotlight hog, as well as seeing my other players' reactions to spotlight hogging. And I would find an excuse to fucking clamp my mouth shut. So I think there's a very good chance that Will's DMing experience and I mean, again, Will's just coming off better and better and better to me. Not to say that, that's not to imply that anyone else is coming off poorly. But I think he seems like a great, probably, I don't know. But probably a really good DM and a good player, at least from the communication front, which is, I think, a large part of it.
You get about here as you're passing through the two sigils, and there's a flash. From the sigils. They just glow bright, and it's almost like two flash bulbs go off from side to side.
That could be good.
You stop.
And,
The carpet dips.
Yeah, don't stop. Keep going. Keep
As
going.
in, the carpet goes limp.
Oh my
There's
god.
Okay. As the carpet
The carpet goes limp. There's an anti-magic zone. Ooh, okay. I'm going to... I did kind of that paint diagram the other day. I'm going to take out another diagram. I'll have it off. And then after they get through this, I want to talk about this little segment and like how I would classify it when it comes to making maps. Because that's interesting.
goes limp. You all begin to plummet forward. You need to go ahead and make a concentration check.
Oh my god.
Wait. Concentration check for what? Just... Well, number one, we already know he can't cast Fly on all of us, right? Unless Keyleth is a Spearow. So I guess Sparrow. maybe he can cast Fly on everyone on the carpet. I guess Matt's just saying cast a con save to see if you're like surprised. I guess to cast a spell that's non-reaction under stress. Oh, Robin, that's fair. And you know what? I wouldn't do that. I would if he said cast Fly on everyone, I would say Fly is not a reaction. And then if he said, can I make it a reaction? Con save's not a bad one to go for that. I might do Arcana. I might do Sleight of Hand. I might honestly offer them an option. I might say con save, dex save, whatever's higher. I'd maybe offer them a couple of options if they wanted to do that. People thought that they did, bro. I mean, I would never. I never target things for destruction, and this is maybe a larger conversation. I'm gonna sit down for this. So this is a really big conversation that not a lot of people have / want to have around taking away things from players. And it's specifically, when I say that people don't want to talk about it, I am specifically referring to wizards. Part of the wizard balance in D&D 5e is that all of their spells are locked in a spellbook. This is not just flavor. This is mechanical. If a wizard loses their spellbook, they lose every single spell that they don't have already prepared, and they are stuck with whatever spells they have prepared already. So it is part of the intended balance of wizard that they can at any point just lose all their spells. Now, you've never heard of anyone doing this. You might not have even thought about it as a possibility because it sucks. It's really mean to do. And so I'm never, in any of my games, if I have a wizard, I'm not going to have them get randomly pickpocketed on the street for their spellbook. That's lame. But I have put my players in circumstances where they either have to pay, where I will often offer shortcuts that involve giving up something permanent. Very Monkey's Paw-esque. Of like, you know, you can take this, you have to get to the top of the mountain, there's a cable car that goes up. You go up to the cable car operator, ask them how much it is, and they said that they don't deal in currency, man. And you have to trade them an item of this value or higher. So I will offer them that sort of thing, but it will always be voluntary. I will never involuntarily take away an item permanently from my party. I will have people offer them trades. I will have people offer to buy it off of them. I will even have sub quests or just quests in general, quest lines, where people hunt them down for particular magic items. So like I have had like, oh, they stole this very interesting magic item, whatever, very good, and they had bounty hunters after them for a while. I think that is all fine, but I would never build in a kill switch in a dungeon to be like, carpet's gone. And I don't think that's what I don't think that's what Matt's doing here. But I'm just saying if people thought that that's what he was doing, that is a terrible thing to do. And I would never do that. A flying carpet is kind of OP. Well, yeah, flight of any kind is OP. But if you want... Here's another example. Even if your magic item isn't illegal, say you as a DM are getting frustrated with how OP the magic carpet that they have is, and you want to take it away from them. And you get to the point you realize that you have not defined how common these things are. I think it is very reasonable to create some quests around it. Either someone has seen you use it and they want to offer to buy it from you, maybe like a very highfalutin lord, and so maybe you get pressured into it, but it's still not forced, and you offer very obvious other vectors. You never want to feel like you're forcing them. Or you make something interesting around the carpet. I don't know where they got the rug from. I think it was like a collapsing building. But maybe, again, if this carpet is very rare, maybe it's inventor, it's enchanter, comes looking for it. And he's been locating object. He's been trekking across the world, across the sea, trying to find his beloved invention that he scrambled through the burned out house for days looking for it, only to realize that it was missing, or at least to hope that it was missing. And now he's found it, and he calls it some name that they've never heard. And you can emotionally weigh on the party like that and make that a moral dilemma in their head. And maybe the inventor says, like, I'll pay you anything. I'll give you another item. I'll trade you. I will do anything. Just give me my beloved blah, blah, blah back. And you can even make it like a dog, like, oh, who you gonna come to moment. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you can go with that, depending on how your party reacts. All that is to say, there are ways to get rid of things that the players have, or to encourage the players to get rid of them, but I never, ever, ever want to just stab it. Just be like, oh, your magic carpet's gone. Bloop. Goodbye. Yeah. I know they still had carpet. I thought they got... Because I watched the pre-show where they... I saw the pre-show where they went in and I thought they were in like a big building. Maybe it was Allura's tower. It was the thing with the elevator, because they were falling down an elevator shaft and the carpet was there. It was less of a they stole the carpet and more of the carpet saved their lives situation, which could be great for this moral dilemma. Is like carpet's owner comes back to get it, and the carpet wants to stay with them, maybe. And maybe that's a whole conflict. Like, there's a lot of fun things you can do. What up, Sam? Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Okay. Still, I mean, and especially if they want to continue working with Allura, that is very much something you can build in if you as the DM no longer want them to have the carpet. But yeah, I think you have a lot of options that aren't... If we assume that was Matt's intention, you have a lot of options that aren't this. But I don't think that was Matt's intention. I don't think I would go that far.
Slide.
Okay. As the carpet goes limp, you all begin to plummet forward. You need to go ahead and make a concentration check.
Oh my god.
Sweet.
To your constitution modifier.
16.
16?
Tricky bastard.
Okay. So you cast Fly multiple times. The spell continues, or people begin to lift up, and then the spell fades. There's something about these sigils that is canceling magic.
Oh, sorry,
However,
bitch.
the carpet is now going limp, and all of you are now plummeting down towards the acidic surface below. Your action was casting Fly. There is one piece of...
Oh, well, okay. He just said your action is casting Fly. And assumingly he's going to give other people other actions. So that is interesting. Maybe it could have been a con save to overcome the DC of the sigils. That could be kind of interesting. This is okay. So when I talk about my style versus Matt's, right? I have no idea what that meant in Matt's, right? No idea. But at my table, I've talked a lot about how, like, I make things very consistent. I want my players to know what to expect at every corner, at every turn. If I asked for a con save on that, like, let's say it was Featherfall, you know, something that is a reaction to falling. If I asked them for a con save, my players would look at me and be like, what? And I go, yeah, make a con save. And so because I have set up this tone of them knowing what to expect, when they encounter something that they don't expect, they know it's on purpose, right? They know that is essentially a clue towards the surrounding situation, towards the fact that maybe these sigils can be overcome with a successful con save. So I think that that's an example of somewhere where the tone that Matt has set up may be less effective at portraying the drama in this situation than I think my tone would have been. But that gets changed a lot. I think that the entire time they were in Iman, I think his tone was serving him really well with the Pike situation back in Iman before they left. So I think his tone was serving him really, really well there. So it depends on what you want, what things you want to highlight, what parts you want to make interesting and dramatic. Yeah, he really is staring daggers, isn't he, John? He is. Oh, he's mad. I wasted a spell slot on that.
Kind of open ground here that could fit maybe 2 people.
Torbjorn dives for it.
Okay.
Can I cast Wall of Stone and make a big poof stone underneath of us to support the...
I do love that there's a ledge that could support, you know, a certain amount of people. You know, maybe Keyleth wild shapes very suddenly. Other people have other options. I think that's very good, especially, like, I don't know how much beforehand he telegraphed the sigils, but kind of regardless, I like to telegraph the danger for them to experience the danger and then provide a difficult way out of the danger. That's kind of my, like, general setup. I don't like to just randomly surprise people. I've talked about this when I talked about Matt's traps, that I don't really like most of Matt's traps because they require people to check for them. And I think that they should be telegraphed in at least some way. Now, whether that telegraphing is obvious or not is totally up to you, but I think they should be telegraphed, the danger is experienced, and then there is some way out. It shouldn't be an insta-kill. It should not be... There should be no permanent results of experiencing the danger. Maybe there are temporary results like the loss of health, the loss of resources like spell slots, etc. But for like small, because this is essentially a trap, right, that we're talking about. I like this aspect of, okay, there's a way out of danger. You just have to maybe be a little bit creative with how you use it. Yeah.
Carpet?
Go ahead and roll a concentration check.
You know what? That's a really good point, Sam, that I had not considered. And I also don't know if it's intentional, but if it is, that's cool. I mean, it's sort of like what we talked about with the Emberhold of, like, really obviously theming a location can be really cool. And I think it would be really, really interesting if maybe there was a gradient, like a degrees of success on the Arcana check for the sigils. And one of the sigils, like one of the DCs, say it's like, I don't know, 15, told you very obviously, like, okay, these are magic negation sigils. They will negate all the magic that goes between them. You could have a lower DC that's like a 10 or even a 5 if you want to get kind of crazy and you want them to have this information, that you don't know what the sigils do, but you recognize them. You're fairly certain that for the brief moment that you saw the Rakshasa, you actually saw some of these symbols in the patterns on its fur. So now it's like, what's going on? And you can further build up the entire theme of this location. Just like at Emberhold, I really think you could have really built up a lava theme with him being like, hey, there's lava pouring over this castle, which is dope. That's so sick. Like, make everything in there about that. I don't care if it feels like you're overdoing it. Overdo it more. Because that's really cool, and you should tie everything back to that. That'll really help it stick in the players' minds. And it, to some degree, lets them know what they're experiencing, or like what to expect as they go further. And it can be like a cool thing of like, oh, what else can he do with lava? And then they find it, they're like, whoa, I never thought about that, you know.
Let's use this one.
Oh.
And my what?
I'm double checking.
3. Yeah. How many of us? There's 5 of us? Okay. If 2 of you can get on there, I can get the same resistance.
It's
My
Constitution
spell
saving throw, essentially, is what it is.
Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Why?
A con saving throw to what?
This is to maintain your concentration as you're falling. You're plummeting in your
13.
But what concentration? That's okay, that's what I'm so I don't love throwing out random detriments. And this is we go again to the theme, right? We go again to the themes of like Matt will just kind of introduce like a homebrew, like a quick homebrew rule that is only for right now, and it is, I don't want to say without the player's consent, but it's not without, like, the players aren't asking to do something that is not raw, you know? He will just kind of assume what they would want to do and build a non-raw homebrew in the moment. Which, again, it can be really good for pacing, for keeping them in the moment, depending on how it's received. It can be very dramatic. It can help build tension. But it can also really take them out of the moment, like here, with Keelah being like, why do I have to make a con saving throw? Like, this spell isn't concentration. And it's like, I'm falling? Why does that doesn't, like, I've read the concentration rules, Matt. That doesn't break concentration. So, but, like, Matt is interpreting it more abstractly of, like, this general concept of, like, concentrating, as opposed to the mechanical definition of concentration. Which, again, it results in differences in themes, but I think that tone is not doing this scene any favors.
Yeah. Unfortunately, due to the jostling, you're unable to get the spell out in time. So, Torbjörn, who else is jumping for the platform?
I go Eagle.
Sure, Sam. And you could even, beyond that, Sam, you could allow them, if they are trying to percept, one of the nice things about D&D's skill check system, and it gives a lot of power to the DM. I've talked about this briefly before, of all the player has to do is say what they are doing in the fiction, and the DM can do anything with that. So if the PC says, like, the PC doesn't have to state their goal. A lot of times it's really useful and it's nice to direct the DM, but it also isn't necessary. And so as a DM, you can do more, if that makes any sense. Like, you can ask them if they just, like, want to, they say, like, I want to understand the sigils. You can offer them an Arcana check to understand the sigils, but you can also, kind of out of nowhere, you know, just say, like, okay, you can do Arcana or Nature or Intelligence. And you can just, like, kind of side offer that to them. And if they choose to do it, then you can give them information that you want to give them. So you have a lot of control over the flow of information in D&D as the DM. And you don't need to be afraid to flex that ability to control the pace and control the narrative.
Eagle form. Keyleth catches herself before plummeting inside and
Oh, Keyleth shape changes! Keyleth shape changes. Whoop.
goes giant eagle form, kind of gliding past without an issue. Tiberius is falling. I want you guys to, Tiberius, Torbeer, Vex, and Cash to all make dexterity saving throws.
I want to tell me how I would go about doing this. As I follow the carpet, I want to try to pull up on the carpet and just land in the shit.
Okay. Make an acrobatics check.
27. Nice.
7. All right. So, what was your dex?
14.
14.
Yeah, Sam, I think it's valid to explain that to your players of like what's a higher DC, what's not. I also think it's totally valid. I think there's a couple of valid things. I think you can have the same check with like the same information on the other side. I think you can tie that to multiple different ones. Like sometimes I will say, roll this or this, whichever's higher, and they can just pick. Or sometimes I will offer them multiple options, and I won't even tell them what's on the other side of each one. Like I won't say what one has the higher DC, what one has this or that. Sort of the Baldur's Gate 3 approach. But I will offer all of those different things to them. And it is implicit, especially at my table, that normally different skills will at least skew or flavor the information in a certain way. And I have told them that sometimes certain skills have lower DCs, but they're, they wouldn't know at the time. Or their characters wouldn't know at least.
14 total.
17.
17.
12.
12.
But I also think it's like I said, I think it's totally valid to tell them, like, hey, this one has a higher DC, more info, etc.
So, Torbeer and Tiberius make it onto that small platform and barely catch yourself before plummeting into liquid. However, Brother Cash, you and it's about waist deep from where you hit and impact. Immediately, you feel just this horrible, corrosive, burning sensation. You, grabbing the carpet, lift and drift and come down into the section. This section has eroded more, and you are about to go up to your shoulders.
Okay.
Immediately, the two of you suffer 18 points of acid damage.
I'm wearing acid-resistant armor.
So you take 9 points instead.
Can I fly and pick up Brother Cash as an eagle and try and fly and drag
Don't
him
worry
to the
about him.
shore?
You can.
Is he gnome?
Cash.
No,
No,
it's
you're
human.
human.
Oh, I was like, get the carpet from him. Save
You're just barely catching yourself. You
Carpet's
can't talk to her.
fine,
She's
save
over the other way
Cash.
right now.
What? Okay, that's good.
You, however, are submerged in the liquid now.
Am I under?
You completely, like you're having to tread. If you're holding,
Underneath?
you are now underneath. Yep, you are completely
Is the
submerged.
carpet with me?
Carpet is with you.
Under the acid.
It is currently in the
Well,
acid
that
with
did
you.
not work. No.
Wait, carpet's in the acid?
Yes.
With him, yes. So you guys are still on the edge there. You've reach over and grab him by his.
Grab the carpet. Grab the carpet with you, Cash.
For these sorts of situations, I'm a big fan. Not to bring Baldur's Gate 3 into it again. In BG3, when there is a time-sensitive issue that comes up, even if you're not in combat, the game throws you into turn-based mode. Doesn't even have you roll initiative. Just throws you into turn-based. So it says, this person, whatever. And then the environment ticks after you all make your one action. And I am a big, big, big fan of that. I've said earlier in this watch-through series that I think Matt should roll initiative more often. Don't even roll initiative. Just put them into turn-based and give them like one action per 6 seconds. And let them do it in whatever order they want. Let them, do whatever they want, whatever they can. But I think that very similar to the boulder coming down on them, if you just kind of try to like speed demon manage it all in your brain, it can lead to people getting skipped and people not essentially being allowed to try interesting things. Like, I have not heard what Torbeer is doing. He dove for the edge. I believe he succeeded. If he got if he were to get a action after that, he probably would have like thrown down a rope to someone, or maybe, I don't know, done one of 100 other things. But because he is not actively in the danger zone, Matt's not really paying attention to him. The chat is a little cut off. Oh yeah, it is because I wanted people to be able to see the thing, but I'm also now realizing I could probably just do that. And that would be fine. And then I move over the OAC, and yeah, I think that's good. Then I can even center myself a little bit. Maybe move myself over to like there. Okay. Anyways.
He reaches out and grabs his hand, grabs the carpet even though it's sizzling.
The carpet takes
Not my day.
16 points of acid damage. As you're pulling it,
I wouldn't say it's a bad technique for home games, but I would call it a neutral technique. And one that I wouldn't recommend. Because I think it essentially relies it relies a lot on DM skill. It relies a lot on their skill to make sure that everyone has agency within the scene. Like, it is very, very easy when you're doing this style to just forget about a player that's not in active danger, and essentially take away their agency, take away things that they could have done, and they'll walk out of that scene. And you might even get, like, it would make sense in fiction to then aggress them, like, why didn't you do anything? And it's like, well, the real answer is I didn't do anything because Matt never gave me a chance to do anything, even though my character would have had a chance. But you can't say that in character, so it creates kind of a weird situation. Now, if you're good enough as a DM to avoid that sort of situation, it could work. It could work. But I also don't think that there's a huge detriment to going into turn-based. Again, I've come off the roll initiative wagon, and I'm just saying turn-based. Like, you say, all right, go around the table. Like, everyone gets one action. What are you gonna do? If you don't have an action, let someone else do it. Like, think about what you want to do. It's a little bit of a pace killer, but I think that it will keep people in the session better than just keeping up the pace.
I'm out. It's taking your turn to pull it out as opposed to try and escape from that point. You take another 15 points of acid damage. Until eventually you're pulled out from the entire pool and carried over to the other side. And then drop on the other side. Both of you guys pulling the carpet out. Partially, the carpet itself, its color has dampened. Portions of the corners of the carpet are dissolved, and you can see the liquid that's on it is still eating away at the actual fibers of the carpet. You're still submerged. You take another... be 18 points of acid damage, reduced to 9 again, that it's took last time. Now what are you doing?
Me?
Yes.
I'm trying to climb up onto the rock that is right there that I didn't jump onto.
Right here?
Yeah.
There's only enough room for 2 people.
Who's on it now?
Currently, Tiberius.
I agree, Restay. I mean, I think we saw the general consequences of this in the boulder scene, which it worked out fine, but Orion ate up all the air in the room just because he's talking faster, and because of him taking an action first, he put himself in more danger, which then led to Matt prioritizing him even more within the, like, who's doing what scenario. I thought it was kind of crazy. Maybe it's, it's not that bad, but, like, there's a moment where Matt is like, you can't do that. Everyone else, what are you doing? Sprinting? None of them respond. Sprinting? Great. Orion, what's next? And I was like, you just told him that he couldn't do it, and then you told everyone else what they were doing and just went back to him. Like, what was the point of that? And again, I think it's this real, he keeps like Matt's interesting. He keeps like a weird flame under his own ass sometimes when it's like in the middle of a really dramatic scene. But when there isn't direct drama, and when there isn't and when there isn't like direct, like, I can see it, danger, he really lets off the gas. And I would maybe try to aim for somewhere in the middle. A little order in the court. Yeah. And again, I used to recommend initiative. It doesn't even have to be, you don't have to sit there and add up everyone's initiative and whatever. Just Just say, round 1, everyone do an action. Round 2, like it can be fast.
Well, I guess I'm swimming through acid then.
You can try and get on there, but you probably push somebody else off.
No. I'm just gonna start wading towards the other side.
Okay, athletics roll. It is a very thick kind of will be liquid.
That's all right, because I rolled a 19, so that is
No.
a total of 21.
21. That'll be enough to get you just towards the edge. Pull yourself out.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Samuel. I mean, I don't know the vibes of Pathfinder very well. I know it's generally crunchier and slower. And so there could be an amount of like overcorrection. I know that I had that experience when I started DMing a new system, is I saw the strengths and I almost leaned into them too hard. Like, I was trying to avoid saying it to not tick the counter, but it's dumb. When I started learning Blades in the Dark, I had probably the first session or two where I leaned really hard into the abstracted nature of the game, which is a really strong selling point of that game. It's hugely effective in so many of the mechanics, and I overdid it. I went too hard to the point that it confused my players. Like, I went so much into it that it was an active detriment. And so that could be something that Matt is doing here, of them going from Pathfinder, which is much more structured, a little bit more crunchy, into a slightly more freeform system. He could be sort of overcorrecting. Or not correcting, but just like overdoing that aspect because it's new and he knows it's such an important part of D&D. I could see that.
Onto the side of the stonework, taking a final be 13 points of acid damage, half because of your armor. You take 7.
Snake man.
On the side, both you and Kishar are like touching yourself, wiping it off of the parts of the flesh. And you can see there's scarring on your skin from where the liquid began to dissolve some of the flesh in the outer layers. The carpet itself is still, edges of it are starting to burn away and dissolve.
Prestidigitation that shit off?
He's across the way right now, currently on the small platform with Torbjörn. What are you guys doing right now?
I want to look at the walls and see if there's handholds or some other way that I can try to like go across the wall, God of War style.
Looking at it, there are parts of the walls that have like slowly just become pockmarked from the proximity.
My thought was Assassin's Creed, but teach their own will.
You have this caustic vitriol. I mean, they're few and far between if you can attempt to do like a leap kind of parkour style, but that would be a pretty hefty feat of acrobatics to do so.
Well, as you may know, acrobatics are something we heavy plate mail wearing dwarves are extraordinarily good at.
You gotta swim and I gotta carry.
Is she still a
You can
eagle?
fly now.
Yeah, from the other side.
No, from falling. Oh, you burned out?
Eagle! Hey, eagle!
I'm just gonna swoop over.
There you go.
You grab Torbjörn?
Actually, eagles sound like shit. They use like a raptor or something like that. Eagles don't actually sound like that. Eagles are actually like.
Yeah, they use an actual raptor sound. They record from the wild.
Something like that. I don't know.
They all carry tiny little microphone things right here.
They have to construct eagle noises in post.
It's all part of the great eagle conspiracy.
It's all Foley. Everything with eagles. Frank Welker is the sound of every eagle that's ever been out there. I saw this great documentary about it on YouTube.
Giraffes, foxes, eagles.
Eagles. It's all Frank Welker.
Yeah.
Every other animal, Bradley Baker.
T. Bradley Baker.
BD. So, are you grabbing Tiberius or Torbjörn?
Voiceover humor.
Tiberius.
Right.
Sorry. He's more important.
I'll take out my mending wheel when I land and grab the carpet.
Fix that shit.
Nice.
Okay.
And then I go back with Torbjörn.
Okay. Take Torbjörn and lift him back over.
Oh, totally, Sam. Totally. Someone cracked up the whole group.
Magic Carpet has sustained fairly hefty
100%.
damage, and currently, the way you're reading it, its enchantment is fading.
Hurry, quick. Come on, Tiberius.
What? I'm fixing it. I'm using the mending wheel.
Okay. You take the mending wheel and you set it up.
Maybe get the acid off of it first.
I prestidigitate it off first.
Okay.
There. Throw it up there.
How are you doing?
I can walk. I can fight.
We should heal.
I'm not as pretty.
Let's heal.
And remember, if everyone rolled 2d12, you get that in your maximum, added to your maximum hit points from your meal.
He's pushing himself back as far away from the acid as he can possibly get.
You're
Okay.
It doesn't care how
Bad vibes. From
As you
Orion.
keep yourself back, you're looking at it. You can see it's all kind of flowing in this kind of direction slowly. It looks like there's a section of the wall here that's somewhat open, and you can see there's a pathway where it's kind of flowing through. this direction and is kind of coasting and then flowing out underneath the wall of the side. So you're just keeping a very close eye on that. You finish assembling the mending wheel. You take the flying carpet and you set it on there. The wheel begins to rotate, and as it does, the carpet kind of curls up, almost like a heat to a hair. It kind of just curls up on its own and begins to formulate this small cluster of material. You can see where a lot of its vibrant color is gone and left with dark, charred, and partially eaten away cloth and cotton. I'm going to ask you to make an Arcana check to attempt to use your concentration of knowledge of magic enchantment to maintain it.
18.
18? This is the
Wait a minute.
concentration of knowledge of magic enchantment to maintain it.
18.
18? To attempt to use your concentration of knowledge of magic enchantment to maintain it.
18.
Look. I know I don't like to be like like analyzing his fucking fingers, but that seemed quick and like too much touching for a roll. And I'm also, I think, a little bit more like examining because of the tone and attitude.
18? This is the okay.
Oh my god.
As the wheel spins
dude.
and spins, you can see as the color is fading and fading and
Fix your fucking face, dude. You can be annoyed. You can be upset, but don't make me look at it. That's... Tell you what else's parents used to say that to him. I just said that out loud, and I was like, you know, that common phrase. And I'm realizing it's probably not such a common phrase. My parents always told me, fix your face. You can feel however you want, just don't make me look at it. Megaphone dad and megaphone mom. That's primarily a megaphone momism. I can't even think about what my dad would have said. That was mostly when I was younger sort of thing, and my mom was more around when I was younger than vice versa. So I think once I was in high school, I had trained my face not to show it.
fading, the spark of enchantment in the carpet sputters and sputters.
I think a lot of people have the like, I never want to become my parents, whatever. And I think that there's kind of two sides of it of like, I figure out all the ways of like, oh man, like that's how that affected me. Not like necessarily or like inherently negative. It's just like, oh, I'm that way because of that. like that's just the reason, whether or not it's bad or good. And a bird will poop on it. That's pretty good. I like that one. But yeah, I mean, I look at fucking parents, and like, you know, I'm 25, and I met a lot of my friends when we were all religious, and some of them still are very religious, and so a lot of them have kids. And I look at raising a child, and I'm like, wow. What work? I don't know. Like, I feel like when I was a kid, I did not appreciate the amount of work it was to raise me. Like, especially when you're a young kid, but even as like a high school or teenager, like just how much of another person's life you take up. And maybe it was also because I was an only child with a single parent. Well, a parent and a half. And so there was a little bit more like one-on-one attention required sometimes. But yeah, man, it is just so hard to grasp. And like, I still like, there are a bunch of negative shit about like my childhood that I don't want to repeat. But there are other things where I'm like, oh, I just didn't get it. And like, even if that is kind of negative, it's actually not that bad. And like, the alternative was like me being like publicly embarrassing for like 3 hours and making like other people around, like strangers around me, uncomfortable. So, you know, it's, you know, there are some areas where, yeah, I give them some grace. But yeah, dude, the vibe coming off Orion right now is insane. And I also just realized it's 7 o'clock. Hour and a half flew by like nothing. I hope you liked part 1. I've been watching a lot of Taskmaster, so I'm gonna call it part 1. That's part 1. Get ready for some adverts. Not really. I wish. And let's take a bio break. Get some water. Go to the bathroom. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Oh, we're back. Woo, it was a quick one. It's a quick one mostly because I didn't need to fill up my water. Because it is not as empty as all that. But we are back. I hope you guys had a good bio break. Welcome back to part 2. Part 1's in the gutter. And it was the worst time. Well, we will see about that. That makes me feel like there's something going on here.
And then the threads of the flying carpet begin to reattach and reform, and areas where the damage to the carpet begin to ravel back out into a fully functional formed carpet.
I mean, he looks like he's going to fall asleep, which I can't imagine is the actual emotion, and therefore he is like that half-lidded stare. Like, to me, I look at that and I'm like, oh, I'm so done with you. Ugh, don't even, you're describing stuff. Cool, whatever. It's like, dude, fix your face.
Many will eventually.
You can be neutral. Don't be actively bitchy, dude.
It comes to a stop.
Bitch is a bad word. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's like petulant. Actively childish, maybe? I don't know.
The spokes of it collapse inward and the carpet unfurls. A solid, seemingly untouched piece of material.
Cool.
A mundane carpet.
Oh. Well, that could have gone better.
It was a nice carpet.
It's a waste of fucking time. Let's press on.
I'd like to mass cure wounds first.
Okay.
Fuck.
Vex is gonna kill us.
Yeah.
Who's that?
My sister.
Oh god, we just heard them scream from the other room.
Also, my sister. Ooh, dude. Because, okay, like, he didn't say my sister, he said my sister.
My sister.
My sister. That like waste of fucking time is almost it's almost an encapsulation of everything wrong with the Orion Tiberius relationship, because like, let's put yourself in that situation, right? Let's put yourself in that situation as Tiberius. It's not like you were trying to do something extra. Like, maybe it's like, oh, we're like going somewhere, but then it's too dangerous, and then we back out, and now we lost something. Maybe that's waste of fucking time. You have to go this way. You went the way you went. If he was narrating about how upset he was with the Rakshasa, if he was narrating just how upset he is in general, but like that specific verbiage of waste of fucking time doesn't make it. What was wasting? Like the mending wheel effort? Like, I don't think that there's a way I can read that as coming from Tiberius. I think the only way I can read that as like an audience member is coming from Orion. And that is so uncomfortable. That is so uncomfortable to say that to your other players in DM. Dude. Yeah, it does have some player versus DM. Yeah. Dude. It like that verbiage is so telling about what's going on right now. Yeah. Yeah, an enchantment check for one action. Yeah, it really is. I mean, to some degree, that we're getting into a little bit of homebrew hell here. And this is one of the problems with Matt's tone, is this exact situation. Like, I've never had a huge problem with it. I've always said, like, you know, it has problems, quote unquote, in general. But they've never been like really apparent. This scene is a really good example of like, why did, like, the carpet wasn't destroyed? Why did taking any amount of damage make it non-functional? Like, that's not raw anywhere. And so if you want to damage something, you do have to make some amount of homebrew about it if you like want to damage something that doesn't have HP or doesn't have AC. And it makes sense for after a certain amount of damage taken that it would, like, the enchantment would disappear. Like, all of that makes sense intuitively. But when it is something so loved and valuable to them, and I mean, it was, you know, I can say it's generous to let him like enchant. I mean, it's generous to let him enchant in the first place, because that's not a thing in D&D. But like trying to let him prepare it, trying to do an Arcana check, like, yeah, that's nice of him. But that entire sequence, I don't know what they could have done differently. And maybe there was something, and maybe there was something that I missed, but in the way that he ran it, I really don't know what they could have done different other than just not go there. So I don't know. I mean, Orion is being a shitty poopy pants about it. Don't get me wrong. Like, don't misunderstand me at all. But this sort of behavior is a risk factor in this DMing style and tone. So, like, if you're going to take this tone, which I think is a valid tone, by the way. Again, I don't want this to come off like I think this is wrong and that Matt shouldn't do it this way. If you're going to take this tone, you need to be very careful about the consequences of actions. Because there can be occasions where, like, if you're doing homebrew rules like this, like con save during the falling, and you're like focusing in on certain people, it can be also it's no spoilers. There we go. But yeah. I think that Orion is reacting to it terribly, but I don't think that Orion's feelings are out of pocket, like out of his frustration. Again, he's taking out his frustration terribly, but like I can imagine that I would be pretty frustrated if I was a player at this table right now. And I think that the other people, like the guest players, have no attachment to the carpet whatsoever, right? But I think these two are putting on a good performance, and maybe they are okay with the consequences and all the ways that it worked out. But I don't blame Orion for being frustrated. I just blame him for the way that he's going about it. Yeah, and Will's really trying to bring it back. Yeah. I mean, and you're totally right, Sam. Like, most of the table is just trying to move forward, trying to move on, like, and that's what you should do as a player. Like, you should try to move past the moment and discuss frustrations with your DM out of session. Or, I mean, if they're extreme, bring them up in the moment. Like if a line is crossed or something. But a frustration how something's run, that's, ideal out of table content. So, I mean, I really appreciate the other players in this situation. If I can bring it a little bit positive, I think this is reflecting really, really well on Marisha and Liam of just taking something that I, as an audience member, think is frustrating and just rolling with it, and they will deal with it later, and they're staying in character, and it's like, oh, like Keyleth is just like, fuck. And he's like, oh, my sister. Like my sister's gonna kill us. Like, those are in-character reactions, right? Those are them staying in it, which is great. I mean, that is really impressive player behavior. Yeah, it felt a little bit like a magic item trap, yeah. Especially, like, again, I talked last time at the end about how this corridor is very obviously and clearly designed with the foreknowledge that they have a flying carpet, right? Like, that is sort of like inherently part of the game at this point. And so for him to design it knowing that the flying carpet was a really big risk factor, like, I don't know. It, yeah, I don't know. I'm down to risk the players' lives all day. They have HP, they have healing, they have teleportation, but when you start fucking with their stuff, it can get really emotional really quick. In the sense he was playing a shitty trap and maybe separated from a pattern of attitude, it'd be easier to swallow. 1,000%. Yeah, if this was not Orion that we were talking about, honestly, if this exact outburst had come from Liam, I would just be like, damn, Liam's upset. But it actually like wouldn't probably annoy me that much. But yeah, it's a pattern of behavior stuff. And regardless of the reason, you still need to conduct yourself like a member of the team. Like you're all still friends. It's a member of the team. It's not personal. You didn't lose. It's just consequences. He pointed out the sigils. Yeah, they did, and failed some checks, but no one tried testing them through a rock, cast a spell, something. I mean, I don't disagree. I think that there's to give the players a little bit of leeway. I think that there's the implicit pressure of pacing and of not getting into analysis paralysis, which I'm sure is funny because I'm sure that they spend so much wasted time in analysis paralysis. But there's like an implicit pressure on them to not check things out as thoroughly as you might at a home table. And I agree that I definitely agree. And I think that there is like a significant threat there of, like obviously they know they're flying over acid. They know that acid eats through inorganic shit. But I think this goes back to the tone stuff of like, maybe this trap actually isn't shitty, but it becomes a little bit shitty when combined with Matt's general table tone that he set up long before this of kind of being able to bend the rules positively or negatively in any given scene. And the rules in this scene seemed to be weighted against the players. Sometimes they're the exact opposite. Cough, cough, Kavarn fight, where Percy got, like, advantage for everyone on saving throws. That was ludicrous. And so, like Matt will bend the rules in ways that are not fair and that don't allow players to have solid expectations. And I don't think that he is against or for the players. I think he does it for drama and pacing and understandability, which is kind of in the same pacing category. But this situation is a massive risk because I think you're right. Honestly, I think it's not that shitty of a trap unless you take this tone. And then I don't know. I wouldn't do it. Part of me thinks that Matt thinks they rely on it a bit too much and maybe even wanted to undo it. Yeah. I mean, I kind of gave my whole, I won't rehash it, but I gave my whole explanation of like, if you want to take something away from players, it should be voluntary. And this path does not feel voluntary. This feels like the way they have to go to complete the quest. And so that gets into like the intent of it is like, was it a trap to get rid of the magic carpet? In that case, I don't like it. Was it a trap that just so happened to get rid of the magic carpet? Still don't love it, mostly because of how he ran it. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Holding limp carpet. Man down, man down. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really important. And even if I had a conversation with them about it, I would still not invent a situation to get rid of it without essentially them getting anything in return. Because that carpet has been part of their decision-making, and it is like a built-in part of their assets. And so randomly taking it away can, regardless of how it feels or how it's been affecting balance, can just feel real shit. Yeah. I totally agree, Hans. I really rarely use acid because acid is so same thing with lava. Honestly, I use both lava and acid pretty sparingly because they are both really intense substances. Like, fire is way better. Bottomless chasms, deep pits. I don't know. Like there's a lot of things I would use before lava and acid for the exact reason that you're saying is it can feel odd from a consistency standpoint. Like it can feel it really chucks us into the plane of the fantastical very fast. Of like, okay, I suddenly have to all of a sudden just abstract a lot more and like really not rule of cool, it was the opposite. Like I have to suspend my disbelief even more from reality than I already was in a very quick moment. Can we get 5-second rewind for the Vex scream? Yes, sir.
Oh. Fucking time. Let's press on.
I'd like to mass cure wounds first.
Okay.
Fuck.
Matt loves acid. Ugh.
Vex is gonna kill us.
Yeah.
Who's that?
My sister.
Oh god, we just heard them scream from the other room. Oh my god.
On a delay, they just so ready.
Yeah, they did. We're sorry.
30
Half of
seconds.
the party.
We're gonna
die.
kill us.
20 seconds after it happened, and we heard them scream from out there.
Why are you being so poopy today, Tiberius?
I'm cranky because I haven't slept. That's why.
Just take a moment for the carpet, please. We've had a lot of good times with that carpet.
Had a lot of good times.
You've had that carpet for a while?
We
That was our
found
first
Florida
carpet.
on that carpet. Never mind, let's not talk about that.
Tugger has no attachment to this carpet.
No.
Looking for exits.
Nor does Kasha.
Nor does Tiberius.
Well, I do.
I know.
My sister's gonna kill me.
Vex
specifically.
is gonna be so angry.
Much.
Structural elements of it.
I give
What
Vax
did
a.
he just say? What did he just say?
Looking for exits.
Nor does Kasha.
Okay, go ahead.
Nor
and
does
make a check.
Tiberius.
Well, I do.
Dude. I'm debating whether or not to tick that because that the nor does Tiberius. You know what? I'll give it to him. I'll be really generous. I'll say that because I can buy into that's maybe something Tiberius would say in this moment. But woof. Oh yeah, also OAC over 5. Knock it on the bingo card. Yeah, man, that is super poop. Super poopy. Yeah.
No.
My sister's gonna kill me.
Vex is
specifically.
gonna be so angry.
Much.
Structural elements of it.
I give Vax a.
Okay.
I give Vax a hug.
Are we curing the wounds too?
Yes. What's the total amount of cure?
It's a half-elven
Mass cure wounds?
Total amount is
we had.
I want to keep casting
at
everybody,
all.
if I can.
I would say mass cure wounds, just as a tactical standpoint, is a better thing to save for combat because it's like I think you can do one round and heal.
Oh, it's
everybody.
instantaneous. Okay.
So,
Alright, then I will.
this,
It's instantaneous.
So this
alright,
you would more want to spend your level 1 cells
yeah.
to people as you go.
I think I'd like to do that. I'd like to at least cure myself with my level 1 cure then.
Okay, go for it.
Let's kill this tiger.
Like cure
Alright, so
wounds.
Well, and then they decided not to long rest this dude. Yeah. He was nuking, noving. Yeah, dude. Which I mean, that's the point of sorcerers. Like, get with it. You can't be poopy when your party doesn't want to long rest because it doesn't make sense in fiction. Save your fucking points, man. Yes, Robin. I think these are delightful. The way that the guests are playing their characters, the way that these two are playing their characters, incredible, delightful. For the bingo ticket is just 5 on the OAC. It might as well be a. There have been some episodes. You know what? We might have. Maybe we can. We'll leave it at 5 for now. Maybe I'll update it to be like 8 or something. Maybe a little bit higher. There have been some recent ones though. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you need slings, you need darts, you need something ranged, man. Oh man. That's a really funny image. Yeah, I think they're all playing
this area.
it
The wall is solid stone.
and it's literally hard to even imagine what Tiberius looks like in this because of how poopy he's being. Because he's not like really going along with them, but he's also not with his people. Yeah.
There is no apparent exit. You take a while and kind of inspect the wall, but it just seems to be solid walls. Either the exit may have been part of the collapsed wall, or there is no exit to this room.
Equal to 1d8 plus my spellcasting ability.
No, there's no, Matt. This cannot be a dead end. There has to be something that they can't see. I'll be upset if this is actually a dead end. That.
I can't seem to find a way out of here. Maybe.
Sorry.
Maybe your skills can.
Yeah, that's an 8.
Sorry.
There's time to mourn the dead.
He's like a member of our family, man.
I got an 18 on perception.
An 18 on perception.
So we're at a dead end on the other side of this shit?
2. I certainly hope not.
Looking around the wall, you can see there's a section where you both kind of look over on the far end in the corner, and there is a small paneled stone that seems to have a slight mismatch in the texture of the rest of the wall.
Good.
You kind of, as you're both over the wall, you see it, and you take that cue and walk up and kind of shove the plate to the side, and it glides to the side slightly, and there's a small 3 foot by 3 foot kind of entryway that exits to this side of the room.
Man, we almost lost the carpet that one time too, and we found
She's
it.
still talking about the carpet.
I'm sorry.
I know. We were literally just swimming in acid.
Look, Tiberius, just for sentimental value, we'll put it in Grayskull Keep. Just put it in your bag.
Yeah,
please.
can we?
It's already
Yeah,
in the bag.
we can hang it up like a tapestry. That'd be nice.
No, We can just make it fly again.
As you guys are having this conversation, Torbier has disappeared through a small pathway that he found. Him and Vaxwell found out of the room.
Folks, we're moving, and I follow.
Okay. You step through a...
Snap for cash. Snap for cash. The guest players are great. I have problems that I talked about last time with guest players in general. More on like the systemic issues, not any individuals. These are doing great. These guest players are all so dope.
15-foot corridor that immediately opens into another room that has a small kind of lower, that's the Latin term, foyer area, and a slight step up into a large contained room. This room is not as dark as everything else you've gone through, which is part of light source. This one has a very, very faint series of braziers along the walls that have like almost like a slight ember torch light lighting the vicinity. Looking inside, you can immediately see what looks to be another small stream of that same acidic vitriol that is kind of slowly pouring across the floor, and this appears to be the source that you saw before that has been trickling through and is eating into the side of the wall immediately to your left. Along the walls, there are sets of armor of varying size that are just kind of set up as ornamental pieces. And in the center of the room, there is a 10-foot tall stone statue that stands before you. Humanoid, male with slicked long hair that goes to about the mid-back. You see fine robes that look beautifully carved out of this kind of mid-dark gray stone. The face is very chiseled and handsome, but on top of the forehead you see these two hooked horns that continue upward. There is not two legs, but one singular cloven hoof at the bottom of its torso as it stands, and you can see from the eyes the source of the green acidic liquid that drips down like tears, pools.
As all villains always are, Sam. Is it the goat hooves for you? It's the goat hooves for me.
Onto the ground and spills out of the room.
Oh no, what? Raphael? No! Wait, you're gonna take my parasite out and I have to give you my immortal soul? Say less. What? Wait, I would just do it for free. Lower your voice when you say that. You're gonna self-report. Self-report what, Samuel? What do I got? What do I have to self-report? That I'm into hooves? You'll never know. I could be lying. I could be lying about anything. I'll start taking the J Schlatt approach where I constantly lie about my personal life, so that if I ever do slip one day, I'll be fine. Seems like a good strat to me.
Well, that's not good.
Kashad, does this mean anything to you?
You guys are entering after?
Yes.
I step away from.
Oh, sorry. Raphael's a Baldur's Gate 3 reference. He's a demon. Very, very handsome, sly-talking devil. Or not a demon, devil specifically, in Baldur's Gate 3. And he's like, hey, I can get you the parasite out of your head. It'll just be a little devil deal. And I'm like, oh my god, I'd do it without it. Let me keep the parasite. I'll just take the deal. It's the warlock inside of me. I can't help it.
Should we do a religion check on the statue?
You may, very much so.
18.
18. You recognize very clearly from your religious studies and your travels, this is...
Also, before we move on too much, and I just want to show kind of what this looks like, and why I don't, and why I ultimately agree that I don't think it's a bad map. Oh, this is all the other investigation bullshit. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. So you have the beginning, you have the end, you have the sigils in between, and you have the ledge down here below the sigils. And you have these purple challenging paths, you know, from beginning to ledge, ledge to end. And it's a very easy path from down here, and probably another purple path from the sigils to the end, because this is all over the acid, right? And so, like, I think that this setup is actually is totally fine. especially if the challenging path, which in this case is the acid pit, right, having to get over the acid pit, I think it's fine to put an obstacle in the middle of a challenging path. But and obstacles don't always have to be obvious on how they're dealt with. So like I don't think that anything was like inherently wrong with this design here, especially because there is an extra challenging part of like going from beginning to ledge to end. You can theoretically kind of go below these sigils. Now, I don't know if the sigils take up this entire kind of vertical slice. That wasn't overly clear to me. But I think some amount of, needing to maneuver around these sigils is totally fine. Short video idea. Maybe Dicebrain and your DM friends put off bad deals to your world. So I would take a lot of deals. I'll tell you that now. I would take a lot of deals. If you were on the purple path, you would give up? What do you got against purple? What do you got against purple? My college colors were purple. Right? I don't really have any purple clothes. If I was on challenging too hard, you just give up anytime you're faced with any sort of challenging path. Just go around. Just give up on the Rakshasa. We're not gonna find him. Too hard. But no, this is I don't mind this at all. The only thing I would sort of say about this is that Nemo taught me around, not through. The only thing I would say about this is that I think I would generally prefer it. And this is just my own personal. So, like, looking at this map, there's no reason that you would go past the sigils. Unless this ledge is, like, unless the sigils are still affecting it, and so this ledge is, we're still in obstacle territory. A much stronger preference that I have for general map layouts is something akin to this, where this is white. Well, actually, where there's basically none of that. None of that. This goes across, and these are both white. It seems very very obvious, but this is a general format that I like a lot better for challenging path obstacle relationships. So there are paths that are not laid out with obstacles. Maybe there's a set of stairs down lower towards the acid that goes down to this ledge, but the ledge has a big boulder blocking the way, or it has a goblin guard. I don't know. There's something down here that is providing an obstacle, but it's very easy to get down to it. And then the challenging path kind of bypasses that obstacle. So it's either you choose to fly. Let's say that there's 3 archers down here, and for some reason their feet are melded to the stone so they can't move. But you have to go down these stairs and then up the stairs, and there's nothing challenging about doing that. So either you go down and you deal with the archers, and then you have an easy way back up, but you might have to spend some resources, maybe some spell slots, some health, what have you, or you take the challenging path by flying above the archers, and they shoot at you the whole time. So they shoot. And that's a challenging part of it, but you don't actually have to deal with the archers in order to get from beginning to end. So it's just challenging. That's the type of setup I prefer. Having an obstacle in the middle of the challenging path is okay, but it basically makes, like, however hard this challenging path is, it accelerates the difficulty of it big time. So this acid pit was already a very, very, very dangerous thing, just inherently. They get knocked off the flying carpet, they're, submerged in acid. Bad news. If something happens to the carpet and it touches the acid, clearly, according to how Matt handled it, there's a risk that by even going over this, they could lose permanent items, like permanent magic items. So this purple was already a significant risk, and by placing a red in the middle of a purple line like this, so by placing an obstacle on a challenging path, you are essentially ensuring that they will have to spend more time in or on the path itself, raising the danger level. Like, the whole point of a challenging path is that it is less dangerous than an obstacle, but they have to deal with it for an extended period of time. So essentially multiplying that small challenge, which makes it really useful for like high-level characters where you can present realistic challenges that they just have to deal with for a while. Now, so anytime you add an obstacle in there, they not only have to spend resources to get past the obstacle, but they are extending the amount of time that they're on these purple paths. And maybe that's okay. Like this, I'm going to talk about this more on Sunday. This map notation is not to tell you what to do or not to do. It's to help you understand the map that you're creating. I don't know if Matt comprehended just how dangerous he was making this acid. Maybe he did. I mean, it's totally possible. But you are essentially taking the same path and multiplying it by 2, essentially. Because you're splitting it up, you're probably really extending the time that you're on it. So, all that is to say, like we've kind of hit on, I don't necessarily think that this is a bad arrangement. But it is certainly, it creates a really interesting obstacle bottleneck of like, they were going to have to deal with those sigils. And if you have to deal with something, I would be cautious about the risks involved. Like, if they have to deal with these sigils, they have no other choice, but you're locking what they do behind a skill check, I maybe wouldn't pose the risk of losing that big magic item because they had to go past it. And if they just fail skill checks and don't inquire more into it because they think that the skill check has handled it all, then I don't know. Not great. Nemo taught me around was made white because the tripwires were set by kobolds so they could walk under them. A PC was a dwarf and was just short enough to walk under as well. Delightful. I love that. Like, a challenging path doesn't mean that you can't deal with it. Say, like, you can still neutralize the challenge. It's just meant to represent a path that has a challenge suffused throughout that you don't necessarily have to resolve. Like, for example, the ghost was an obstacle, right? It was red. The ghost they had to deal with, or else they could not pass through. But you're totally right that a challenging path, they didn't have to deal with the tripwires. They could just walk right under them. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're done. And I love having a good ratio of red to purple in all of my maps. Because they have kind of distinctly different feels and tones when you're actually in it, and different possibilities for how you can approach them.
Dissipator, who is one of the archdevils of the second layer of hell, also known as the Iron Duke, and is considered a master of politics and manipulation.
Aha.
The Iron Duke. I'm going stealth now.
They roll stealth.
Master politicians and deception.
Politics and deception.
I cast great.
I think that counts. Yeah, I think that's rolls check before Matt asked. They said going stealth and then Liam rolled. That's too soon. Matt didn't ask you to roll for stealth.
Invisibility.
Alrighty. I will say it's at this point that you, as you all kind of assembled and you hear a voice echo through the room.
I don't think he did, Logo Man. Oh, Matt said roll stealth. I thought that was Wilfred Dell saying that.
Messer politicians
Never mind. Never mind.
and
I back it
deception.
up on
Politics and
market.
deception.
I cast Great Invisibility.
Already.
Hey, man, I make mistakes. That's why I like having
We'll
live
say,
chat to correct me.
It's at this point that you, as you all have kind of assembled in, you hear a
Also, maybe newcomer, maybe not. I can't tell if I recognize your name, but welcome if you are a newcomer. Fuck you if you've been here before.
voice echo through the room.
I hate my returning viewers. Ugh.
It starts off as this low, kind of simmering growl. This-
I think that this is more of a general issue with 5e skill checks. They abstract so much that it is very easy and very simple to just boil it down to a game mechanic. I'm going to try to persuade them. I'm going to try to intimidate them. And I think that sort of behavior is incentivized by the system. Now, generally, Rob and I agree. I like to have my players pair what they are doing with that stealth, even if it is as simple as I am getting down and I'm crab walking. I'm getting into a little squat, which is actually exactly what Liam did last episode. Last episode, Liam talked about how he was like golem walking for stealth. So you can totally do it. Yeah, like picking my spots, trying not to creak floorboards, whatever. There's a lot of ways that you can talk about going stealth. And I agree that I want my players to do it, but I give them a little bit more grace, especially when they're new, because I think that the system really sort of gets you in that mindset pretty easily. Welcome, Logo. Welcome.
I ask
Glad to
you
have
all this question. Why do you hunt Hotis? Why do you come seeking me dead so fervently that you would continue past such terrible losses and dangers?
Looking around the room, you see no source of the voice. It seems to be either omnipresent or loud enough that the echoing of the walls doesn't give away any location.
Our hand is forced. We are bound by contract. I do not personally wish to be here.
What if I could tell you, this contract you are bound to, that there are ways of getting around such magics?
Why should we trust someone who chooses not to reveal itself?
Why should you trust someone that with very little reason sends you to your death beneath a prison cell to die in a pit of acid?
We're not dead yet.
I think a lot of people do, Logo, man. A lot of people see stealth that way, and I think it's partially DM's fault. I've been guilty of this. I heard Matt do it during the dragon fight, where when you roll really high stealth, like when you get a really high stealth result, a lot of times DMs will say like, "Oh, you're practically invisible," which I think a lot of times we do to highlight how good the check was. But I think that kind of language sort of leaks around and can really infect the thought process around stealth.
What is this offer that you speak of?
You could try and kill me, and you may very well destroy me, but I'll be back. Or we could choose to make a deal. Perhaps a separate contract. Equally binding, but nowhere near as dangerous as this one. And I would say, as part of this deal, perhaps...
I mean, how skinny are they, though, Restay? Like, what kind of table are we talking? Are they halfling? I don't know. Melt into terrain is a decent substitute. Yeah, you can talk kind of about, like, camo-type actions or activities, yeah.
We could do some business down the road. You've already walked into my place of business and disturbed my customers and briefly, nearly,
Also, I'm just throwing it out there. Any character I've ever played in any game would take this deal without even thinking about it. Call me, get the Warlock simps in chat. I'd be so down with this instantly. Fuck the Slayers take. They're assholes. They fucking got us on a law that we didn't even know existed, and this person is offering not only a way out, but we can fuck off from this quest that we hate, and we get to do business with them later? Yeah. Why would I not be doing that? But I'm warlock brained, so who knows?
Ended my business venture for the time being. This is a very angering thing for one who spends a very long time building these ventures. And I have plans. Looking at the both of you, I could see that perhaps you are not,
I totally agree, Sam. Yeah, it does kind of inherently make those things less interesting and kind of gives you almost an excuse to easily make your battle arenas more interesting. Of like these, once you highlight that, fog and shadows and stuff are significant, like things that they should be significantly aware of in any given scene, then just adding that to a battle map can make it that much more interesting. You're basically giving yourself more tools to play with as a DM. Ignorance of the law is now an excuse. Look, you know what? To my D&D characters, yeah. I won't lie and say my D&D characters are plenty flawed. And to them, yeah, ignorance of the law is is an excuse. Yeah. Yeah, win-win. I agree. With the breaking a deal with the literal bounty hunter guild. Well, what are they gonna do?
bound by the moralities that such silly folks in Vasselheim seem to cling to. Am I incorrect?
Can I
Why
make
don't
an...
you,
Good.
why don't you come out and speak to us face to face? Hosier.
Hosier.
Or Hosian.
Hotis.
Ah, so your real name is Hotis.
If that is your real name.
It is the name you know. That is all that is required. But I think you know as well as I do for myself.
Yeah, that's fair, Hans. Yeah. There is that complication that's, I mean, it's somewhat of a complication, somewhat of a, plot contrivance, you might say, so that the consequences of this game don't ripple out too far. But yeah, no, I'm sure none of us would ever take this deal. No way, no shot. It would never happen.
I will remain unseen, just as your friend has. Now, will you let me leave? We can have this conversation in the comfort of my own room. In fact, we could throw a small party. I have the means to do so. You've already proven quite skilled at combat, and I would hate to think you would throw away an opportunity for what paltry sum they're offering you for a temporary victory.
Torber steps back and blocks the door.
Okay.
Does anybody trust this guy?
No deal.
No.
I don't think it's a real
He's a
bad idea.
he serves the god of politics and deception.
Does he?
I'm assuming.
That is a factor. That's the whole politics and deception worship thing is a legitimate factor here that we have to consider before doing business.
Is this that same guy?
Well, I'm assuming if he's got the statue of
This is his clubhouse.
the
Iron Duke himself.
Of Iron Duke.
I'd like to make an insight check and see if I can just get a sense of how confident
Go for
he
it.
feels.
20 motherfuckers!
The curse breaks.
I want to know everything about him. I want to know his parents' name. I want to know his social security number.
Wait, did I miss it? Did he? I'd like to make an insight
Just get
check.
a sense of how confident
Go for
he
it.
feels.
Okay, he got to go for it. Let's go. Also, nat 20. We could also theoretically count this as Keyleth has a moral dilemma, but I wouldn't consider this a moral dilemma, at least yet, and it's not being directed directly at Keyleth. Nat 20 for bingo and a historic moment all at once, and really, the bingo and its, place within the wider Critical Role metaverse, they really are equally important, so I'm glad you brought them up in the same sentence.
I want to know everything about him. I want to know his parents' name. I want to know his social security number. I want to know what his bank account balance is, and I want to know his Ashley Madison password.
I want his house burned to the ground.
As you're all taking in the still and very creepy omnipresence of this Photis character, you, in hearing the voice, it is a very trained voice. This is an individual that has spent the entirety of their life manipulating and toying with the emotions, minds, greed, and goals of others to get its desires itself, both self-preservation and the progressive expansion of its own territory. You can tell in its voice there is a hint of fear and a very, very heavy coating of words that are very well practiced and silver-tongued. But you gather that there is very, very little intent to follow through on its side of the bargain, and everything is designed as misdirection to send whatever it's made a deal with to its eventual doom.
Dang it.
It dies.
Well, now it'd be weird if I took it.
Do you hear me? You die in this room.
Let's kill him.
That is unfortunate. I would like all of you to make a perception check right now.
Oh my god.
Nope.
What am I gonna take? Let's give me this guy.
13 total.
Not bad. 23.
19.
23.
5.
Okay. Both Keyleth and Vax, you looking around the room, it is still, there's a little hint of movement. When you look over and at the statue itself, there's a little glimmer of something shift. You see what appears to be this amulet or necklace of some kind that was resting around the statue vanishes.
Oh, son of a bitch. Can I want to cast Fairy Fire in that direction, like right where I see the glimmer.
Okay. First off, everyone roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
Combat.
Just in case anyone was worried, if you thought perhaps we'd slipped into some sort of odd parallel universe where I was competent or in any way able to do anything, just to let you know that we are in fact in the same reality, I did just roll another one.
Well, that's a 20-1 back-to-back in either order. Holy shit, we are pushing through this bingo sheet. Whoa.
Oh my god! I can fly!
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it nicely balances out. You can't let him have too much. You can't let him think he's hot shit all of a sudden just because he rolled 120. Gotta put him back down.
You got so much insight, though. Torbir is just slow because he is processing and dealing with the rage and anger and the memories of betrayal that he has experienced.
I don't think we're gonna get a lot of vocalization or role playing out of Tibbs, John. So you might be fucked on that one. We'll see. We'll see. It might happen, but he's been distinctly quiet since the carpet got what do you call it, melted.
Experienced, having heard these sounds come from the mouths of others before.
And with that, 20 or higher. 15 to 20.
No, 19.
19. All right. 15 to 10.
14.
13.
12.
Wow, look at that. Wait, so 14 was Cash?
Yes, sir.
13 was
Me.
Keyleth, and then Tiberius, and then... Alrighty. All right.
All right, for combat, we're gonna go up in playback speed a bit.
Top of the round. Okay. You hear some footsteps, and there is a brief shimmering, and you see across the room a form appear in the far corner. You see immediately this humanoid figure appear. Long reddish robes, humanoid body, but the head itself is this dark gray, feline, tiger-like entity. This long, pronounced feline snout, big fangs dripping from it, long whiskers, this sadistic grin on its face, the amulet that was once adorning the statue now around its neck. Where its hands are, you can see the hands are actually backwards and upturned in these nasty-looking claws, and it continues and releases its hands in some sort of arcane form.
Bless you. I spent a lot of time during the first episode, during episode 20, talking about how much I liked the way that he was setting up the mystery itself, the Rakshasa being the mysterious goal. And I won't say that I think it's like resolving poorly, but I do think that there was a little bit too much for a 2-episode arc to actually resolve it, I think, in a super satisfying manner. Like, this is fine, but it's a little bit less than I was hoping for from a mystery that I think Matt did a fantastic job of setting up, and then it just wrapped really quickly when it should have, like, climaxed into, like, a new level of, like, mystery investigation, like right around the Velvet Bombardier or whatever it was. And instead, it basically just resolved the entire mystery flat out, and we just transitioned into a whole different type of thing. Which I understand the pressure, especially as a DM, to have more combats, to have like one combat a session. This is advice right now. You do not need a combat per session. You don't. You can have lots of things that suck up resources that aren't combat. And you can also have much faster combats, but regardless, I don't know. I think that my read of this, at least, is that Matt felt a little more pressured to do a dungeon crawl towards the back half of this to have a combat, and I think that maybe missed the potential that it had during the first session. You can kind of feeling the deadline is a really good way to put it. Like, they can't do what I did last fucking stream, right? They can't. They've got Will Friedle and Will Wheaton for 2 episodes. They don't have them for a third. And so they can't decide, oh man, this 2-shot is actually not going to be satisfyingly wrapped up this session. Let's push it out to a third. Like they can do with the normal party, or like you can do at your home table, whatever. So yeah, it's an unfortunate maybe confluence of just the setup and the out of game pressures. But unless you have guest players, well, yeah, and I told y'all about my feelings on guest players, and I think it depends on like what your motivations are behind the guest players, and if you want them to, you know, experience all of the different parts of D&D. I think Matt needed small combats to soak up resources and then took away from the space needed for a satisfying mystery. Yeah. I mean, I think that you either just need that to be out there. You can suck up resources with traps, and the great thing about traps is that you don't have to go into initiative, so it doesn't slow things down as much. You can soak up resources with lots and lots and lots of challenging paths. You can soak up resources with just natural phenomena that kind of trick the players into wasting resources. So like, for example, Matt talked about how there was this invisible werewolf. Now, I think in retrospect, that was the Rakshasa shape-shifting into a lichen trope and then going invisible after the fact. But you could have made that an illusory thing. Like, you could have made that an illusion. And so then they waste some resources trying to like approach that. You can also, I think another really big thing about the pace and about the expenditure of resources is really not allowing them to long rest. So 3 days for 2 sessions? No. You do 1 day, 2 sessions. If it's a limited series like this, do not allow them to long rest. Put out deadlines that say, over the course of this quest, you cannot long rest. You know, make it a day deadline, you know? So that they are constantly having to push themselves and not regain any of their resources. So now every single thing that they encounter that sucks up resources is draining away from the entire quest. Because like as a DM, there's no way, I'm being flat out. There is no way to make, I think, a satisfying quest that accounts for 3 allowed long rests. I don't think you can do it. I over 2 sessions. Sorry, I should say a 2-session quest that allows 3 long rests. They just have too many resources. Like that's all additive, you know. So like you have to imagine that Orion doesn't have his max number of sorcery points. He has triple his max number for the duration of this quest. Now, there's, again, complicating factor of the other group had to have 3 days because he built in travel time. So, a lot of complicating factors here. But it must be so difficult to exactly plan out enough material for 2 sessions, not going over or under. Yeah, you really have to think about it. It's kind of like when we talked about the Alamancer, like custom class idea. You have to think about it in terms of resources expended over long rests. And so you have to say, well, I want them to have these things happen within the session, and then these things happen within the session. In order for those to be satisfying, that will suck up 1 long rest worth of resources, maybe 2 long rests worth of resources. And then you have to plan out the deadlines and the fires and the motivations, the drivers of that quest line around that long rest, that certain amount of long rest time period. It's a weird thing to think about like determining deadlines after the fact. But you really only have to do it when you are on like a limited session arc. For a regular campaign, you know, if a quest takes an extra session, who cares? It's not that big a deal. So yeah. Big thing I took from Brennan Mulligan's DM style was an interview where he talks about going like 8 sessions with no combat and his reasons why, but def agree with combat isn't necessary. Yeah, you don't need it. You just want to have satisfying quests. And like satisfying can be deriven from a lot of places. Combat is very satisfying. It can be really, really satisfying to have like a good combat. And sometimes it is necessary to write the sort of quest you want to write and the type of storyline you want to write. But it's sort of like when I was talking about the Underdark, the session that they wasted. I think it was session 5 or session 6. The session that they wasted, and someone asked me the question of, you know, Matt considers himself a world builder first and a DM second. And my general response to that was, okay, then that means that you either have a boring world or you are, as a DM, you are showing the wrong parts of your world. It's kind of like that with this. Like, a 3-day deadline makes sense for this. But within the larger context of this being a game and this being guest players and all of that, do something else. It also relates to when he was, in my opinion, wasting time with the Tiberius questline with the hag. It's like, yeah, that's interesting. That's not bad world building. That's not bad quest delivery, but do it some other time. You, as the DM, if you are a world builder first, which I also consider myself a world builder first, but I need to know when to pick and choose which parts of my world to display, which ones to abstract, which ones to scoot over, which ones to delay, and which ones to modify in the moment because they don't fit how it's actually going down. That's the responsibility of a DM. So it's, but all of that being said, they are under very unique pressures and circumstances, and I don't know, like, Matt is still a full-time voice actor at this point, and he has so much pressure from this being an actual play that I don't want this to be an indictment on Matt, but just, like, looking at this and keeping it in mind for if you ever have guest players, or you ever want to do a 1-shot or a 2-shot or a 3-shot, and how you might plan those sorts of things out. That's fair. The amount that they want to RP is unpredictable. I think the main thing to balance really is what opportunities you are giving them outside of each other. They will always RP a variable amount with each other. that is also why sometimes I don't do this as often as I probably should. But sometimes I will build in DM shortcuts for myself where it's like, if the session is taking too long, I have an alternate plan for how to give them, clues or how to display the terrain, even sometimes the shape and structure of a dungeon. I will have a planned spot where I know that I can basically shortcut things without contradicting anything I've set up to that point in session. Sometimes I will literally build that in, like a shortcut that doesn't exist if they're going fast enough, but a shortcut that does exist if they went too slowly. And those are sort of really just pace control. So yeah. And like I said, I don't do that all the time. Also, Evil Jazz Hands was very funny. I don't remember who commented that, but I was in the flow and I forgot about it. By my calculations, I think we're on pace for estimating your asides time to finish close to midnight. Okay. I'll keep it on 1.5. I'll try to talk less. But also, it's a weekend. If midnight's the thing, midnight's the thing.
And with that, Tiberius.
So I don't get fairy fire off on him first?
No, that's going to be on your turn there.
Poop.
That was what the initiative roll was for. Yes. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom save.
Hold on, what is he doing? Is he casting a spell?
He is.
Yes.
4th level counter spell.
Counter spell.
You have advantage on wisdom saving throws.
All right.
Just throwing it out there because of our food.
Again, so you do that.
No, shall not do nothing on my watch. No.
All right.
I love that you felt like you had to clarify.
Yeah, we have a little bit more flexibility since it's Friday, which is something I've considered, but it's also tough because I don't think I want to lock down Friday as a consistent day because I know that for myself and for many people in the audience, Friday's maybe one of the only days where, like, I go out and do things occasionally. So I don't want to lock it down as a regular day, but it is really nice to not have to worry about how long I'm going.
So he goes and finishes a charm person spell towards you. You just release it with your ring and the spell dissipates from his grasp. It growls under his breath.
I hope you see, by the way, I'm invisible still.
You can see.
Bastard!
He's smart.
I'm still sitting.
Yeah. Even though you're invisible, he looks right at you and casts the spell. You gather that there's something about him that can see through invisibility. With that, he's gonna go ahead and move.
Again, I'm gonna highlight it really quick, but I think that this episode is a really good example of the difference between me and Matt's tone. Like, I would not have had to explain that to my players. If my players go and look and be like, "Oh, I'm invisible," he still could see me and cast a spell. I'm like, "Yup." And we move on from there. And a lot of times they don't even ask. But Matt has to take the time to say, like, "Yes, are you sure? Yup. He looked right at you. There's something about him that can see through this." Like, it's a little bit of extra explanation. Because sometimes he's wibbly and wobbly with the rules. Sometimes to detriment, sometimes to benefit.
That direction. And at the end of that brings us to Vax.
All right, well, I earlier rolled a 32 on stealth, but I don't know if it means shit right now. But I'm clicking my boots of haste and moving along the wall.
Clicking boots of haste.
On the wall here?
Vax clicks his boots. Write it down.
Oh, no, I'm going to stay put. I'm just going to attack him. I'm just going to throw dagger through the air.
Okay.
From the shadows. I have no idea. He might be able to see me like a predator, I don't know.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so, but he already moved, right?
He did, yes.
There is a certain amount of that, Restay. You're probably not wrong. I hadn't really considered that before, but there is probably a certain level of over-explanation for the audience. Oh, yep. Oh, did he also dagger? Holy shit. Clicks boots, and I don't have dagger. Fuck. Damn it.
So I don't get advantage for assassinate, but we'll see if I get sneak attack damage. That's a 3, so that's shit. That's a 9 plus. That's 15.
15 misses.
Dagger.
That is 21.
21 does hit.
That was the dagger of life stealing.
All right. So first one kind of spins off the second one, and then it ducks out the other one. Hits him on the side of the shoulder.
Now you tell me, I was sitting in the shadows roll 32. Does that matter with him?
Right. You can go ahead and roll sneak attack.
Okay. So. 5. 22. Yeah, 22.
20 damage. All right. It smacks into him. It hits him.
Dude, probably restay. Also, I just realized I hope the dagger is in there. Because I don't know if I put it in. For some reason, I had dagger under Ashley instead of Vax. So dagger may not be on the list. I am correcting it for next week. And by need, I mean we definitely don't need because it.
Impact, though, seems to almost be partially absorbed or shrugged off. You're not entirely certain. It feels like it should have hit harder, but nevertheless, you took damage. Alrighty. That you stay put? Stay where you are?
I'm going to move through the group, directly counter to him behind the statue, yeah.
There. Alrighty. That'll end your turn. Now, Cash, you are going at the same time. One of the nearby larger armored pieces of armor comes to life and steps forward. You can now see there is a large humanoid form that is built out of a giant breastplate with shoulder pauldrons, a helmet, and these giant stone-like fists and feet that come lunging forward. Portions of its body are made of like a thick leather or wood structure as it comes bursting forward.
Love being a summon.
What's that?
A go.
You can hopefully make a check on your turn.
Obviously, go.
But, brother, Cash, what are you doing?
Let's see how tough this guy is. Let me cast a quick Sacred Flame on the new... first one, move into the room.
Okay, move there? Further in?
Yeah, I want to get it to where eventually we're going to try to get a semicircle around him.
Okay.
So maybe, closer to that, that area, right around there. We'll get kind of a crescent going.
Okay, cool. So this is about as far as you can get there.
Okay,
Move this turn.
perfect.
All
Of course.
And then, let's try a quick Sacred Flame on
Against which guy?
Against the new
here?
entity, yes.
All right, go for it.
That's you, all right?
Yeah. So, all right. So this is a saving throw. All right.
I actually don't know. I literally don't know if it has 2Ds or not.
It does make it saving throw.
Hooper.
I rolled a natural 19. So as you release the Sacred Flame, it seems to almost just ricochet off. There's some sort of a magical essence about this creature's construction. So that ends your turn. This entity here now, it is going to step forward right here. And you can see it kind of brings its fist up for a second, and there's a small gem that's embedded in one of the stone fists. And you can see it's kind of pulsing with stored energy. It puts the fist forward as the rock shots in the background as Otis instructs it and points forward towards you guys. It puts the fist forward. The gem glows red and then releases a very familiar looking little bead of red energy.
Is it a spell? Do I recognize that as
It is a spell.
Is that a disintegration ray?
Counter spell.
You've already used your reaction this turn.
Damn it.
As this, you guys look over and see this as the red beam comes and hits the back.
Good job, Orion. That was fine. He tried. Already used his reaction. Never mind. Coming back.
Wall and detonates in a large fireball blast that
fucking
encapsulates
fireball.
the entire opposite side
Using
of the room.
evasion. I'm just going to hit the ground and roll.
Okay, so that'll be a dexterity saving throw for all of you.
Ooh, yeah! Natural 19. 19.
7.
7. Fail.
I'm assuming by this
18,
face it's a
24.
1.
24.
Well, I mean, I know what you're
Get a
thinking.
one,
You're
get a
thinking,
one.
oh, clearly I haven't touched my die. The last time I rolled my die, it had a 1 on it. But in fact, I did roll another 1.
I feel like we're this close to starting the apocalypse. Like
Well, yeah.
with each one that you roll, like
One small black hole is getting a little bit bigger in the
yeah,
universe.
yeah, like somewhere deep beneath the Vatican, there's like some monk who's running around screaming as all like their artifacts are cracking in half.
They are.
It's amazing. All right, well that is 33 points of damage to Torbier and to Brother Cash. Half of that to both of you guys.
How much was the first one?
What was
It was 33. So half of that would put you at
What do we
16.
have to hit? I rolled a 16.
If you rolled a 16, it would be a 16. So
I made it?
So you made it.
Ha,
You take no damage.
nothing. I hit the ground and roll. Stop, drop, and roll, people. Stop, drop, and roll.
We're busy right now, on fire.
All right. So as that is the creature's turn. It kind of finishes itself, pulls back. However, the gem now goes to a dull, dark state. No more stored magical energy. Cash, what are you doing?
I gotta heal myself, unfortunately, because I'm getting down there. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna have to cure wounds.
Okay, at what level?
That is wild, Sam.
Cash is a higher level.
I know. I'm not sure I want to yet. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna mass cure wounds right now, just because I'm so low.
Okay.
So it's level 5.
Okay. So mass
Dude.
cure wounds. Everyone.
Will Friedel has really been wanting to use mass cure wounds. Every opportunity he has been. Like, do we need to mass cure wounds? Anyone need that, or because I can just whip it out right now. It's kind of easy, honestly. I mean, it's pretty cool. If only he knew. Helium 5e is shit unless you're dead. Yeah. I mean, Helium everyone does feel great though, so I get it. I very much get it. Robin, I have dude. Speaking of a homebrew that I wish Matt did is something to modify going unconscious to make going unconscious more detrimental, because that's my workaround to healing being shit.
Heals. Let's see here. What is the?
Did you do this to them? Did you come to watch them die when they were playing?
So it's 3d8 plus 5.
3d8 plus 5. Where are these?
Plus, you get a healing bonus as you are a healing player as well. With
Okay.
your special abilities.
Oh yeah, you get +2 to all your healing spells.
So 3d8.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Nice. Okay, that's good. So 17.
Oh, I mean, true, Restay, true. I don't blame him for not independently coming up with it. But it's actually really funny because it's not that dissimilar to his Revivify rule, honestly. And so it's kind of interesting that he didn't just extend it out a little bit. UA Unearthed Arcana. Yeah. So the new UAs for 1D&D have been dropping, and one of the earliest ones had a change to exhaustion that I fucking love, where it takes exhaustion from being this incredibly punishing system that is like difficult to even dip your toe into. Like the first level of exhaustion is disadvantage on all, I know it's on all skill checks, but I believe also on all attack rolls and saving throws even. It is, even if it was just all skill checks, oh my god, how detrimental. Disadvantage? Are you joking? Just ability checks? Okay. Just ability checks. But even so, horrific. And now the exhaustion that was proposed in the UA is you take -1 to basically any time you roll a d20. Ability check, saving throw, attack roll. Are those all the times you roll a d20? Basically, anytime you would roll a d20, you take -1 per level of exhaustion, and it goes from 6 levels of exhaustion down to 20. So now you can have like all the way down to, and then at -20 you die, because you literally, how are you still alive? Or maybe, oh wait, actually maybe it's not 20, maybe it's 10. I might be exaggerating. It's just -10. Restay knows. But either way, it is actually more detrimental than the old system when you get down into the lower ranks. Like a -6 or a -7 is more detrimental than disadvantage. Disadvantage is approximately -4.5. So the moment you get to the 5th level of exhaustion, it's actually more detrimental than the original one was, but it is so much easier to get there. It's so much easier to hand out 1 level of exhaustion as a DM because it's just -1. So my thing that I'm going to do the next time I DM D&D is every time you go unconscious, like you go to 0 and start making death saving throws, you get 1 level of exhaustion. So that way you are maybe incentivized to stop from going down, maybe not. It's up to you. I've seen some people complain that there's no movement speed reduction. I don't care. That's my general take. I don't care. I think you could complicate the mechanic more and say like, okay, at 5th level of exhaustion, you take like -10 to movement speed or something, or like maybe for every 3 levels, you take -5. I don't think you need to complicate it that much. Personally, I think it's really slick just being -1 to d20 rolls. I think it's very straightforward. It's super easy to remember and very simple to interact with, and an incredibly potent tool for DMs. Like even on, I've thought about this a lot for failed abilities rolls. I can literally offer. I've thought about this as a fun homebrew mechanic, because this would be homebrew, very much so. Of allowing people to lower the DC on a check by taking a level of exhaustion. So I'll say like, okay, you didn't make the check, but I'll let you succeed on the check if you take a level of exhaustion. And now, like, you know, there's some fun decision making there, because again, -1 ain't that bad. It only starts getting bad when you start, getting more and more and more. I've used it on my group. It's great. It opens up the opportunity for me to offer. We're just talking about this. Creative ways of reducing exhaustion. Oh shit, that's a really good idea. Thank you. Yeah. And I also, this ties into, I actually really like, I don't like it in specific what they did to Ranger in that UA. But I liked how Ranger had this class identity in that UA of being like, the tireless trekker through the wilderness, never gives up, never gives in, is like this bottomless fount of stamina that can just push through where others can't. Because I believe that in that UA, Rangers had a feature, I think 3rd or 5th level, where a short rest could reduce exhaustion, whereas everyone else, it's only long rests, which I thought was just an amazing feature for Rangers. I was like, oh my God, that's so flavorful. It is like now a mechanic that they can interact with even more because of that. So I don't have honestly super strong opinions about most of 1D&D. I fucking love 1D&D exhaustion.
+5, you said? So that's 23.
+2.
+2, so
Plus 7 to each, actually. Plus 12 level 2.
So
So it's plus 7 on top of that.
+7 on top. Okay, now you confuse me. Now there's all these numbers. So we've got 17 plus the 2, so that's 19. Plus 5.
5, yes.
Okay, all right,
just
so
call
there
it
we go.
50.
So it's 24.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody gets 24, is that right?
24 points.
Oh, nice.
3. Back up to full. And remember, you get plus 2d12 to your max hit points because we ate good food. Nothing beats a home cooked meal.
Did everyone keep track of that?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So catch that.
Hans, that's so sick. That's great. I love that, especially for an Eberron type beat, like a noir, where there are like these really tight deadlines, all these mysteries, and so maybe players are choosing to skip nights of rest, like they are choosing not to take long rests because they have these super tight deadlines and they don't need their resources back, but they're taking exhaustion every time they skip it. But they're then drinking the coffee to reduce it effectively. God, that's amazing. Oh, yeah. I don't. Oh, yeah. That's so great. Ranger's Tireless, which is a 10th level. Oh, so that's already a Ranger. I think they moved it earlier. I could be wrong. Honestly, didn't know that it was even a feature in 5e because of how little exhaustion is used. So yikes. Yeah, dude, that is huge big brain shit from Hans. I think that simple mechanics that are really easy to interact with, as like baselines for your game do really, really well. So like I think that the skill check system in D&D is really fantastic. I think it's one of the reasons for D&D 5e's success. That along with advantage and disadvantage. I think that taking away a lot of the stacked riders from 3.5 and moving to an advantage disadvantage on all the skill checks is one of the major reasons that 5e is so palatable and accessible, even though compared to some other systems, it's on the crunchier side still. Advantage and disadvantage on skill checks is so stupid clean. And I would love to see exhaustion go in that route of like, let's just make it stupid easy, stupid clean, and then we can interact with it a lot and make these cool potential complications, potential more complex mechanics on top of the really nice base mechanics. Dallas being the third part of the Deft Explorer feature from Tasha's. Oh, that's probably why I didn't recognize it. I've read over Tasha's Ranger a few times, but I've never played at a table with a Tasha's Ranger, so I'm not as familiar with how it goes. But that's dope still. Yeah.
That's your move, that's your spell, that's your turn, you're done. Keyleth, you're up.
Fairy Fire. Poof, right on the Rakshasa.
Alrighty.
Rakshasa!
You go ahead and you cast Fairy Fire, and you can see the energy coalesce and dissipate.
Son of a bitch.
The Rakshasa unaffected entirely by the spell.
None of a magical words again. You know what I'm going to say. I'm speaking draconic. I'm sorry.
I look at him and I go.
Nothing will work against him.
And I go. And now I'm going minxy.
Okay.
My accent's off.
Going minxy.
Tiger on tiger.
Tiger on tiger.
There's a website for that.
I saw the show at the Bellagio. It's amazing.
Now, you guys watch as Keel's now angrily morphs into this large, white saber-toothed tiger that roars in the ground where she once was. You can move still if you wish.
I'll go ahead and I'm going for Rakshasa, so I'm gonna head this way.
You have a speed of 40, I think.
My speed is 40.
You can get right up next to it. Yep. So you just run around the side of the giant statue and right up in the face of Otis personally.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Bring it.
And Achilles' turn. Tiberius, you're up. Tiberius, you're up. And Tiberius, you're on deck.
Okay, fine.
Forward.
Do it to it.
I'm going to attempt to cast slow on both of them.
On both of them?
40-foot cube, 120-foot range.
Okay, cool.
Center in the center where it won't hurt anybody else except for them.
Okay.
Actually, I think I can pick who I affect as an effect. And that's what I do.
Okay.
Down. I think that will Rakshasa.
Okay.
We have to do it.
What's the DC on it?
Dude, Orion actively avoiding our bingo card. He's like, I don't want to hurt anyone. I want to make that clear at the start of this.
17. The golem-like creature, which if you want me to check right now. Let's see if you can finish it. 21. You haven't seen one of these before, but you've heard about it in passing, and you feel like there was a story once about it. It's referred to as a shield guardian. It is linked to whoever wears the amulet and manages to share damage should the wearer take damage.
Oh, that's interesting.
Elementary.
It also slowly repairs itself over time. So yes, you cast slow. The Rakshasa appears unaffected. However, the guardian does seem to... its movements seem to shimmer and shake as it's forcing its way through the arcane net you've now cast around it.
Cool. So now it takes a -2 penalty to its AC, and its dexterity saving throws.
And it can't use reactions. Yep.
Sweet.
Ha ha ha.
And I move as far away from everything as I can.
Okay. So where are you going?
Not bad.
Over here?
Yeah.
That's about as far as you can get away from everything. Alrighty. That brings us to Torbjorn.
Am I close enough to charge up and hit that guardian?
You could. I'd say make him... you could probably leap over these other pops, so you could do that.
I would like to do that.
Okay. You leap across, you kind of grin and bearing as you just dodge over the bits of acid and cringing as
I'm accustomed to failure.
and you rush up to the side with your axe, and...
So I'm going to make my first, I'm going to use my, so I'm going to use an action surge.
Okay.
So I get an additional action. So that was my move, right?
Correct.
So my additional action will be to make my attack. Does that mean I get to do 6 attacks?
Oh.
That's gonna be 6 points. Go for it.
Right? Okay, so here's if I'm going to use a maneuver, do I have to declare it ahead of time?
I would say yes.
Okay, this is D20 for each of these?
This is a commander's
I roll
strike.
4 of those D20s.
Oh, here we go. This is science.
Come on.
13. Okay.
23.
23.
It is, yeah.
Nice.
All right, so this is a
Good.
commander's strike. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can
He's excited. He's getting up. He's like, oh my god, I hit. I get to use an ability.
forego one of your
He's
attacks
ready.
as a bonus action to direct one of your companions to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see you or hear you and expend a superiority die. That creature can immediately use its reaction to make one weapon attack, adding the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. So I would like to direct the tiger thing to attack the tiger thing.
I'm there.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Okay.
No, that's my first attack situation.
Yeah. So you go. So first roll your damage from the strike.
Grr.
6 plus 6 slashing damage, 12 slash.
12 slash. Nice.
And then, so she. Now, do I roll the superiority die for her, or does she roll it?
You give it to her. And you can roll it now and she'll add it to
You
her
don't want to touch this, so just roll a d10.
Good to know. I'll leave this.
All right. So now he looks to you and gives you the opportunity to attack the Rakshasa as a reaction.
So I'm gonna do my bite attack, and I get to add this to my
damage.
to damage. Okay, so that's 15.
15. Misses. You strike out, and the Rakshasa, right, your face just ducks out of the way and kind of has a small cane to its side that it kind of knocks your strike to the side.
Okay.
So, unfortunately,
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Second attack.
Do I get to keep this, or was that the only time?
That's the only time.
Oh, remember.
Aha! That's a 2.
All right. Sorry, you hit the side of its armor, just ping, deflects off the side with a loud ringing sound.
Attack number 3 is a 3. I guess a 13 is not good enough to hit that thing.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, attack number 4 is this 27.
Yeah.
Hits!
How about that?
Yeah.
Put some damage on that one.
Okay.
Balance out.
This is going to be a. Shoot. Sorry, my thing got wrong. Apologies. Sorry. Oh, this is ruining the dramatic tension.
We'll fix it in post.
This is a precision attack.
Okay.
So I use a superiority die and I add it to my damage roll. Right? Did I read that right?
That's added to your attack.
Son of a bitch. All right, then I'm just gonna roll regular damage.
Okay.
Motherfucker. That's 1 plus 6. 7.
7 damage.
7. That's my
right.
5th attack.
You have 2 more.
That's another 1.
And roll your last one.
All right, here's my last attack. Oh, it's an 18! Yeah! I crit on an 18!
You crit on an 18?
I crit on an 18! Son of a bitch! No, I don't! Fuck me!
I was like, wait a second, he's not a champion.
Even your memory betrays you.
I know it does. 28? Is that
28.
hit?
I think it'll hit. Go ahead, roll damage.
Great. Oh, and let me just look at these things and see if any of this useless stuff is going to do any good for me at all. Oh, you know what? I'm going to use this as a maneuvering attack. I can expend a superiority die to maneuver one of my comrades into a more advantageous position. And then one of my comrades can move. There's no point in doing that. I thought I could move the bad guy, which is what I would like to do, which is what I can do if I ever push it. All right, so can I use my riposte? When a creature misses you with a melee attack, use your reaction and expend a die to make a melee attack against
You do that for attacks.
Great, okay, so I'm just going to remember that I have that.
So just do your damage.
Great, yeah. So I'll just remember. That's a very active. Man, I feel Will so hard that I'm like, okay, I have to say it out loud. I'm gonna remember it. I'm not gonna forget what I could do on my turn. And then we're gonna get to it, and he's gonna forget.
Alrighty. So out of 6 strikes, 3 make contact. You're starting to carve sections into the leathery kind of connecting areas of the shield guardian. You're doing damage, but it's still pretty hardy and holding itself up. That ends your turn, Torbeer, up the top. All right.
I think that the Rakshasa might just have blanket magic immunity. I don't recall. I've never used a Rakshasa before, but I think I've been in a game where one was you were wondering if I knew. I see. Yeah, that is what it is according to my memory. I wasn't sure if I was right. I don't remember a lot about the Rakshasa. Because I think it was like we had a couple of branching paths in like the first campaign I ever played with, so like 6 years ago, and I one of the options was to go and fight a Rakshasa, and we chose a different one. Anything under 6th level. Oh, I see. I remember there being a conversation of we found out it has vague to avoid spoilers. I see. That makes sense. But yeah, I if I remember right, I was a full caster, and then every single other one of there were 3 other players, and all of them were third casters. So it was an Eldritch Knight, it's a Storm Barbarian, but I think we didn't know if the auras would be affected by the Rakshasa's magic resistance. And then a Paladin. Or I guess a Paladin's a half-caster. So we were like, okay. And we knew that the Rakshasa somehow had a way to negate magic, but we didn't know if it was like an item or an inherent thing or just with this guy. So we just chose not to deal with it.
Hotis.
Nah, it's all good, Logo. You're fine. It is definitely it's a goal, but it's not like you're not gonna get banned for it or for even stepping close to the line. So you're all good. Not a spoiler. Mega is just bad at D&D. Yeah, we'll go in that with that. That's a pain in the ass power. It really is. I've talked about how I don't like counterspell. It's essentially just the biggest counterspell in the world. It's just unlimited counterspell. I don't love that. Especially on top of everything else about the Rakshasa. Like, I think it's kind of not random necessarily, but it like the shapeshifting and the invisibility go together very obviously to me. They're like, visual deception type things. I would prefer to see more deception type features. So like auditory deception, where they can mimic the speech of others. I'd like to see maybe a wild magic-esque feature where they can basically do like aggressive meta magic, like counteractive meta magic, where they can like actively like weaken spells or change spells to be like unexpected. I think that could be cool. But But yeah, in general, I don't love just like fuck you abilities like that. Cough, cough, legendary resistance. But I also think specifically for the Rakshasa, it doesn't feel as like it goes with the other ones. My actually side. No problem. The adrenaline rush counterspell gives when you have to roll is crazy. You'll see a few through the campaigns. I know I will. I have this it's one of my brain worms. Like of like not liking counterspell, and I can't fully explain it because like I have reasons, but the reasons that I have are not enough to justify how much I don't like it. It's just one of my brain worms of like I don't like counterspell. I don't like legendary resistance. I don't know, although to be fair, at the point where creatures start getting legendary resistance, you have to have it. I've talked about this before. But just any ability that's just like, hey, that thing that you're doing, fuck you, you don't do it. Congrats, waste of turn. That feels bad to me. I didn't want to spoil the aha moment. Yeah. No, that's fair. I think it's it's totally fine to ask me about what I know, things like that. All good.
Who is unhappy next to you is going to let's see. He's going to disengage here.
Do I get a free attack?
And also, to be fair, shameless plug for the Discord. We have a spoilers chat in the Discord. I know you weren't intending to talk spoilers, but if you did want to talk spoilers with other members of chat, other members of the Discord, there's a spoilers channel in there that I do not see. I do not look at it. So you can feel free to get as spoilery as you want. They're necessary parts of a system that needs that design space filled. Yeah. But it feels like there should be a more elegant solution somewhere. Yeah, and I try not to be too... I'm fine with saying I don't like something, even if I don't know how to solve it. But I hesitate away from saying that something is bad if I don't know what I would do instead. So, like, I don't like legendary resistance, but I don't think legendary resistance is bad, because I have absolutely no idea how I would balance monsters at that level if they didn't have legendary resistance. I had some ideas about ways I would modify it, but still. I don't know that those are amazing either.
Oh. Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nope.
I was actually going to stay back here. And it's going to look over and glance at... Yeah, it's going to glance at you.
For those of you who didn't see that episode, my idea was to have basically... Because I just realized I said that, and then, unknown. I would prefer some sort of shield as opposed to a number of uses. So essentially like temp HP as opposed to negating attack altogether. So monsters, at very high CRs would have maybe a certain number of spell slots, or maybe one of my thoughts was you almost treat it like mirror image, because mirror image essentially gives you additional AC. And every time someone hits or would have hit you, but the mirror images, or actually, no, sorry. I'm describing this totally wrong. Anytime someone misses you because of the mirror image, the amount of AC that the mirror image gives decreases. But you can still hit people through mirror image. So essentially what I would want for LR is something like that affects all saving throws across the board, right? So maybe they start off with +10 to all saving throws. Or fuck it, let's go +20. Let's go something ridiculous. And then every time that resistance, that +20, resists something, it decreases by 5 or something like that. I want a way that you could theoretically still get past the resistance, just like mirror image. And it's something that runs out, like you have to chip away at it, but it is not as just like no as legendary resistance. I feel like you suggested a version of LR with a creature has a pool of basically inspiration dice they can use on any of their saves. That would also be cool with me. Yeah, I'd be down with a creature instead of having 3 LR, they have like 10 LR die, like a die pool of like 10 that they can roll and apply to any given save. I think part of it is also I want it to be less of a chess match, like player versus DM, so that like the players can't always like I think that makes it 2 player versus DM, because LR is something that is meant to abstract something that a creature inherently has, and therefore it is weird to narrate the creature deciding to legendary resist. It's like a very hard thing to narrate in a flavorful way, and so it really reveals the hand of the DM, because every time that an LR goes off, you know that it is not because of what the creature thought, it is because the DM decided to do it. So I don't know. It's a very weird mechanic, and I would have to test out other ones, because I'm not even sure that the ones that I described would be good, but I don't like legendary resistance.
You, Vax? You see this time it's going to go ahead and it pulls itself back in with this kind of grin. It catches your eye, and there's a slight shine to its connection there, as it whispers something under its breath. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, but with advantage.
Because even the inspiration die LR pool still runs into the problem that I just described of the hand of the DM. That's why I like the more naturalistic solution that maybe I didn't come up with that last time, that I just came up with, of the mirror image type solution, where they kind of have this shield, this like diminishing shield of resistance, because it would almost mirror their health going away. It's kind of like an over health or like an over shield, but only for saving throws, which I think is kind of interesting. And it would feel better to narrate the flavor around that of like this thing slowly weakening, rather than only being there when really powerful spells go off for some reason.
I'm so glad I made such a hearty meal.
Hot and
15.
15?
This is crazy accidental use of the heroic feast. I did not anticipate it being this useful.
Total?
Yeah.
All right. Second time in a row, your mind is not your own.
Oh, for the love of...
I will kill you all.
You feel the will of the rock Sasha take your...
Samuel, I don't mind that. I don't mind LR that you can only use on another creature. That at least solves the hand of the DM issue a bit. I still don't love it for some, the base reasons that I listed before, but I do think that really does solve the hand of the DM issue. Yeah.
Mind is you are dominated by it.
Is this something he can save
Wait,
from, though?
Wait,
Yes.
what happened? Is this a spell being cast?
Yes.
I'm possessed, man.
Oh, punish spell. Fourth level.
Pay attention, dude.
You currently
Pay
don't have visual
attention,
on him.
dude.
I just done that shit already. This moment already happened.
10 foot
Yeah,
statue.
dude. You got it. What was he doing? Is he
I
just
will kill you all.
is he just like
Feel the will of the rock Sasha take your mind as you are dominated by it.
Is this something he can save
Wait, hold
from,
on.
though?
Wait, is this,
Again.
what? Pay attention, bro.
Yes.
what happened? Is this a spell being cast?
Yes.
I'm possessed, man.
Oh, punish spell. Fourth level.
Pay attention, dude.
You currently don't have visual on him.
I just done that shit already. This moment already happened.
10 foot statue's right there.
Possessed. I'm possessed.
Shut up! I'm trying to...
Also, did he just say who cares? Wait, you currently don't have visual on.
I just done that shit already.
What's this little
Possessed,
motion?
man.
Oh, punish spell. Fourth level.
Pay attention, dude.
You currently don't have visual on him.
I just done that shit already. This moment already
I don't know what he's saying. I don't think he's saying who cares, but
happened.
10 foot statue's right there.
Possessed. I'm possessed.
Shut up! I'm trying to save
on
you.
that shit. Same team. Same team. Same team. Just trying to
Okay,
break
yeah,
up
there's
bad
a
habits.
big statue between the two of you. Unfortunately, the 10 foot statue. So you
I based. Will being like same team, and it's like I'm trying to break bad habits. Dude, pay attention. Exactly, Liam. Like, this is the sort of shit I'm talking about at the beginning. Will is who did Will? I don't know if he said shut up. I thought he said who cares, but I couldn't quite. Oh, he said shut up to Liam. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah,
Team. Same team. Same team. Just trying to
possessed.
yeah, he said
I'm
shut up.
possessed.
Shut up! I'm trying to save
Break on
you.
that shit.
Yeah, shut up, I'm trying to save you. And Liam's like, you can't retcon that shit. and like Orion really doesn't get it. And like, but I'm very, Liam is doing the right thing here. He's doing the right player thing. Him or Matt or Marisha, like, people need to be saying, hey, brother, stop. Stop it.
Same team! Same team! Same team! Just trying to break
Yeah,
bad habits.
there's a big statue between the two of you, unfortunately, the 10-foot statue, so you wouldn't have visual on it.
Oh, that with the oozes coming out?
This is a big statue right there.
Oh.
So you're currently dominated. It is now your turn.
Yeah, who am I gonna cut?
Sasha
Everybody.
is going to send you up behind. Cass, go ahead.
Let's cut the guest visitor, because really,
It makes sense. Someone comes in and heals the party and is closest to you and has no idea that you're currently turned against the rest of your allies.
Sure,
Go
let's
ahead and make
do
an
it.
attack on him.
I'm attacking him?
He's
Nope,
attacking
he's attacking you.
Yeah, breaking bad habits, man. Yeah. Yeah.
bro.
Suck.
And I'm hasted. My boots are hasted. So here I go.
Exactly.
Oh, that's good. That is a,
Why?
Also, Vax has been possessed twice this episode. Rip.
23.
23 hits.
Should I do damage on all these?
It's
It's
Attack
okay,
damage on
I'm a
this
meat shield right
All right,
now.
so but
Dagger,
there's no sneak
dagger,
attack, so not that bad.
I'll
Okay.
say this. Make a perception check.
Okay. I
Dagger,
perceive I'm going to get my
dagger.
ass kicked. Ooh, good. 23.
23. You just catch out of the corner of your eye as Vax turns towards you, weapons drawn, and swoosh up to your side. You get the sensation that his mind is not his own since it's already happened once today. Doing so, you turn to face him, negating the sneak
This
attack
has
you're aware of, so you
already
don't see him.
happened once
good.
today.
I mean,
Why'd you roll
kill
down
this
then?
guy.
Probably not something you should say about possession. It's fine. It's just funny. I do like how Liam did all that with a smile on his face. Firm but friendly. Totally. Which suggests they've had off-screen meetings. I think Liam secretly likes being Matt's Oh, like possessed? I was like, what? Like corralling the other players? I did not get that. It very much like the vibe I got off of that is we've talked about this, man. Like, you gotta stop. What are you doing? Like, it's like a post frustration of they've talked about this so much. Come on, dude. Yeah.
I love you, Rakshasa. Okay, so that first one hit for 8. The second one is a natural 20.
Okay.
You're already cut up. You don't even
You're the
know.
cleric.
So
I mean, that's also true. Who doesn't?
it was 8 damage.
First one was 8
So you
damage.
took 8 damage.
Okay.
In the first strike.
Sorry, it's
Okay.
not sneak attack, so it's not the worst it could be.
It's not the worst it could be. Thanks. I'm not stabbing you the worst I
Dice times
could.
2.
That was my life-stealing dagger, and on a natural 20, I get the 10 hit points that I cut from him, or whatever I get, I guess. No, I get it. So I get 1.
Do it without the smile. Do it without the little smile.
I haven't cut anything today.
Just do it without the tiny little smile.
That was 7.
That's manty,
Just
that's
double
cool.
the 14.
Well, the dice is doubled, and then you add the modifier.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's much less than that. Is an 8. And then I get 10 hit points. Or how does it work? It says I get 10 hit points. So I just get 10, or do I get up to what I cut?
You deal damage, and then you heal yourself 10 hit points.
Okay.
Like draining the life of whatever damage.
Okay. Well, the good news is I'm back up to full.
That's fine.
Oh, that is good news.
So you took another 8 damage.
I took another 8. Sweet.
There's that third dagger, man.
Oh,
This
there's-
one is poisonous,
Awesome.
and that's hits.
Take Will's dice.
Yeah, you should roll. Again, you can't get the smile off your face. It's etched in there permanently. You suck. Look at
What is
that.
it, 8? Plus, poison's a DC of 15, so roll a
Take another 8 damage.
Constitution.
Take another 8
Another 8 damage,
Alright.
and then make a Constitution saving throw.
Roll a 15 or higher, please, Will.
Nope.
That's okay. You guys are immune to poison thanks to the immunity that you ate.
Yes.
So
Yes.
as he just eviscerates you with the daggers, most of the armor's absorbing a lot of the blows, and you're kind of like feeling the impact.
I will also make a small comment about this. I don't like possession, especially as you get higher level. Mostly, or I should say, I don't like possessing my PCs because it essentially turns part of the combat into PC on PC combat, which the game is not balanced for. Like a rogue versus a sorcerer is like inherently unbalanced. It's not like putting a CR1 against a CR1 monster. Monsters can go up against each other. Party members or PCs can go up against monsters. But this is also why, like, generally NPCs should not use player stat blocks. They should use monster stat blocks because the game is just not balanced for PC on PC. PCs do significantly more damage, or at least have the capability to, in a much shorter period of time than monsters do. And that is part of the design reasoning, is to get combat to last longer and therefore drain more resources. But regardless, it means that when you face a player against another player where players have less HP than like an equivalent monster, it is very possible, depending on who hits first, to like 2-turn someone, even like from full health, especially a rogue. So it's one of the reasons like I don't think possession is that bad, but I generally avoid it unless I am like pretty confident that unless it's like a side person. Like if they were like level 20s and this Rakshasa was the lieutenant of a devil that they were fighting, maybe then I might bring a possession into it because the saves are more likely. It's easier for the other party members to break concentration on the Rakshasa. Like there's just a whole lot of options to combat the possession, but I don't typically do it when they are fighting something of equal CR because it's going to be hard for them to break that possession. And the entire time, that's a very unbalanced fight between the possessed PC and the rest of them. The Batman like urge to form plans of how to murder your party if they were mind controlled or turn evil. That really is some Batman shit. Batman the animated series where he has plans on all of the Justice League in case they turn against him. That really is.
One of them catches you in the side, and you feel the poison pulse in your system, but your physical body just shuts it down, and you feel yourself.
Damn good lasagna.
And I want to
I'm so sorry.
and I want to look at him and go, "Why are you smiling the whole time?
He's putting out my face.
The whole time you're smiling."
I'm so guilty.
Your turn. Go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw with advantage. You're trying to
With advantage. Yeah,
I can't even do the math.
19 or 5. So I'll take the 19 plus the 21.
You resisted the effect. Domination phase.
Oh man, I feel so bad.
You don't. I don't buy that face at all. I don't buy it at all.
Cash, it's your turn.
Oh, wow. My turn, huh?
Oh, channel it to where it matters.
Yeah, but see, I'm the guest where it matters. It's just getting some revenge. So he is still.
No, I'm good.
No,
I'm out.
you're out.
I'm
Yeah,
out.
okay.
You see him as he finishes attacking, he goes.
How could
Okay, well, did you say from it? Oh,
Okay, good.
dope.
I have to heal myself somehow. I have to, or I'm just not gonna be around for a while.
Do it. We need our healer.
Yeah, I gotta stay here. I don't have any.
Healer tag would be like your warrior never being able to hit anything. That'd be crazy.
I know, and
So,
it's crazy.
I think I
'cause
can
it scales for players.
I have one more level 5. Oh, I can do a level 6 heal if I wanted to, but I want to hold on to my level 6. I think I'm gonna do my last level 5 mass cure wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And that does everybody?
Everybody within a certain.
Everybody within a certain radius.
Correct.
Hang on. Yeah.
I'm full right now.
6 creatures in a. You're full. That must be
I'm
30
full.
foot radius sphere. So yeah,
Yeah,
you
30
can
foot
hit
radius.
everyone.
So each target regains
You can
hit
hit
points
everybody
equal
here for
to.
the most part. Yeah, you can hit all of your allies there.
And 3d8
Cool.
plus
Plus 5, and then plus an additional 7.
my spell
So it's plus
casting.
12. 3d8 plus 12.
3d8 plus 12. Okay, that's the same thing as last time. So 14, 15, 16, yeah, 17 plus 12. So again, 29. Yeah.
So everyone heals 29 hit points.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually,
That is not
we missed it. We missed it. Liam not knowing how the life-stealing dagger works. Player forgets what a magic item does. I think that counts. I would consider that because he had to talk to Matt to confirm what his lifesteal dagger did.
Spells, you were out of it.
I am now out of 5th level spells.
Be good.
All right, that ends Cash's turn. The Shield Guardian is going to turn this way and move. And is going to just attempt to pummel on you.
Let's do this. Officer Murphy.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
That is a.
You know, that's fair, Restay. Although that could be considered just being suboptimal. Like maybe he was thinking about a cunning action or. Yeah. We'll say they both count. Hooray!
25 to hit.
Oh, it turns out that hits me.
The second one is a 13.
That does not hit me.
Okay. So the first one hits you for 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
All
As
right.
if it just slams into you. Second one comes down and you manage to just knock it away with the edge of your axe and kind of bulldogging up in its face. It also heals itself 10 hit points. As it begins to repair its form with each progressive round, it's like the magic energy is sealing up the cracks and divots its armor's taking. This leads to the end of its turn. Keyleth, you're up.
All right. Okay, I'm still pretty close to the Rakshasa, right?
Correct.
All right, hitting it with my bite attack.
Chopper.
Ooh, that's
Sick
much
balls.
better. Chopper, sick balls.
Nice.
That's not what I heard. I heard Jobber's sick kid.
That just made my night in many ways. Okay, 21.
That does it.
Bam, and
However,
that's...
are your natural weapons magical?
Yes, they are, because Circle of the Moon, baby.
That's right. So yes. So
Bam,
you,
bam,
you
bam.
do bypass his
your
non-magical
powers,
physical
kids.
immunity.
Yes, I do. Circle of the Moon, so that does 1d10 plus
Tear off his
6.
amulet.
Piercing damage. Where's my D10s? Here we go. This will work.
Eat the amulet.
Also, small aside, the weirdness of the Rakshasa having immunity to all spells below a certain level, but also needing magical weapons to get through his non-magical weapon resistance. It should be the opposite, right? He should be resistant to magical weapons, and non-magical weapons should be okay. But obviously they can't really do that at the Rakshasa's level. Everyone's weapons are magical at that point. So, again, the theming of the Rakshasa, I think it has very powerful and cool flavor, but the mechanics are backwards, just like its hands.
Eat the amulet.
That's 8 damage of piercing damage for my
I
bite.
think it makes it cooler? I think it feels like they ran out of mechanical space within it. And they ran into some walls. Maybe it makes it cooler. I don't know. That's possible. That's different strokes for different folks.
Arr!
Okay.
And then I do my claws, which happen twice. Grr.
We got claws.
So damage total on that was.
That was 8 damage.
All right.
Beep, of piercing damage. And then, ooh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
good too.
yeah.
So that's,
And what's your alignment?
what's my alignment?
Yeah, sure,
I'm
she's
good. I'm Keeler.
Oh, Hans, you're on my side. Having to figure out how to do non-magic? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that could be cooler, of like at this super high level, like forcing the party to figure out a source of non-magic. Yeah. It could be a fun opportunity for them to use improvised weapons. Yeah.
I'm neutral good.
Just checking.
She's becoming the destroyer.
All right. So, and the other 2 attacks are.
22 for the first one.
Hits.
Well, hang on. It says claw. Do I get 2 claw attacks or just 1?
Did you say clow?
Claw. My claws.
What's the
attacking in Germany.
Tip the
Like
multi-attack
Cloud.
of the attack form.
It says. Oh wait.
Saber-tooth dagger, right? Is the form?
Yeah. I have a pounce, which is. I guess I don't have multi-attack, so I just have the bite attack. Or do I also
Correct.
get a claw attack as well? As my 2 actions?
You do not have multi-attack with that creature, so
No, it's just 1 is piercing and 1 is slashing, right?
Yes.
So I'll do my bite.
Alright, so the bite. You bite into as you do, it hits you with its elbow. It's like its backwards turned hands trying to grasp out and push you off. And you do, as it tears you away, you got a chunk of its meat. And for some reason, you did a lot more damage than you thought you would. You hit some sort of vulnerable point in its body, or there's something about the attack method that it did not like. And it's like, and just hisses at you with this guttural tiger growl.
I go.
The vulnerability.
You stay where you put, or you move away.
I'm up in his ass.
All right, so you're staying right there. That's an action.
Again,
like that.
another website for that.
Yeah.
Another one of those.
There's literally
Right, Tiberius, you're up.
moving to insight range, like insight, like
Of
both of them.
both of them would
Yes,
be
as a good sorcerer would be positioned.
there.
Good. I'll cast silence right inside of them.
Center of the room.
Yep.
All right.
Not hit a cash shot.
Okay. So there's an orb of silence here that kind of fills the vicinity. Alrighty.
And I sit in Indian style position.
That it does. That it does, John.
I'll cast stuff, butthole!
And I dissipate my greater invisibility spell. So you can see me.
All right. Your visibility comes back.
Your greater invisibility would have had to be dispelled anyways. Or I guess not because your item, but it would have been dispelled in 2 rounds.
Realsies.
Alrighty. That ends Tiberius' turn. Torbeer, you're up.
I am attacking the Guardian again.
Alrighty.
I know.
And I will be doing another one of my commander's strikes.
Go for it.
21.
That hits.
Nice. Okay. So I will direct you again to.
I'm not even going to tick the OAC because I am allowing myself to believe that Tiberius is the salty one here because I could see that with the lines that were said. And I'm trying to be generous.
The dude.
Wait. No. Son of a cock.
I rolled a 12 on my die, so 18.
18 points of damage.
18 points of damage. Nice.
Thing.
Nothing
All
for me.
Okay.
Roll.
And you get.
I have 4.
Hang on.
Like
you,
13 total.
It's the damage roll. Get there.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I keep looking at it and expecting it to change.
That's okay. Well, your first attack hit. You have 2 more.
Yeah. All right. My second attack against the Guardian. 16.
16 does not hit, unfortunately. It just it beats away your edge of your blade with one of its giant fists.
And my last attack. 23.
23 hits. As it pulls back from knocking away your blade, you use the inertia to spin it around and come down on top with your axe.
Hey, I have a dumb question, and I'm sorry, but this is
okay.
at your discretion. But can I add a D10 to my attack roll after I've made the attack roll if I can
You add it before I tell you if it hit or miss.
Oh,
So you can roll and be like, I don't know if that'll hit or not.
all right. Okay. No, I got it. Okay. So then I'm gonna hit again.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head if that's raw or not. That's raw for several features in the game. I just don't know about this specific one, but that's reasonable. Is the character salty, or is the player using the character as an excuse? Well, I think that in a lot of cases, it's very obvious that Orion is using the character as an excuse. This one, I am split. I'd say I'm about 50-50 as to whether or not it's an excuse or whether it's character work. And so I'm going to give him tie breaks because I'm a generous and benevolent analyst. But there have been many times where I would have ticked it for something similar.
11.
11. Alrighty. Knocked away and then come down a third hit. Cracking in the center of the breastplate. The breastplate actually separates slightly. You can see a little bit of arcing energy building together underneath. Starting to knock some damage into it. You can see it's taking a little wear and tear. It's still pretty hefty, but starting to dig into the Shield Guardian.
Nice.
Is that in your turn?
Can I use Second Wind? It says I can take it as a bonus action, but I don't know how bonus actions work.
You just get one bonus action every turn if you have an ability to.
Bug, you have great timing because it's actually 9:10, which was supposed to be the next bio break anyways, and Bug just needs a bio break. She's here to remind me. She just pressed her outside button. With that will end part 2 of our broadcast. And we will begin part 3 shortly. Slightly longer break than the last one because I'm going to take the dog out. But I will be right back. Get water, you fools. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. How's it going? Faint BG3 music. Is it faint? I don't know how. I didn't know how loud it was, because like it has a certain level of loudness on my end, but I'm not quite sure how that translates. Might turn it up a tiny bit, skosh. It was faint on my end. Okay, we'll turn it up a skosh. Okay. Now let's get right back into it. Keep up the pace.
Oh, great.
So
So
use your action
I get hit points equal to D10 plus my fighter level.
Go for it.
So 11 plus 10 is 21.
There you go. Very nice.
Taking that to max.
It's your turn. Back to the top.
That's it.
That is Hotus' turn. Hotus is going to begin looking at itself. It moves. He has an attack from you, Marisha.
That's 20.
So that does it.
Awesome. I'm gonna do my bite attack again.
Alrighty.
Oh wait, that's a D20. Let me not roll something. 8 damage. Piercing damage again.
All right. You strike it once again. As it runs by, you get a chunk out of it. It growls in anger and pain. You notice at the same time that she takes the bite of it, the Guardian kind of shudders, like it suddenly took an impact on its own. As it charges away, though, it runs out of the field of silence. And
You know what I just realized about Critical Role Bingo? I don't need to have my shit on screen, because I don't even have all of them. When I'm looking at, what to call, I have like a separate spreadsheet on another screen. So I don't need to have this on screen. Like occasionally I can like drag it on screen to show you guys. But we can have this full screen, and occasionally I can be like, look at how my bingo card's going. And we can save a little bit of room. Yeah. And I can put all my chat elements back to the way they were. I think I'm gonna go with that for now. I think I'm gonna remove it for now. Move everything else back.
it is going to begin casting a spell on itself. And immediately drifts up towards the ceiling. It should be about 10 feet up. It is now currently flying in the room about 10 feet up right now.
Flying now?
The video length. Oh, yeah. So I knew that only because after you said it, I kind of went and checked the timestamps, and I was like, oh shit, how much longer do we have? But no, I mean, no problem, man. No problem. I think the only change I actually made, I actually don't think I made any changes. So no, you're good. No worries. I think hopefully we'll get through this in a very reasonable time length, and we can have a big after credits scene to talk about the guest players a little bit more. Talk about the likes, the dislikes, the big major takeaways, which I'm sure I'll also hit at the end of next session. But yeah, no, it'll be fun. I forgot to check my own timestamps. John, they're yours. You own them.
Yep.
I can do that too.
And its turn. Max, you're up.
Use bonus. Use my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
Advantage. Cloak, so it's 27.
27. Okay.
2 daggers out of the dark. Hey, yeah, I'll keep that. That is a 30.
Remember, in order to probably hide, you have to go somewhere where you would remain out of the sight of the individual.
And I squat down behind.
Oh, now that's what is required for stealth. Is that right? That wasn't required a few minutes ago, M-Dog.
Behind Cash.
Wait, whoa.
Alright, you tell me. I don't know how bright it is.
I'll say hiding behind a member is a little hard to do.
Can
so
I
you're there.
run Naruto style low, knives behind me towards the statue and just crouch
Sure.
at the base of it right there and then shoot up from there?
Yeah. Yeah, the Guardian, thanks to your stealth roll, the Guardian does not see you.
Okay.
So does not get a can't get a reaction now anyway, 'cause it's slowed from you. So yeah, you're able to scoot around the side there and then fling the daggers around the corner. The Vox Machina apparently has not noticed you.
Okay. Well,
So
the first roll was a 30.
that hits,
Okay.
and it does do sneak attack damage.
Nice. Kill this thing.
14, 14, 20, 28, 38 for the one dagger.
38 damage. Okay. First off, when you throw the dagger, and it strikes, it hits the side of the ribcage of the Rakshasa is floating up, and it doubles over in severe pain, more than you expected it would be. It clutches, and it tries to grab the dagger to pull it out before it vanishes from the wound, kind of leaving the blood pooling out of it. It looks like it was hurt significantly by this attack, more so than you were expecting. However, at the same time, the shield guardian kind of doubles over for a second at the same time of the impact. The link appears to be sharing the damage between the two of them.
Piercing damage, Joe.
When you hit either one, or just when you hit the
Apparently
Rakshasa?
just when you hit the Rakshasa.
So we got concentrated attack on that. Yep.
Yeah, probably gonna go astray here. That was 14.
14? Nope. All right.
Clink, clink, tink, 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 tink.
So that is Max's turn. Yeah, the Rakshasa, you can see, is now like clutching its side now, and there's like blood beginning to pull around its robe, and it's looking around with nervous eyes. That brings us to the end of Max's turn. Cash, you're up.
How close are... Who's over here?
Over here?
Yeah, no, near the shield warrior. Who's over there? The shield guardian.
Torbir and Vax are both near it.
Damn. Okay. I'm going to move a little bit, even though he's floating. I can still move closer to the Rakshasa, correct?
You can, yes.
Yeah, I want to move a little bit closer and then cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay. All right. So you create you create a spiritual weapon of some kind. What weapon would you like to create?
I'm just sort of thinking through this quest and this fight and this villain. Why? Why Rakshasa here? Why Rakshasa reveal itself? Why Rakshasa not running away? Now, I think we all know there's a phrase I use occasionally that I can explain very quickly. The Doyleist reason. So there are Doyleist in writing and in fiction. There are Doyleist reasons and there are Watsonian reasons. Arthur Conan Doyle is the writer of Sherlock Holmes. Watson is a character within Sherlock Holmes, and there are a lot. The reason that series is used as an example is because there are a lot of times where Sherlock will narrate directly to the audience about something that would be silly for him to say out loud. And so the conceit, basically the entire reason that the character Watson exists, is for Sherlock to narrate things to the audience, essentially. So the Doyleist reason that Sherlock says something is because the audience needs to know it. The Watsonian reason is because Watson needs to know it, or Watson asks about it, etc. AKA meta reasons and in your universe reasons. Kind of, yeah. That's a general way you can think about it. So, like, obviously, the Doyleist reasons to all of the things that I just said are that this is a limited run guest session that they have to end, and they cannot continue. So they have to fight the Rakshasa, and they have to resolve it. And because of the stakes set up, they can't fail, which is really interesting, especially for a limited run, guest quest series like this. Because the stakes, if they fail, are that half of the party, goes on trial in this city for, not for murder, but for, what was ostensibly a very serious crime. And so the Doyleist thing is, wow, stakes are actually really high here. Outside of the stakes of a normal quest, if everything else was the same, even if they were still hunting this Rakshasa, there are stakes. It's murdering people, it's a threat, but there's the higher stakes of the guild being after them. Yeah, it was poaching, but it seemed a little bit more extreme than that. But so those are all of the Doyleist reason for why the Rakshasa didn't just run away or use its invisibility, or let's be real, was just one of the guards. The Rakshasa could have easily snuck it out by just pretending to be one of those two guards. And just possessing the other. And we're good. Right? there's sort of an issue here where the Rakshas's in-world things don't make sense. Like, I couldn't tell you what the Watsonian reason is for the Rakshasa not escaping. It is as they said, master of diplomacy and manipulation, and is a shapeshifter that has been doing this exact thing for years, plural. Now, we don't know who the client is, and maybe there are external reasons that the Rakshasa is behaving oddly related to them getting hired in the first place. Like, I'm stretching. But even if that was the case, that needs to be foreshadowed. Like, that should be part of the quest. In fact, the reason, or the fact that this was an anonymous hirer, like this is an anonymous quest, is very odd. Because we have not seen any indication as to who the quest giver might have been. Which is strange, especially in a mystery. So, all in all, I would say that the Watsonian, the in-universe reasoning is really falling flat right now. And so I think this is something I had to tell myself about the campaign I'm running right now. And it was for different reasons, about different things. But I had to tell myself, pull back. Like, I know you have these cool ideas. You want to do these cool things. But if you make it too big, if you make it too complicated, if you put too much there, it can overwhelm itself. You have this mystery, but also this, like, these lore drops, and also there's a mystery person, and it owns businesses, and it's been doing it for a while, and there are local rumors, but also people seem to be, like, weirdly turning a blind eye. There are these puppets of, like, the local businesses. There's just a lot going on here for such a limited run. Like, I think that this quest line, if you stretch it out, like, same number of days, but, like, 4 sessions, and put a little bit more into it and take it a little bit slower, could have been awesome. Maybe there's some reason that the Rakshasa can't just run away in this final fight. But especially as he's, like, narrating, like, it pooling blood. Clearly it's bloodied. This is something that me and my wife, Paige, just talked about in Baldur's Gate 3 about how, like, oh, man, more of these enemies should just run away. This Rakshasa should just run away. I'm not a big, like, morale check DM. Like, I don't really do morale checks. But I do play my enemies with self-preservation. Unless they are a particular type of enemy. Like, undead, no self-preservation. They will just run at you until they're dead. But a Rakshasa, big self-preservation. It is now looking for a way out, if this is my game. Because everyone's gotten mass healed twice. Its possession lasted for a grand total of 1 turn. It's beating a retreat.
How about a giant mace?
Okay, so as you clutch your holy symbol to yourself, now there's a sudden a pillar of bright, vibrant, healing light surrounded by that same halo of pitch black darkness, almost like this strange border around it. This duality hits the ground, and as it vanishes, you can see now on the ground this shimmering, almost staticky mace is left behind. It's kind of it's almost flickering in and out of existence. That drifts off on its own and is now hovering in the air next to you.
Oh, and I will actually point out something, a little bit of a clarification on why I specifically use the terms Duelist and Watsonian, because things can have, it is specifically when you are dealing with an audience, because things can have meta reasons and in-universe reasons, right? But in-universe reasons are not inherently revealed to the party, right? Sometimes you will have things that apparently happen for no reason because they are in universe, but they're not necessarily told to the players or the audience. A Watsonian reason is something that is explicitly told to other people in the fiction, right? The Watsonian reason is the thing that Sherlock says is the reason that Sherlock tells Watson in the first place. Is it because Watson's giving him a weird look? Is it because Watson directly asks? Like, we know the Duelist reason for why the Rakshasa is staying. You now need to provide a reason to the players as to why the Rakshasa is staying. That's the Watsonian thing. There has to be something that actively tells the players why the Rakshasa is staying. Otherwise, it feels weird. Now, you can play with this relationship. You can play with there not being any Watsonian reasons, or that the the real in fiction reasons are hidden from the players until they pass certain checks. But there needs to at least exist a potential Watsonian reason. So Watsonian reasons are almost like a subset of in-universe reasoning. Because everything should make sense in universe. That should be always the goal. But when you're actually talking about writing a quest and delivering it to an audience, you have to take it one step beyond things making sense in the world, and you have to make them make sense in a way that is consumable by the audience, both the players and us. So it's kind of an additional challenge, honestly. And the big thing, or at least my rule of thumb, so this takes it out of the general definition and more into how I use it. I always think to myself, if there is no Watsonian reason, or if I have not delivered a Watsonian reason to them, that should be odd. If they observe behavior and there is no Watsonian reason, that should be a clue in and of itself to the players that something weird and something hinky is going on. Right? So the fact that the Rakshasa is not retreating, at my tables, I would want my players to actively call that out. I would want them to look at each other and be why isn't it running away? And I've developed enough trust and with my tone and with my players that they know that means something. And you won't have that at every table, and you don't need that at every table. That's just how it goes at mine. And they will actively search out the Watsonian reasons. They will actively search out some situation where they can understand, and they will start asking me to make checks. Well, they don't ask me to make checks, but they will actively start investigating to find that Watsonian reason. Which is good for me as a DM that I've set up that precedent, because sometimes I forget, and sometimes I'm just trash, and and they say it doesn't make sense. I'm like, oh fuck, that doesn't make sense. But because I've set this up and they're great players, they will start to actively seek it out, and I can really quickly improv something. This ending is weak, but I know why it's weak. It's probably mostly not Matt's fault, honestly. But it doesn't stop it from being kind of a shame.
Sweet.
Do you wish to send it up to...
I do. I wish to send it towards the Rakshasa.
Okay.
And concentrate all fire on the Rakshasa.
Okay, so it goes ahead and... What's the damage on the magic weapon?
Let's see, where is it? It's, when I cast a spell, I can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Alright, so roll a d20 and add your spell attack bonus.
Spell attack bonus is...
Nice.
20.
20 hits. Go ahead and roll damage. It's 1d8 plus 5, which is your spell bonus.
D8.
We go that blue.
This is it, right?
Yeah.
Give him the El Cabal cash.
El Cabal.
5 and 5, so 10.
Okay, 10 points of damage. Alright, so as it slams into the side, the rock kind of takes the brunt of it to its arm, and the shield guardian shudders slightly in the distance.
It says that now I can actually now, as a bonus action on my turn, I can move the weapon up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. So can I swing it around and attack him again from the back?
You can use your attack to do it, yes.
Oh, what?
So it drifts behind and makes a second strike. Go ahead and roll d20.
The 20 or the...
D20 to try and hit. And add your spell attack bonus.
10.
10? This time the Rakshasa is a little more wise of your plan. As it swings around, it actually uses its fly to dip down as it swings and then come back up around in its place, kind of gliding and staring at it with a snarl. I believe that ends your turn.
Yeah.
Okay, now the shield guardian turns this way, and now it's taking notice of the rogue that has run up and eviscerated a portion of its master. It's going to pivot in place and bring both fists right down towards you.
I'm going to uncannily dodge.
Okay.
This is also a really small reason that I really love having villains use constructs rather than, or I shouldn't say I like using it. I like playing with the dichotomy and the difference between a villain that uses constructs and a villain that uses underlings, because underlings have morale. They'll run away. They can be bribed. And that works both for and against the party. If they run away, they remain an active threat, right? That villain's forces are not diminished. But they also aren't willing to probably give their life for their master. Or if they are, that is lore and meaning and clues in and of itself. Whereas a villain with constructs, like a shield guardian, has this undying legion of things that will just throw it themselves at the party. And so a lot of times when I'm running a villain like that, especially if they're like a BBG that I want to introduce multiple times throughout the arc, it will a lot of times be BBG shows up, maybe, has a couple of the constructs go after them, and then the BBG splits. And I normally I have some sort of reason for why the BBG doesn't just straight up kill the party. A lot of times I like to weaken my BBGs or make it to where they are actually like relatively weak people in and of themselves, but they are searching out some artifact, ritual, spell that will make them much more powerful and a more potent enemy at the end. So one of my favorite arc cycles is where the BBG starts out more powerful than the party, but doesn't kill them for some reason that I make. I have to have the reason. And then the party gets to their level and they have a confrontation while they're at the level. And then the BBG very quickly escapes, very similar to the Queen in the Emberhold. It disintegrates the ceiling, Missy step, dimension doors away, and they're gone. But they got so close to defeating it, right? And then as the party continues to grow, the BBG stagnates. And so the tone as they go into tier 3 kind of shifts, or sometimes, as early as tier 2. The tone shifts from them trying to figure the BBG out, figure out his plans, to them having this confrontation, it running away. And now they are trying to both thwart its plans, but also a new option is on the table to go and capture it, kill it, whatever. Like, that is now an option for them thwarting the plans. And they don't have to be nearly as afraid of it anymore. So they now feel a little bit more reckless. And then at the end, the inversion point, or not inversion point, the climax of tier 3 is the BBG fulfilling the preliminary part of their plan, right? So maybe the ultimate goal is to take over the world, but in order to do that, they need the fucking Infinity Stones, right? They need the Infinity Gauntlet. And so now that, boom, they have the Infinity Gauntlet, they leapfrog the party all of a sudden. So, right, like, they start here, party eclipses them, and then they get the Infinity Gauntlet and go poof. And now the climb of up tier 4 to the final confrontation is meeting that, maybe disabling it somehow, what have you. That is a super general sort of arc structure that I find really engaging. I've only used it once, but I've seen it used a couple of other places. And I think it's a cool way to take a BBG across like a 1 to 20. If that is if you want that, like if that's what you're going for. I find myself more and more attracted to not having a singular BBG across all the levels. I like either tier specific BBGs or maybe one that only lasts for like 1 or 2 tiers. But if you did want one that went from tier 1 to tier 4, that is one structure that I really like.
What's that do again?
That is once a round, I can half the damage.
Okay. For one attack, right? Well, that one will be a 25 to hit.
Oh yes.
And that'll be a 14 to hit.
No.
Okay, so the one that hits you, 15 damage, bludgeoning damage, which is halved to 8 damage.
Okay.
What's above us?
Above you, it's about a 15-foot ceiling, 20-foot ceiling.
Okay. Any
Nothing particular, no. You just have the wall sconces up there, and the ceiling's relatively... This room has been repurposed from its original construction and hidden away, but it looks like it was mainly just initially some sort of a small either storage or altar room, based on how it was designed, so... Alright, that ends its turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, since he's floating, I'm just gonna go Garra and go for the Spiritual Guardian.
Okay.
Ooh, the first one is a 21.
That hits.
Or sorry, 22.
This is a pounce.
Can it be a pounce?
You could
Was
if
I far enough
if,
away?
if you move back and then pounce, you could.
Then fuck yeah, it's a
Alright.
pounce.
You have the movement to do
Yes,
so.
seriously.
So you back up,
Tiger clan, bitches.
leave and pounce on the shield guardian.
So does he succeed his strength saving throw?
Find out.
14.
Nope, not with a 3.
Then he is knocked prone.
Slow and prone.
And then I make a. Okay, so that's my first.
That's
and then I make
advantage on that
bite
bite.
attack, which is a 19. So
No, 19.
a 19. And that. Ooh, that's not good in terms of damage. 7 damage.
7 damage. Alrighty. Cool. So as you jump on it, you force it to the ground. Now you see the thing just topple towards you. You have to step back to avoid it, Torbjorn. As it crashes into the ground, and now the Minxie, the white saber-tooth tiger, is on top of it and starts biting and clawing at it, dealing a bunch of damage to the front of its armor. Very cool. It ends Keyleth's turn. Tiberius, you're up. Strangely enough, none of this makes any sound. It is just a silent battle. It is the creepiest, quietest fight over here right now.
I'm gonna tap this slot out, and I'm going to I'm going to cast Obelisk of Stone.
Okay. He has a fine tone right now, but this is another like, bro, you've had 5 turns. You should, and nothing has substantially changed. Have a plan when your turn comes up.
Rakshasa, the bubble.
Don't just.
That's the sword of both of them. 20 feet high,
Okay.
maximum height.
Okay. I'm looking at this battle real fast. So it's a
That's save. That's what we had to do.
Hey, you know if you did miss anything,
Rock
restay.
Slasher.
I don't know if you
And
knew.
that is a 6 for the shield guardian.
So he's pinned to the ceiling, and they both take 21 damage. What was that weird James Gandolfini?
It ain't live. That's fair.
Really
It ain't
bizarre,
live.
right?
Clarifying this because the spell says this, and I want to say they make a dex saving throw or they're lifted
So
by
is
the
that
pillar.
like a
So if they make a
goal
save, they are not touched by the pillar.
Right.
Right.
That means they don't get pinned by that.
No, they don't take any damage. They make their save, they dodge out of the way. That's how the spell's designed.
All right, I gotta look at that.
Alright, well.
Yeah, it's primarily intended to be a defensive spell that can occasionally be used offensively if they fail
Well,
to
that-
save.
the
So
Stormknuckle-
the shield guardian takes the damage.
Got the robe.
And he's pinned.
And he's pinned currently, yeah.
Nice move. Nice move.
Put him up on here.
He's up on a pedestal.
Get him, Storm
Aw.
Chaser.
Alright, the rock slasher dodges out of the way, and there's now a giant pillar in the middle of the room.
I look at him, I'm like,
Alright. That ends your turn, Tiberius? Torbjorn, you're up.
Can I hit the guardian?
Currently, it is pinned against the ceiling.
Right, so
You
I
cannot
can't.
hit it.
I can't.
Okay, so I was just about to say, like, when Matt said, like, it's a defensive spell, that's the way it's written, I'm like, what is Obelisk of Stone? Because there's been, like, once where we talked about how telekinesis, they were using Pathfinder rules for, like, the throwing things. There was another time, there was another spell that Tiberius used that I had literally just never heard of that was a 5e spell. But it appears Obelisk of Stone is a custom spell. Yeah, I mean, another one. I didn't hear it, but just checking off if the background music is turned off. Yes, it is. I guess, have we already had someone misunderstands their spells? Because that was a quick one right there. A PC forgets what their spell does. Knock it off the list. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm gonna count it for the bingo, but yeah, this game is just packed to the gills with homebrew. I don't know. I try to keep my games homebrew light, even if I have like specific homebrews that I really like 1D&D Exhaustion. I really try to minimize the number of homebrew rules and things and features. And if I do put them in, they are not in like a general spell capacity. It is like narratively tied. So it's like in the narrative, maybe I give someone a feature or I modify one of their features somehow to where it's not like this additive thing that maybe they sometimes use, sometimes don't. It like changes something core where they are probably going to remember it. Once a how do you want to do it happens, I get bingo. Woo, Ooh, look at him. Look at this.
Do anything. Can I just delay?
You can, if you want to, you can use your action to hold
Which
off
is
until
definitely
someone
going
is
to
moving out of the then in case you then take your action on it.
I'll do that because I can't. I can't get the Rachas.
Not from that distance, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so just wait for this thing to try and find its way out. All right, cool. So that brings us to the top of the Rakshas's turn. The Rakshasa.
Oh, did I have calling out and yelling at and?
Mine is scattered all over the place. I've got 3, 3, 3, 3. I am not. I don't have it. Shoot.
Taunting at the guy, and it's just this.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just make the spell so I can hear him.
Will you try something to me? Never be naked on the riding through the desert!
The Rakshasa finishes like scanning the room for a second and says, "Well, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate this little scuffle. However, I have other business to attend to. Looking at the best of you, at least I know where to hit you all the hardest. I know you have a father you seek. I know you have family in Draconia. I know you have a sister that is not too far from here.
That I don't think that counts. I think the bingo sheet is specifically that Tiberius mentions that he's from Draconia. Doesn't count.
And you, I know you have one hold dear to your heart. I can now see your mind, see their faces, and I will see them soon. However, I must say adieu." And it begins to
Tiberius.
Fourth level counterspell.
Tiberius!
Okay, so you already used 1 4th level counterspell from your ring earlier.
Yeah, and I have 2 stored in there.
We have 2
Actually-
4th level counterspells in a ring that can carry 1 up to 4th levels of a spell.
No, I can carry 5 up to 4th level spells. It's my ring of store spell. I can carry up to 5 spells that can go up to 4th level.
No, that's not how it works.
You can carry up to 4 levels of spells.
Spells.
I don't understand.
You can do 4 level 1 spells, you can do 1 level 4 spell, you can do 2 level 2 spells.
This is the face of someone who realized that he has been using this wrong for 21 episodes. And obviously, I've tried to give Orion as much grace as I can, especially this episode. I don't know how you think that the item is that good. Like, I don't understand how that computes in your mind when you see the effects of all of the other magic items on the board, and I'm assuming he knows the rarity of it, and you just don't compute it in your mind. Like, it's willful ignorance or it is lying. I don't know which. Yeah, I think 5 ticks is fair. I think 5 ticks is there because that is that's a ludicrous amount of not understanding, and I also know that it's been brought up before. Yeah, it's been yep, what On said. I can't, and also where's he getting the number 5? The number 5 is not like, that's just straight made up. And I know that Matt gives out cards. He gives out cards to represent these items. So, again, either lying, willful ignorance, or just like, I don't know how he could have made that up. Because there's literally not even a way you could store 5 spells in there. It's impossible. Because only 4 levels are allowed, and you can't store cantrips. So there's absolutely no way to have... I know I'm harping on the number 5 a lot, but it just... Like, if that's his explanation's got no Watsonian. I know the Doyleist reason of he just wants more shit, but there is no Watsonian within our IRL fiction here. I don't know. I don't want to say that he's lying. But if he is, he needs to make it make fucking sense.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
You can do a level 3 spell. Yeah, that's how my ring works as well. It's a level 5 ring of storm.
Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. It's all good.
Maybe he thought that he stole it from Keyleth. Maybe he thought he made a switch at some point. I don't know, man. It's like a speed limit. If it says it holds 4, you don't get pulled over for 5. Yeah, but you do get pulled over for 20, which is what 5 level 4s is. He's getting pulled straight over.
You have counterspell as a spell, you know,
Axes
though,
don't
right?
have these problems.
No, yeah, still 4th level counterspell.
Okay.
Boom.
It's
to know.
7, 4, okay, cool.
Hey, that makes a difference.
Fuck you, dude.
right?
Have these problems. No, yeah, still 4th level counterspell.
Okay.
Boom.
Good to know.
7th, 4th. Okay, cool.
Hey, that makes a difference. Let me double check one thing real fast. This will make or break the circumstance, really.
I can't tell if he's infecting Will, like if he's being a bad influence, or if Will is actively trying to change the tone of what Orion is doing. I think it's the latter. I think Will is like, and look at that head, like the oh fuck, calm down, dude. And he sees like Orion doing the motions, and he's like, yeah, we're cheering, we're happy, we're not mad. Yeah, because I don't think that Will Friedle is. I think he's really trying to just retone what's happening. Yeah. What did you miss? Oh, you're gonna have to rewind this, dude. I'll just show you the end of it because I honestly want to watch Liam's face. Actually, we're gonna rewatch it because I want to watch Liam's face throughout all of it.
Tiberius.
4th level counterspell.
Tiberius!
Okay, so you already used 1 4th level counterspell from your ring earlier.
Yeah, and I have 2 stored in there.
I have 2
Actually-
4th level counterspells in a ring that can carry 1 up to 4th levels of a spell.
No, I can carry 5 up to 4th level spells. It's my ring of store spell. You're gonna carry up to 5.
Will seems to be trying to free cheer the in-game action, not the dispute. Yeah. I think I legitimately I might be looking too much into it, but I think it is like an active attempt at vibes restoration of trying to be like, yay, like Orion is cheering. He's not making weird motions, like weird aggressive motions at Matt. Vibes are still good, guys. Woo. Yeah.
Spells that can go up to 4th level.
No, that's not how it works.
You can carry up to 4 levels of spells.
Spells.
I don't understand.
You can do 4 level 1 spells, you can do 1 level 4 spell, you can do 2 level 2 spells.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
You can do a
That's
level
how
3
toys work.
spell. Yeah, that's how my ring works as well. It's a level 5 ring of storm.
Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. It's all good. You have counterspell as a spell, you know,
Axes
though,
don't
right?
have these problems.
No, yeah, still 4th level counterspell.
Okay.
Just like the stretched lips and the lean back of like, we fucking talked about this.
Boom.
Good to know.
7th, 4th. Okay, cool.
Hey, that makes a difference. Let me double check one thing real fast. This will make or break the circumstance, really.
Actually, as a matter of fact, no. 6th level counterspell.
6.
I'm gonna really I'm just gonna add the annoyances because
That's not fucking.
Okay.
because of this.
Good to know.
7th, 4th. Okay.
Because that is like the definitional like player against the DM mentality, and it's something that he doesn't normally like show that obviously, and I really really hate it. And I think that Matt has actually done a lot to prove that it is not that, and they've had an explicit conversation about it. We know this isn't even something we have to like interpret or infer. After the Kavarn fight, they talked about how they had a sit down about how it was not Orion versus Matt. About how like that like wasn't what they were doing. So for him to do this now, this like player versus DM like fucking fuck you shit. Nah, man. Ugh. 5 was too low.
Hey, that makes a difference. Let me
5
double
was
check
too
one thing real
low
fast.
for the
This will make
bingo
or break
board.
the circumstance, really.
Actually, as a matter of fact, no. 6th level counterspell.
6.
Please make sure he does not fucking leave. Please make sure he does not leave.
All right.
That's all I can know.
We go to 11.
All right. It is a 7th level spell. So let's go ahead and roll.
Come on, come on.
Do I have advantage for anything?
Do I have it? No.
So.
Okay. Don't roll yet.
Okay.
Don't roll yet. Okay, that counts then. The fact that he absolutely. I guess it's not a check though. Is it a check? Is counterspell a check? I don't know if it is actually. I think it was a chat Orion had with Taliesin, and Tal was like, "Dude, Matt wants us to succeed." Yeah. Well, I know they talked about it on an ep. Where they like Orion was like, yeah, like I really onboarded that and blah blah blah. Look up counterspell. Yeah, we got to look it up for bingo's sake. Counterspell. 5e. Let's see. Make an ability check. So that is making a check before Matt asks. Let's go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
That's awesome.
That does not get me 4 on any row, though.
Okay. He's in charge, oh. He's in
Why
charge.
not? I'm gonna.
It's your roll d20 and your spellcast.
What did he just say?
I don't think so.
Okay, don't roll yet.
Okay. I will get that one.
That's awesome. Okay. He's in charge, oh. He's in
Why
charge.
not? I'm gonna.
It's your roll d20 and your spellcasting.
That's so tough, because Will Friedel is like trying to have fun and like make jokes, and I still hear the heat. I still hear the edge in Orion's tone and like his actions. Was that roll before asked? That was roll before asked. Yep. For bingo. Yeah. Roll before asked. Because it was an ability check, and clearly Matt literally told him, don't roll yet.
Is 5 for this.
Don't piss off Tetsuo, man.
So you roll d20 out of 5. I will say you have advantage on this because you were expecting and waiting for this. So go ahead and make your first roll. One roll, one at a time.
Come on.
Why?
Okay.
Close.
Okay.
19.
19. All right.
For the first one.
Come on, 20.
Take that 19.
19.
19. All right. So to counter this spell as a level 7, you needed to roll 17 or higher. As you are targeting the spell, not the Rakshasa itself, the spell it's as you can see, there's now it's forming into shimmer, and you see a small gate begin to open around its form. You, as a reaction, reach up and unleash your torrent of countering arcane energy. It hits this opening gate. The gate then fluctuates and shuts. At which point the Rakshasa goes, and for the first time really in this entire battle, looks genuinely scared.
Yeah.
Fucking kill it.
You were saying something about my sister.
No one threatens a goddamn Stormwind!
What he said.
Rakshasa is now going to.
Broke my hand. All right.
Man, that could have been fun if the vibes weren't so fucked before that. Yeah, man, this does kind of suck for Will. I mean, normally, Keyleth is the one next to him, so the work falls to her. But now she's separated, so she has some distance. Yeah, man. Yeah, if that had all gone smoother and, like, he could have escalated his, like, in-character tone up to that. But it was, like, basically silence, mechanics, and then him screaming. Fuck. It sucks, because there's, like, I mean, we've talked about it before. There's so many moments where I can see, like, man, maybe like Orion like could be a really cool player sometimes, like really bring some unique things to the table and like be good. But I don't know. Yeah.
It's
Too
going
much
to
gets
fly.
in the way.
Actually, it's going to fly toward the door.
Towards the door?
Yeah. That's all the movement it can get there, but it's heading towards the exit.
Oh, he's fucking trying to leave!
Yeah.
All right.
He suddenly turns pink and says, "Exit stage right, even."
Just gliding towards the doorway over everybody. That brings us to Vax's turn.
Come on, Vax.
Dagger,
Don't let this bitch leave.
I am going to make a... How far is he from that statue?
From the statue here, at height, I'd say it's about 30 feet.
30 feet, okay. I'm going to use... He's not paying attention to me. Can I go use my bonus action to go stealth?
He's
not
you're
looking?
partially obscured by the statue,
All
so
right.
you can do that.
With advantage. Come on, you fucking motherfucker. That is 28.
Okay.
And I'm throwing daggers at the back of his head.
Throw daggers.
Yes, that is a 27.
Yeah.
Do we call that sneak attack?
He did not see you stealth, actually. Yeah, he did not roll minor perception, so you have sneak attack on him.
I don't think so, John. I think it was sometime in the Kavarn era. I think it was around the time that I instituted the OAC. There was like a 30 or a 40 bagger. I also don't remember how much I gave him for the Laura incident. It was quite a bit. I don't know. We'd have to go back and check. This is certainly high. This is well within like the top 4 or 5. of like single tick or of single episode ones. Probably top 3.
I'm out of alcohol. It's the worst time to be out.
Druid needs booze badly.
30.
Damn it.
30 damage?
30 damage.
Which is so odd. There, like that one was bad, but I feel like there have been worse ones. There's just been like really consistently a lot of medium ones. This one, like I feel like it's either like a lot of like ones, like a lot of like little tiny ones, like 15 or 16. But there's not normally this many like 2s and 3s. There's been a lot of those. I wish the increments were consistent. Feels like Megaphone's just making up the rules. Very Matt style stream. Fuck you. I have no comment. You know what? Real talk. I would probably put more effort into making it consistent if I didn't know he was out in 7 episodes. Or 6 or 5 or whatever it is. I don't know when he leaves, but I know that there's only 5 more episodes. If I thought I was going to have this thing for all of campaign 1, I probably would make a matrix. I would probably make it a little bit more consistent, but he's about to be gone. Why would I put any effort in? Fuck him.
Open door.
I'm not putting in effort to this shit. This is to make fun of him.
It's nice.
Yes, Ducker.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, no. Very, very funny joke. I totally agree.
I've got the dagger in my hand, right? I see him flying away. I'm just crouched down. I flip it over so the blade.
People have told me the episode number in the past, which I'm okay with. I'm totally okay with people saying episode numbers. But it was in a past episode and I don't remember it. Also, I paused during the how do you want to do this? Fuck. Also, John just got bingo. Ah! You know what I'll do? We were just talking about this of like what are the bingo winners going to get? They get added to the Be Right Back screen. We have this giant middle area on the Be Right Back screen. Previous episodes bingo winners get added to the Be Right Back. Let's go.
30.
Damn it.
30 damage?
30 damage.
Oh,
Open door.
It's nice.
yes, Ducker.
How do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
I've got the dagger in my hand, right? I see him flying away. I'm just crouched down. I flip it over so the blade's in my hand. I don't go fast. I just take my time, pull back, throw it harder than I usually do. Through its neck. Out the front.
The dagger hits it in the back of the neck and the spine. It doesn't quite cut through the spinal column. You see it comes out the back of the front of the throat. The spell falters, falls to the ground, taking a serious impact fall, and is now like dragging itself towards the exit of the room as you start walking up to collect your blade. It brings up its hands and starts trying to cast the spell. And causes this big old pool of blood on the ground.
Grab it by the ear and lift its head back. Talk about my sister again.
With a spray of crimson across the ground, this horrible sucking sound, you pull back the head as the life force of the Rakshasa goes spraying across the stone floor as you release it and leave it to the ground with the last bit of life left in its body as it slowly flees its form. You hear this chuckle.
Find you.
And then I boot it into the acid.
No. The eyes. Stop it. The eyes. Damn it.
The body tumbles into the acid.
No.
As you guys run over.
No.
Pull it out.
Thinking.
Lol. Okay, John, what is your card? I just want to confirm it really quick. What is your card? You can get your card number. I don't know whose this is. Right down here. If you press the little 3 hamburger ones and then give me that number, just copy that into chat and I will confirm your bingo. Show
The
everybody.
Guardian
on screen.
also has the animation gone out of the
The
Guardian?
shield guardian was currently struggling, has just gone limp, pinned against the ceiling now.
Sweet. Nice work.
Okay, I go over to it and I use my book, bust out my book, and I start
B6.
harvesting all the parts we need.
Because it had to be mint.
All right, what do we got for John? We've got the insight check. We've got how do you want to do this? We've got free. A PC forgets what their spell does, and combat. Congratulations to John Forsyth. Your name will be added to the BRB screen for next episode.
Who's got the contract? What all do we need?
Who has it? I don't have the contract.
I never.
I don't know the contract.
I need the eyes. I didn't have the contract.
You had the contract.
I did not. You were in charge.
I was not in charge. I was never in charge. I was sent here to be a babysitter.
That's in charge, as far as I'm concerned.
Does nobody have the contract?
No,
Behind us?
Oh, come on.
Don't have the contract.
Yes, behind us.
we signed it after.
Oh.
And
Might have ended
left
up
it
in
somewhere.
the storage.
It might
Oh,
have-
the actual physical
Contract.
physical contract.
might have ended up in storage.
Someone from production made us sign it.
Here it is, clearly right here.
The thing, and the tongue.
Ah, yes.
We found it.
We have it.
It's
Sorry.
been a real shame to get all this far.
Whoa, dude! I think that's just like a product of like whatever camera they're using, like the shutter speed as well as the lights. But that contract looks CGI'd.
Ah, yes.
We found it.
We have it.
It's
Sorry.
been a real shame to get all this far.
It's also something about how like light it is and like the gradients of like it doesn't look like it's moving quite right. But it looks like they're like, oh, we found it. Look at this green screened little PNG coming in.
Ah, yes.
We found it.
We have it.
It's
Sorry.
been a real shame to get
It looks better the longer I look at it, but the first time.
all this far.
I got it.
Yeah, it sure
I got it. Cool.
Okay, we got it. It's all good. What do we need?
We're fine here. Everything's fine. How
are you?
How are you?
Yeah. That looks odd.
Okay, I have my book, which I think gives me advantage. I think is how it works.
There's the advantage on those, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, gives me advantage. Okay, so I have to do this individually for each one, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's do
Just roll two at a time. Just make it more expeditious.
2 at a time.
220.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the eyes and tongue. Ooh, I'll take that 18 and 20. Natural 20.
Well, it's with advantage. It's the first roll's a 20.
Uh-huh.
So that's for the eyes.
That's for the eyes.
Without a problem, pop both eyes out.
Tongue. I'll also take that natural 20.
There is a
20s
purpose
in
you
a row.
serve.
And it's the balance on the sides of the room.
I'll take that.
I am good for something.
And for the heart. Ooh, that's not so good. That's 16 total.
I mean, I talked about this when they were carving up the what do you call it, the dragon. How I was like, dude, just I mean, it's not that bad, honestly, but just I don't know, just move it along, make like one check, carve up the entire thing. We're gone. We're done. We don't need an individual check for everything.
16.
Which I will say, I mean, and hey, this might be part of Matt's design. This might be part of Matt's point. But this is something that I will reiterate now. The more you roll, the closer you will get to 10.5 average. Right? The higher your sample size is. Which means that you're both more likely to get more rolls close to that number. If that number succeeds, so like a 10.5 plus whatever their skill check is, right? Say the DC's 15, say they have a +5, right? And you know that as a DM. The more you ask them to roll, the more likely they are to succeed on average. If they have a skill check that's too low, the more likely they are to fail on average. But either way, without doing all this weird math in the background, right? The more you roll, the more likely they are to have a mix of successes and failures, no matter what their plus is to the skill check. Because with a large enough sample size, you're going to get a 1, you're going to get a 20, you're going to get everything in between. So if Matt wants them to not be able to deliver some of these, or if he wants it to be a mixed bag of what they can bring back, then actually rolling for it all individually does make sense, because it's much more likely that they're going to fail at least one of those rolls. But if you would rather expedite the process, and if you're okay with either them large failing or large succeeding, or maybe having some sort of gradient in there, or just kind of allowing it to be more controllable by you and less by the dice, then you want less rolls. So, all that is to say, I'm not a big roll a lot guy. I would rather just be able to fit the narrative to whatever the single roll was and keep up the pace that way. But it's more. That's more of a tone
some
than a lot of
difficulty. You
the others.
managed to eventually tear the heart out of the chest cavity. It's a very nasty process, and for most of you guys are kind of, well, not so much you guys have seen a lot of Crimson, but watching this little druid girl seemingly unfazed by the process of tearing into the chest of this Rakshasa is very disconcerting.
I'm on Mononoke.
Here, hold this.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we're at 1.25. Yeah.
It is this kind of dark,
Here,
dull
here, Vax.
has this weird kind of like overcooked meat.
Put in the bag of holding. Right? Like freezes in the bag of holding? It's like
Okay.
freezer?
The claws.
That's roasted.
Oh, I'll take that 19. So 30.
All right.
Or
You-
sorry, 29.
You take
29.
each one of the hands of the Rakshasa that are, the back-turned, strange, upside-down humanoid hands, and just cut them off the wrist very cleanly, and both are harvested without issue.
And the canine teeth. I'll take that 15 for 25
25 total.
total.
You take the rest of the head. Its mouth still. You can see its mouth still in this terrible grin, this perpetually pulled smile
Now we
in its
only
final moments, and you manage to pull out very cleanly both of the canines from the inside of the mouth.
Tiberius,
No.
do you have any files left over?
I mean, like...
Just empty files?
Yes, of course.
Can I try and harvest some of the blood as well to keep for personal use?
So that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
For the law.
I'm taking some of the blood, for sure. I'm feeling bad.
Okay.
Are
I
you
mean,
squeamish?
I'm a healer or a healer?
it's a little difficult since a rather large portion of the Rakshas's blood is now currently spattered across the floor, thanks to Vax.
Sure.
You managed to harvest one vial.
Got a little on my face and on this.
One vial.
One vial.
Okay. And I'm gonna take my dagger out, and I'm gonna shave a lot of his the trimmings from his.
You know, I kept wondering if there would be a Keyleth moral dilemma here, and there has not been. She has not had any dilemmas about what has been happening.
Fur in his whiskers. Okay. I'm gonna take those.
People are sick.
You currently have a vial of Rakshasa shave scum. I don't know.
Seriously.
Shaving yak.
Torbear, you want the taint? There's tons of magic in it.
Yes, my dagger. I take the jeweled dagger. And I
There
walk down to
probably
the corpse
is.
of the Rakshasa. And I take the dagger and I drive the dagger through one of the eye sockets. And I say, "You will never harm my daughter."
Cool.
The dagger is left there as a proclaimant, and all of you feel the weight behind that whispered statement and decide it might be best to leave that dagger where it sits. You've gathered your
Let us
quarry.
conclude our business.
All right.
Very good.
As you've completed the harvesting, you notice the contract, the sigils that currently lock it, flash and seem to vanish from the paper. Your contract completed.
Yeah, a bit, John. I think you're right.
For the sake of brevity, you all managed to make your way arduously and with much difficulty, not through the Emerantine Oubliette, because that'd be difficult, but retracing your steps back through a tunnel which has been sealed shut by iron pillars.
We have to break through those first. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Breaky,
That's a
breaky, breaky.
terrible idea.
He's dude, did you see he was motioning with his fist as if he did not learn anything. He still thinks there are fireballs in his ring of spell storing. Ah! I'm going insane.
Having explosions in small enclosed earthen tunnels is a really good idea.
Magical.
Yeah. They completed the contract, but then all suffocated due to a sudden cave-in. It was so unfortunate, the second team.
I brought him there.
Everyone bothering
You were just permanently breathing air.
As your party is falling air.
It is the worst fate ever for a piece.
Gather around, watch what I can do.
It takes you a long time to retrace your steps and find your way through the entrapment, especially since as you remove the iron pillars, the boulder then begins to roll past. So you've kind of carved your way through. You make your way precariously back to the Velvet Cabaret, back into the room where Rakshasa once lived. Do you wish to walk into the center of the Velvet Cabaret, covered in various fluids?
Fuck yes, we do.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
All right,
Yeah.
you guys, poof, the door slams open, and you all step into the center of the Velvet Cabaret. As you do, two of the guards turn and see you exit. Hey, what are you doing? And they kind of go for their blades in the side.
Seriously.
I just turn around and go like,
You really don't want to do that, friend. Trust me, please.
Take an intimidation.
oh, is that 14?
14. You rolled a 3. He looks to the other guy. As long as you're leaving.
That's exactly what brings you Draconian again.
Trevor just keeps
On our way.
Just the sorting, they all kind of with wide berth. You hear the music playing. Everyone's kind of laughing. As you guys enter the room, the music comes to a stop.
As we, right before we leave, I turn and I just have like a piece of of fur, a piece of pelt from the Rakshasa, and I throw it at the guard's feet. And I say, here, it's what's left of your boss.
Steps back for a second. Some of the other patrons who are watching this, kind of with some look scared, some look intrigued by this whole sudden arrival of strange warriors covered in various ichor. Watching as you step out.
Covered in various fluids.
Swap up and look at the face, and one of them goes, they killed some sort of tiger. Well, that's kind of nice. And it's like, like, one's watching, says, I bet they bought that down at the market. The guard just kind of take it and lift it up with a blade and look strangely, and you see coming out of the far corner, the bashful owner of the establishment that you had previously knocked unconscious kind of looks out, not wanting to engage, just watching you as you leave with a look of fear on his face. You step out into the thoroughfare, close the door behind you, back into the Quad Roads district, making your way towards Slayer's Take Guildhall.
On the way out, I grab 2 glasses of ale and I hand one to this guy. And just walk and don't say shit.
No one argues. Make your way back.
Torbjorn is genuinely touched by this gesture.
As you sit, make your way through the main thoroughfare back to the center of the Quad Roads to Slayer's Take Guildhall. You step inside, and there, across the way in mid-conversation with his wife, is Merton talking to the huntmaster, Vanessa. As you enter, they both turn with a look of excited surprise and...
Well, I assume that this means the contract and will, right? Huh?
It's done.
Take a canvas bag and I plop it on the table full of the Rakshasa bits.
Very different vibe than when the last party came back. They were much more excited about the murder of the dragon. This is a little bit more of a somber tone.
He shows it to the huntmaster and she kind of glances down with a smile. Very good. I'm glad that we gave you such a trusted member as your overseer. You did well, Torbjorn. Thank you for your efforts in keeping these fledglings alive.
One more insult, madam, and you will find your whole establishment on fire.
Tiberius.
I'm not moved.
It's not meant as no insult. I'm sorry, perhaps you do not understand that we speak with terms of endearment.
Oh, well, in that case, I take it as a compliment.
Very good. So, looking at the contract, everything hopefully is in order. She takes it from you, looks into the contents of the bag. Very well. To be paid out in full, and scattered amongst your party as you see fit.
And our counterparts, the rest of our party, have they returned? Have they checked in yet?
Not yet. They are still out at the moment. They've been gone for about as long as you have been.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even consider Tiberius a joke character. I hardly consider Tiberius a character. So it's really... I honestly, this is... I don't know Tiberius well enough to understand if Tiberius is joking, to understand if the mood shift even makes sense. I know very little of Tiberius's character. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good handle on pretty much every other character and how they would react in most circumstances. But I understand so little of the difference between Orion and Tiberius that I can't even tell when Tiberius is being a joke character or when things are like half like out of game. It's just very confusing and kind of whatever.
Return faster than they have. Let us hope that they are safe. But I have faith that it's
a little
they seem very
exhausting, maybe.
intent on completing this without issue. So I would not be too worried. I will notify you upon their return, though.
Please do.
Where are you staying?
Where are we staying?
I thought as members of the Take, you get to stay here.
You could if you like. We have room. And technically, as it is contract, you are all officially members of the Take. So you may stay here if you wish.
But I need a bed, and
Well-
I move motion towards the thing because I'm sleepy.
We'll wait here.
Very well. We shall hold off the ceremony for when the rest of your team arrives.
The rest of this team is half as good as these members. The Take has grown much stronger this day.
Aww.
They're worthy.
Her
Well,
usual kind of jovial, passive attitude and grows a little more stern. She gives a nod of genuine respect towards Torbjorn.
No.
And for the first time, really, even returning this, the first time she looks about the rest of you with a look, a slightly intense look of really understanding the essence of strength between and behind each of you. I believe you are correct. I think there will be great things ahead for us. Welcome to the Slayer's Take. She reaches down, brings up a small wooden chest, sets on the edge, and opens it on the inside. You can see it is rather abundant with gold and platinum, of which the total comes to 2 plus. These are able to harvest all of that, plus 2 plus.
I saw the subtitle.
5,100 gold pieces for this contract. That is 1,020 gold each.
1,020 gold.
Dude, what a crazy reaction, man. Not crazy, but like wild how somber it is. If Laura was here, she would be popping off, dude. That's a lot of gold. I'd be popping off.
You can split up my take amongst them. I take it my obligation has been fulfilled.
It has.
You know I have no desire to stay.
If you insist, but you know that whenever you come back to our little humble abode, you always have a place to stay and work at your disposal, Brother Cash.
Thank you. He turns and looks at the rest of his party. Well, it's certainly been interesting.
It has been a pleasure and an honor, Cashel. You as well, Torbjorn. You are brave warriors, and will do well in the Draconian Knights. That's where
Thank
I'm
you.
from.
Stormwind.
Oh, Draconian. Did he say that's where I'm from?
Do well in the Draconian Knights. That's
Thank
where I'm
you.
from.
Storm.
That's where I'm from. That counts. Put it on the bingo card. Yeah, mark it. Mark it. Tiberius mentions he's from Draconia.
Stormwind.
Oh, he said my name right.
And you might be the most annoying person I've ever met in my life. With that, he grabs her around the waist, pulls her in, and plants one right on her. Turns, winks, walks out of the room.
Torbjorn sighs heavily and is annoyed.
Very well.
Little weird. I hope Marisha's cool with it. Seems like she was. Odd. But fine. I mean, I know that they've been like kind of flirt. Have they been flirting? I'm confused.
Welcome to the Slayer's Take. And with that, we'll close this evening's session.
What a button on the
I mean, it seems like it's all good and chill. That was just what a weird ending. I guess Cashaw's a weird character. Yeah, they did. I mean, it was a lot of like, is she always like this sort of deal? I had no recollection that she was interested in him at all. Was more why that like caught me off guard. I was like, but this is a moment in the fandom that touches on consent, but kind of older time, and anything further would be spoilers. Yeah, I mean, that's more why I was more surprised. Like the Scanlan and Felicia Day's character had a kind of similar thing, except their relationship was more established in what it was before that happened. Yeah, and like that's like a very like old school, and by old school I mean rimmed with toxicity version of like chivalry and like grand gestures. And again, like the vibes seem to be okay. It shocked me and weirded me out because I did not have any honestly, if Scanlan had done that to Felicia's Day's character, which he shapeshifted into being what's it called, whatever, and then when he did that, Felicia initiated the kiss. So it's like that, but it's very slightly different in some ways. Aldor, yeah. The old male macho stereotype, yeah. Which I hadn't gotten off of Kashaw. I mean, I think that he wanted a big moment to go out on. Like, this doesn't change my view too much of, like, Wilfred L. at all. Like, I think again, it seems like the vibe was okay, and like it's not something that will be continued. It's like a very one and done situation, but it does, I don't know. It's subtle stuff like that contributes to like misogynist culture of like being like, yeah, like, you know, Keyleth just like gets like planted one by what is essentially an NPC without her interacting at all, because the male PCs are kind of have more what do you call it? Not accent. What am I saying? Autonomy. I don't know. Yeah, weird vibe. Not too bad, but whatever. He's like a tough, no nonsense kind of fella. I'll say it's not ignored. Oh, that's what you guys meant by getting into it more would be spoilers. I see. I thought there was going to be like a general conversation. Huh. Okay. But now you see why this episode is notorious for its turbulent vibes. Yeah, I do. I really do. That was all over the place, man. Huh. Yeah, I'll save more discussion for when it is addressed. Yeah. Weird vibes. Okay, let's go on.
Well done, guys. There were a few seriously clutch moments in those encounters there.
Clutch moments. 402:37 to 3-minute cooldown period where the players comment and joke about the moments from today's session. Yeah, let's watch it. It's what is it? 10:30? Yeah, we're good. We're chilling time. I'll even we'll go at 1:25. Turbulent vibes. Yeah, you got there, Reste. Yeah.
We're one roll away from losing the contract.
05:38.
Congrats on that. Damn, guys, well done. Please, one round of applause for our fantastic guests these past couple weeks. Happy to have you in the player's seat. You've been an absolute pleasure, man.
Thanks very much. It's like I said last week. It's weird this is out of my comfort zone to be in this place. But it's really fun.
Awesome. Thank you for coming to be a part.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you all got to see that the legends are true.
It is
Seriously.
mind-boggling.
It's so interesting.
Absolutely surreal.
People always accuse me of taking it easy on my players. I really don't.
Dice aside.
Oh my god.
Dice aside.
Man, no thank yous for Will Friedle. I mean, I guess Will Wheaton's a bit of a bigger name. And he was addressing him specifically as a DM. I know this was Will's first time, but let's just say thank you to Will. Thank you, Will. I'll say thank you 7 years later.
Great character.
Yeah,
Oh,
her
thanks.
first kiss.
It was so awesome.
And Will Friedle, guys, who had never played.
There we go.
Oh yeah, never played.
Great.
It's a ton of fun.
Dude,
So much fun.
Amazing.
So much fun.
So good.
Totally gave Keyleth her first kiss. And vanish.
And then vanish like a thief in the night.
Fucking like moments that kill this dream.
Damn, guys. All right, so we have our donation list for the evening.
Lots of donations tonight.
Wait, is Friedle? Is that a joke or is Friedle? I know that this. So someone said this was before me too. Was Friedle part of that? Or was that a joke? Oh, no joke. Okay. I was like, no, not him. Oh no. Okay, cool.
Thank you, guys.
I really had to.
And our Lord.
Yeah. We fucking lived. How was the kiss? Oh my god.
Dude, where's the spin-off series with Kasha, Torbeer, and fuck, I can't remember their names. I'll just use Will. Where's the spin-off series with the Wills, Mary Elizabeth, and and Felicia Day? Just an inside joke with the cast. Fair enough. He seems like a sweetheart. Oh man, it's called C4.
Oh my god, I got pink in the face. Like in real life.
You two totally made out on draft
You
paper.
did. Oh my god.
Dude,
I don't know. We'll see. Here, let's see. When he sat next to Orion, let's see.
Will Friedle, guys, who had never played.
Oh yeah, never played.
Oh, dude, Will just went for the hug. Oh, no.
Just a ton of fun.
Dude,
So much fun.
Amazing.
So much fun.
So good.
Totally gave Keela her first kiss. And vanish.
And then like a thief in the night.
Fucking like moments to kill this.
Also, boys, kiss your homies. I love how affectionate Taliesin is. That's so dope. I mean, this kind of sounds like a joke, but I wish that I had seen guys be like affectionate with each other when I was growing up, because that's dope. That's very cool to like know that your homies love you. Yeah, like that's cool. Predatory gay? What? What are you talking about? No, it's just like coming down and giving him a little kiss on the side of his super bald head. Yeah, I don't know. That was nice.
Damn, guys. All right, so we have our donation list for the evening.
Lots of donations tonight.
Thank you,
I
guys.
really had to.
And our boy.
I didn't see the you asshole look. I only saw affection. But maybe there was a you asshole look that I missed. Oh wait, maybe it's.
Tonight.
Thank you,
I
guys.
really had to.
And our boy.
Yeah! We fucking lived. How was the kiss? Oh my god. Oh my god. I got pink in the face. Like in real life.
You two totally made out on draft
You
paper.
did.
And this is a little bit of like, again, vibes seem good, but we talked about it like 2 episodes ago, I think, maybe 1. I think it was during the Felicia Day segment where we were talking about like the pressure that women in nerd circles have to go along with this sort of thing of like everyone's coming around. It's like the only thing that they talk about compared to, I mean, I guess it just happened. It was like very, very fresh. But yeah, of everyone just like coming around being like, oh, Marisha, like, how was this? It's like, ugh, I don't know. Kind of weird.
Dude,
I want to see that artwork.
well, but you be there tomorrow.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I'm
gonna
not
be
gonna do that.
I heard the sound of 300 pencils.
I
Give it a shot.
I have a cowboy who just rode into the sunset, you guys.
We can pretend Travis whispered asshole in his ear. We can pretend. Yeah.
He just shipped all over.
No, actually, I can't pretend that, Robin. We can pretend that Taliesin did that. I can't have my sweet little Travis doing that. The word asshole has not passed Travis Williams' lips. Except in jest. He would never call someone that seriously.
Darren, get in here.
Oh my god.
Cash money.
I
I also know what you got to do to get invited back.
And also, guys, this is our friend of the show, Darren, another really amazing voice actor, who's a fan of the show. For all you Warcraft players, you've probably killed him as Blackhand in Warlords of Draenor.
How dare you!
Amongst many other great characters. He's incredible, and I'm so glad he came to watch tonight. All right, a great donation night, guys. You guys, once again, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for helping.
Total close to
Okay.
2,800 tonight.
Dude, Geek and Sundry is a big name. I didn't even know that it was headed up by Felicia Day, but I've been aware of Geek and Sundry. They're like a whole fucking deal. I mean, I guess it's kind of like D20 being embedded within College Humor, where it's like you kind of forget that they have like fucking PAs and cameramen and shit. Let's see. Okay, if you want to get a glimpse at how popular they were back then and how already overwhelmed just 5 months into the show, yes, I do.
Yeah, we decided we're gonna read all of our letters starting at our meetings that we have like bi-weekly. So we are all reading them, everybody, but we're not. And also, it's just because we don't know how. There's a lot of information in there that tends to be private, and we don't want to accidentally. Sometimes information gets lost, and we don't want to share something on air that might not be shared. So we decided it'd be best.
At this rate, we're going to be adding an extra hour and a half to the stream if we read them.
Yes.
Insane!
So,
Wow.
so we love you all. I mean this in all honesty. We read them all. I'm keeping them all. We're scrapbooking them all. They're all incredible. Thank you so much, guys. Sincerely.
Yeah, they're all amazing.
All right, so let's start with what we got over here, guys.
Who's going first?
I mean, it really was. Like I've talked about like my theories on why Critical Role was so successful, but I do think it was to some degree like lightning in a bottle. Like my view on fame and success is that you have to get lucky and you have to be doing everything right when you get lucky. I think a lot of people get lucky all the time. and you have to be prepared for it. So it's like you put it, and the really unfortunate thing is that some people that prepare never get lucky, and that really sucks. But I think that like Critical Role did everything right. They were in the right position. They'd done all the right things. And then they also happened to just have lightning in a bottle, true random luck success. And they could have this crazy meteoric rise because they were doing everything right. But it's also just crazy luck. Smosh just finished a short campaign series. I quite enjoyed it. Oh, interesting. Smosh is one of those channels that seems to be everywhere doing everything all at once, and I never hear about it until after it's done. Like, I'm getting, like, video recommendations from them from, like, 5 years ago that I'm like, ooh, that's nice. Yeah, so many things went right. Can we watch Smosh Try Not to Laugh featuring Matt and Sam? Yeah, I'm down. Let's we'll finish out John's timestamps, then we'll go watch that. Yeah. We've got one more segment. Someone gifts Orion an actually dangerous item that Super Geek Mike makes a big deal about in a video. Ooh. That's intriguing. Wait, 52.
Or if there was a poisonous snake inside. It was neither.
I want to eat.
Okay. The timestamp starts here. It goes for 2.5 minutes. All right. See you later, Restay. Have a good sleep.
Okay.
Thank you for watching.
Wait, what is it? What is it? What'd you get?
Oh my god!
Why not use that indoors?
This is so dangerous in the best way possible.
This is one of the best gifts I've ever read in my whole entire life!
Did someone get you a taser? As he tears it in half.
Even worse and better.
Oh no.
Ask and ye shall receive. Tiberius Storm.
Oh no, I know what it is.
As a sorcerer, this gift will help you harness your innate abilities. With a little focus, you will be able to conjure a fireball from the aether to vanquish your adversaries.
Oh,
Someone
no.
give you a wrist-mounted flamethrower, didn't they? Yes. God fucking damn it.
Oh my
I'm sure you are well aware
Thank
that
you.
spells with the fire can
you.
affect and can be unleashed with devastating results to friend and foe alike.
Tragedy struck in
This is the
downtown
worst
Burbank this evening
idea
as the
ever.
legendary digital offices caught fire and burned to the ground.
Practice the utmost caution when using this in the heat of combat amongst your fellow members of Vox Machina.
That's not being used
That's
on
not
set.
gonna happen.
Please, please do me the favor of taking special care not to burn Vax and Trinket again.
The rest of us are free game.
And this is amazing. It's like amazing. On a side note,
It was amazing before he crushed it.
Sorry, I'm gonna still frame it too. I have it on good authority that this gift will likely exasperate and annoy any unicorn overlords you may encounter. This gift is.
I'm in the corner staring as we speak.
Angrily
This
freaking
gift,
out.
this gift is not sharp, but is surely dangerous. I hope this gift serves to carry you through your adventures in the material plane, as well as inspire you
Hold it
through
up,
your
I
fight.
want to see what it
in
looks
I
like.
can think of all the people
So it
comes
came.
with, like,
I would be wary about
It comes
giving
in a box that says Pyro.
Pyro!
Orion's like in the top 3.
And then it has this cool thing, and it's a little wrist guy that you get attached to this thing. And here's this is your flash cotton ammunition and some batteries to get you started.
They give you flash paper.
That is so cool.
You're gonna look so
Jesus
good
Christ,
without
don't
arm hair
burn
and
anything
hands.
down.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm glad you're bald already.
Oh,
like,
so I have. So this is here. and
Your
this is
flaming
the
sphere
trigger.
uses
So I go,
any. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Ha! Because I know SGM has 2 Orion videos. It's like why we talk about Orion, or like we need to talk about Orion and why we talk about Orion. I'm very curious to what he says because I think I might have not necessarily a counter opinion, but I can imagine that a critique of this might be that it's like popularizing or like promoting dangerous activity, which, and it might be because I don't have a platform really. Like you guys are all dope, but you know, it's 390 people normally. You know, it's kind of like my max reach. And so I truly can't make that large of an impact, so maybe that's why I don't have as big of a thing, but like I don't know. This doesn't immediately like set off like bad vibes and like alarm bells in my head. I'm like, "Oh, that's crazy." but not that bad. So I'd be very, I mean, I know that I have a plan to watch both of the Super Geek Mike videos after basically the Orion situation resolves. It's like the Orion situation will resolve, and then I want to do like either like a day of watching those, maybe 2 days, whatever. And like, and watch all those and see. I'm really curious as to what he says about it. Don't really, not a real flamethrower. It's the kind that shoots fire paper. Oh, okay. I mean, that's even more, interesting. I don't know. Give yourself a little more credit. I mean, thank you. I don't feel like I don't make any money. It's not full time, whatever. So it's I really appreciate everyone who does watch. It is still I don't think it feels real at all. So I think maybe that's why I don't think about myself as having any form of platform or impact, but yeah, I don't know. One of his videos, you'll have to skip a section as it spoils future C1 arcs. Of course I have timestamps. Of course you do, man. Sick. Okay, yeah, that'll be no problem. We'll plan that well ahead of time. But yeah. Huh, interesting. I wonder, so there's a little bit more of the timestamp. Let's see.
Away from me.
Okay, so guys, this gift right here is what we refer to in literary terms as Chekhov's gun.
Yes. No, we don't. We're not going to refer to it as that.
That was amazing.
As someone mailed you.
Ed,
It was gifted doesn't mean you're ever going to see it on stream. That's not what that means.
Ed, Chuck, thank you so much.
Amazing.
That's who it says on here. So I'm thanking.
Oh my god.
Look, I wonder if it's illegal. Now I'm just trying to piece together what Super Geek Mike could have made a big deal about, because I've watched some of his stuff. I was first introduced to him by you guys on stream, and then I watched some of his stuff, and I reached out to him. I talked to him a little bit over emails because I wanted to make sure that he was cool with me reacting to his stuff in the future. He's a super nice guy, and I've always like pretty solidly agreed with his takes. So I'm like trying to like piece out what he could have made a big deal about that moment of. Interesting. It'll be a lingering question that we will not have answers to. All right, let's have a palate cleanser. I really like the idea of going and watching the Smosh Try Not to Laugh. Cause that was weird vibes. Let's go do a fun one. Try not to laugh. Matt Mercer. I'm sure he's the one in the title and thumbnail. And I'm sure that is Sam also on this one 3 years ago. I'm guessing this video has come up in my feed before. I recognize this. It's a very distinct thumbnail, to be fair. I always think that I'm like, whoa, nudity on YouTube, and then it's like, oh no, it's a wig. Let's see. All right. Oh, in 19 minutes. Okay. Wait, should I also try not to laugh? Should I try and not laugh? Breast in the thumbnail. All right, let's take off the on-screen element. You guys are good there. All right. I'm going to try not to laugh. Yeah, let's do it. All right. I'll make my cam a little bit bigger. But yeah.
I don't know where your mom is. I don't know where she went. Oh, there she is. She's right there. Well. Looks like you were brave enough to come back for another.
Okay, I'm gonna need to make an on-screen counter. Shit.
Try not to laugh.
No. Okay, I don't want to make a new counter, so I'm just gonna reset this episode on the OAC, and I won't tick the total, and that will count as the laugh counter. I did laugh at that last one.
Oh, no, I'm saying to the audience are brave enough to come back.
The audience has come back.
But you bring up a very good point. We have brand new, for the first time, special guest today from Critical Role. We got Matt Mercer.
The audio in that studio is so off.
And Sam Riegel.
Dude, Sam looked like a cartoon character for a second. Oh my god.
Very funny.
They are very funny.
Funny stuff.
Happy to be your monkey.
Sam looks. No. Shh. I said I wouldn't. I don't like commenting on people's appearances and how they may or may not change over time. And I was about to do that, so zip the lip.
Appreciate it. Dance for us, make us chuckle. Just very quickly, you take a sip of water, we try to make you laugh and spit out that water. You got 30 seconds to do it.
And no touching.
And no.
All right, do I dare? I've got water. Let's do it.
No touching. No touching.
Okay.
And
that
also
seems very important. for
very
some reason.
important. Olivia goes into a murderous rage.
By Courtney.
She's not a fan. She's not a fan.
Flashback.
But before we step into it, you guys, make sure you punch that notification bell so you can always
just
know when we're
punch
uploading
it, just
videos like this.
slap
Otherwise,
it.
you might miss them, you silly goose.
You silly gooses, just fling that subscribe button into the quarry. Make it work for 14 years and get black lung, only so that it can join the union and get back at the corporations that ruined its life. But it's too late. It can get reparations, but it can't get all that time back. Just smash it, brother.
Who wants to go first? I mean, Sam's in the chair. You wanna?
I'm gonna be the
I don't know where that one came from.
easiest one to make laugh.
Good.
And
I listen right before stream. I was listening to the Elders, and I was listening to Fire in the Hole, and that is essentially the plot of that song. It's a great song. It's a bop. Go listen to it. Fire in the Hole by the Elders.
You have to start on level 1 then.
All right, you ready?
All right.
Here's your Amazon delivery.
Dad? Oh, wrong address. Hey. Give me back.
Oh no, it's me, Harry Potter from book 9 now? Quick, we have to stop me from fighting me in the past, and there's only one way we can do it, but we're going to need some help. Yes? Give me the Powerpuff Girls. I'm Daniel Radcliffe, and I'm too old for this now. Give me my sweet, sweet money, Disney. Look, that's Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is now owned by Disney as well. Isn't that neat?
Hey, David, I've already got 2 wishes out of this thing, but kind of swelling up a little after a while. I wonder if you can help me get this last one out, if you don't mind. Someone was telling me that you can get a Will Smith out of this with no push on that one. Come on, just a little bit. No?
Wait. I'm pausing for a second. So I didn't let it out. I normally think that Try Not to Laughs. I like this. I think that React Try Not to Laughs are bad content. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Don't get used to this. Maybe I'll do it occasionally as like a an ending little thingy maboober. But cause you guys know transformative exclamation point. If I'm trying not to laugh, I'm actively trying not to comment on what's going on. So this is not long term, but that one almost got me. and my cheeks were hurting, and I had to I think I made it through, and then I swallowed the water, so I need more.
You're going down in the battle of the bands, Starfuck. Here we go. Here's Wonderwall, Starfucks. I'm your fan all the time. My name's Wolf and I'm really sad. I am sad. Here we go. Welcome to Applebee's.
They just said don't use any music on the show.
Oh, no copyrighted music.
Yeah.
That was a hit from Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, thank you too for coming to my sleepover over our common love of bread.
Mm-hmm.
Who's first? Who wants? You want? Oh, maybe me too. You like raisins? Oh, I love raisins. Oh my god, I thought you could fly! Oh boy!
How you feeling?
I feel hydrated.
Oh, that's it. Okay. I think I'll tell you. I think it's harder for them on set with like people fucking staring at them and there's like, you know, it's coming out. It's way easier for me in the edit.
You're not supposed to drink the water. That is not potable.
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, it's like an airplane bathroom.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You need to apologize? You need to apologize? My kids can't hear me because they're listening to Kids Pop.
Well,
Oh, good grief. It's
I didn't expect the violent shaking that I experienced. Shit. All right, we gotta go more.
Me, Charles Brown from the Sunday Comics. Good grief, Lucy. I got some bad news. Snoopy died this morning. I know what you're thinking. What about Woodstock? He died choking on Woodstock. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this. Good grief. Do you want to help me kick a soccer ball out of pure trust? Hey, also, if this didn't work because it already made you spit out water, I could be Quirrell from Harry Potter.
Where is the model? Where is? Oh, here she is. Let me see that sexy look. Wow.
Wow, welcome back to my show where I train dogs to do extraordinary things. Today we're starting with the basics, a pug, purebred. Rescue though, we're gonna teach him a few tricks. Shake, very good, all right, speak. Well done, very good, purebred.
Oh no. Up. Oh no. Okay. There's no more blocked content. YouTube. YouTube. Damn it, I've gotten too comfortable. Stream unavailable. Stream suspended. Does it... I wonder if I stop streaming. What if I do that? Can we come back yet? Nope. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I'm back. Your stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. So how long was that? Like 5 minutes? Looks like we're back. Okay. So it's like 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. Huh. Possibly a lesson to maybe good companies don't like reactors. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, you know what? Ooh. Okay, we're going to try something. I'm going to pull up the first episode of Critical Role on their own channel. I'm going to do it. But I'm not going to look. No, get off. Get off, Smosh. But I'm not going to look at anything. I'm going to here, if I turn off the monitor, what does that do to OBS? Okay, no. That fucks it up is the answer. Okay. We're turning back on the monitor. Okay. I'm just not gonna look. I'm gonna be no peeksies. And I just want to see, or maybe there's a video I can watch that doesn't have spoilers or something. And we're gonna see if Critical Role gives me the mean look. Because that'll be something we have to keep in mind. And something I will have to actively ideate on how to deal with. So, let's see here. Legend of Vox Machina Bits and Bobs. That might not be bad. Crew NA. That could be alright. Let's try one of these.
Hey everybody, it's
Sam Regal. Okay, so I'm going to play this for a second. I'm going to mute it. Or I'm not even going to mute it. I'm just going to take off my headphones. And I'm going to watch YouTube to see what YouTube says about this.
Sam Regal with an update on the Legend of Vox Machina. The teams at Critical Role, Titmouse, and Amazon have been hard at work making this show look incredible. In fact, we've been so impressed by the level of talent on our team that we wanted to give you guys a chance to meet them. So, over the next few months, we'll be introducing you to some of the
I just realized that was probably really muddled with me trying to talk over it. So, okay, so far we're good. How far did we get into the Try Not to Laugh? We were like 4 or 5 minutes in. How long is this video? This video is like 5 minutes. And it doesn't look like it's going to be any intense spoilers, hopefully. Okay. I'm going to turn off captions. Okay, I turned off captions, so I now only have visibility. So yeah, we're just going to let this roll for a sec. I'll full screen it. I'll minimize my other stuff just to kind of see. I need to reset these anyways, so I'll just take a sec to do that. There we go. Put the chat back down. Okay. We're still not getting anything bad on here. You got to around 5:30 in the Smosh video. YouTube was probably warning me before then. At least I hope it was. So hopefully this 5 minutes right here will be enough to detect. And if it the moment it goes yellow, I'm gonna have to like immediately be like, and close out. But if it doesn't, right now it's just giving me greens. Let's see, stream. Yep, stream is healthy. Stream settings are all good. Analytics is good. Super fun and engaging content of me essentially testing. I'm nervous. I think that's why I am both nervous talking to fill air and also like really focused on catching it. Because I think most people I think it's like most channels ban out all of their content. I don't think they like piecemeal it. So I think that if this one works, C2 in general should work. I would probably test it again closer to the actual time when if that comes, but not if, when. I do wonder if their main campaign content has higher it could. It certainly could have higher manual protections. So I know that you get manual review rights when YouTube detects a certain amount of your content, but it won't auto block sometimes. I don't know. I know of at least one channel that was uploading C2 episode in parts as reacts, but they only got through a couple of episodes. Huh. C2 content last C2 E20. Interesting. Still on Geek and Sundry. Yeah, I'll do a more in-depth test when we actually get close to that. Right now, no warnings. And we're at 4 minutes. This is I would assume that on the Smosh video, it probably warned me about it before now. So I am tentatively hopeful that I think things are okay. I mean, it could also be the lack of audio is maybe affecting things. I don't think anyone but Viewmaster Act past 20. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I've got nothing. I've got nothing on the YouTube side. So I think we are tentative. Have Paige monitor a main campaign C2 video while you don't look at the set. Ooh, that's a good idea. I think I'm gonna space it out a little bit because I do know if you get that little mini suspension that I got, if you get too many of those within a really tight period of time, I think within a week, they'll temporarily block your ability to stream for a week or two. So maybe next month or 2 months from now, I'll have Paige do a test. That's a good idea. But I was willing to ride that line for this video, but I think I'm not going to push my luck further. So test this out month. Yeah. I think so. Okay. Cool. Well, that was Trial to Take. Those were the guest episodes. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to me for watching them. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of not fun. No, actually, that's not true. I did not have a lot of not fun. I had far mostly fun. A good lesson to learn. Yeah. The only not fun parts are still educational and interesting, and I have fun talking about interesting things, even if it's bad and weird vibes. Yeah, but I think it was a good time. Hopefully had by all. No streams tomorrow, but I'll be posting a little short. I think that all of you will see. It's just like a cut down highlight sort of deal. And then Sunday storytelling. Bye for now. Fave guest. Ooh. The bottom guests were my favorite. Will Friedle and Mary Elizabeth. Shit. I think I would have said Will Friedle before the last moment, and then I think Mary Elizabeth. I think he went down. I think Mary Elizabeth overtook him. They were really close. The last moment didn't take away from him that much, but I think it's Mary Elizabeth. Yeah, on how not to have someone suck out the energy vibes. I thought on how to not have someone suck out the energy vibes. I think there's a short term and a long term. I think long term, you actually aggress them more. And when I say aggress, I mean like confront. Like you confront them more, whether it's like directly after the session or even in session, kind of like Liam did this time. Of like, hey man, trying to like correct bad behavior. You can't retcon that. Yada yada yada. Like, have an immediate conversation about it. If you don't have an immediate conversation, have it immediately after the session so that all the thoughts and feelings are still fresh. And just let them know that they're sucking the vibes. I mean, it is weird and hard and painful. I had this situation almost to a T with a friend that is still a very good friend. But he was bad vibes in Civ 5. And eventually we had to tell him, like, hey, man, you're really fucking up the vibes. And it was really awkward. And it was really tough. And maybe painful is not quite the word, but like a really uncomfortable conversation. And we had to have like 2 or 3 more maybe after that, like kind of like reminder sort of deals. But now he is so much better. He's not bad vibes to play Civ 5 with. He's not bad vibes to play games in general with. So like, if you are committed to that person being like, you want them to be better, you want them to be like you want to play games with them, then you got to talk to him. You got to talk to him soon. Cause like, I know that like communication is the key, is trite and obvious. But I would say quick communication. It doesn't have to be detailed. You don't have to give them a whole manifesto. I would say that quick communication, while the feelings and the events are still very, very recent, I think goes a long way. Yeah. And beyond that, I mean, general communication advice. I've given a lot of communication advice. You can go and watch the previous streams. But I think that that's the big one, is do it quick. Other than that, try to identify the source of the bad vibes so that you're not like going after their general character. Be like, these are the specific things that I don't like. It's not that I don't like you and the way that you play. It is that this specific thing, and don't even, okay, this maybe this is a little bit of specific communication advice. Don't say this thing that you do, right? Like that categorizes it as like something inherent to them or like something about them. Say, when this happened in the session, it made me feel this way, right? We're using, I mean, not to use therapy speak, but like we're using I statements, right? Not them, not you statements, right? So like when there was that like whole like Ring of Spell Storing debacle, there like it seemed kind of tense. Like you seemed really frustrated, and that was very uncomfortable. That made me feel very uncomfortable. Now, what can we do as a table to make that situation better? You know, like that's like just an example of like how to bring something up where you are like, you have to directly address the situation. And if he plays fucking dumb, if he plays coy, you don't let him get away with it. If he's like, what do you mean? This Ring of Spell Storing went fine. Like, yeah, I was a little frustrated, but like anyone would be. Like it was handled fine. And be like, yeah, the specific tone that you took afterwards this time, again, try to keep it isolated, not to like, when that sort of thing happens, you get this way. That's a road to disaster. That's a road to disaster. You want to keep it locked. You want to keep it instanced. So be like, yeah, in this specific situation, I read your tone as like super hostile, very, very, very frustrated. Only time I think Matt really showed his frustration. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I agree. And be like, that really made me nervous about interacting with your character afterwards. Like, you can talk about the specific impact that it had on you. And you can be like, I want to interact with your character. That's really fun for me. But like, I am now worried that if something like that happens again, I won't be able to fully. And there are kind of two ways that can go. It can either go constructive and you can start, talking through it and get to a solution. Or if he's like, well, that's your problem, you have to like very calm. And it's like, well, no, it's like, this is my table too. And like this was a time that felt different from your normal. Like I really love interacting with your character. But this specific time, I really didn't feel comfortable doing that. Do you understand why I felt that way? And like, try to keep it contained. That's the best advice I think I can give towards this is keep it contained. Don't let it expand beyond the session unless you are talking about your comfort going forward or like what you will do going forward. Don't let it go into the past unless it's positive. If it's positive, feel free to go into the past. Be like, yeah, you're always great, or I love it when you do this, et cetera, et cetera. But do not, the only negative things to talk about are the things that just happened right now, because it's much harder to argue about the semantics or the events when they're so fresh in people's minds. Yeah. That is the advice I would give about handling problem players. And I think it's okay to eventually come to like, okay, like these tones are just differences of opinions, whatever. Like those are fine to get to and you can deal with it from there. And that's it. I am going to go, I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably bed. Bed's boring, but it's probably what I'm going to do. Thanks, John. Yeah. All right. I will see you guys in post tomorrow and live on Sunday. Goodbye. See you then. Or, good. Is it Thursday yet? I think I got it right. Goodbye.